Peace, peace, peace. Peace and prosperity to all American Aborigines. Supreme Chief Holidays in the building. The truth is here. Hey man, I know it's really we didn't have a notification, so we're gonna let some people come up in here. You know what we should do? We should go ahead and play some music. Just let people get on in here. So I want to send a special shout out to everybody, man. We are live streaming on 2 channels, Supreme Chief Holiday as well as Tribe Up, Sports News and Entertainment. So shout out to all American Aborigines, all the great ones. We definitely appreciate y'all, man. Everybody that's gonna be tuning in and hearing this later, man. We definitely salute, man. Peace. I hope y'all being safe out here, man. Everybody out there is in the hurricanes, man. We definitely in the Gulf Coast. You know where I'm from. You know my family is okay. You know what I'm saying, and that's good. But you know our extended family and everybody else that's us in Louisiana and Texas, man. You know, definitely, man. You know, we y'all in our minds and hearts, man. So shout out to everybody, man. That's gonna be tuning in this, man. Your Sahab is in the building. First Indian in the building. Dion Williams. What up, though? D-Town is in the motherfucking building. What's up, brother? We got Cherokee King. Yeshua Hebrews has entered the building. What's up, bro? How you doing, man? Peace to the Cherokee King, man. Hey, man, like I said, man, we're going to be dropping some heavyweight information tonight. And y'all already know, man, some heavyweight giants could be coming through. I want to send a special shout out to the giant over there, 2 a.m. legend. Shout out to the 2 a.m. Like I said, the good people, 2 a.m., man. Wake up. It's 2 a.m. It's time. You know, it's time to get to work, man. Been time, man. It should have been said. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, shout out to 2 a.m., man. Good people over at 2 a.m., man. Yeah, man, we're in the building. You're not. And like I said, man, this is like I said, it's gonna be a heavyweight jam, man. So all the usual suspects supposed to fall through, man. And we're gonna have a great time, man. With this information, we're gonna be breaking down this book called White Trash by Nancy Eisenberg, man. She did a lecture, so we got a video, man. We got some goodies, man. Some good stuff, man. Some great information. And you know, as we say all the time, man, it's a lot of times when we say stuff, you know, it's not as credible unless we have got it from their institutions or it comes from their faces. And I think that's kind of interesting. You know, we've been having discourse with our brothers. Shout out to my brother Rob Bourne, aka Alan Apache Brown. You know what I'm saying? You know, I went over there, man. You know, have a conversation with those brothers, man. And once again, it's you know always you know ones who be you know in their feelings. You know what I'm saying? And instead of you know wanting to have a dialogue and maybe we can come to some type of understanding, you know, and let the people decide. You know, they want to distract. So I'm my own motherfucking platform. And, you know, this show is already done. Yeah, so we're gonna share this with the family, man. Peace to everybody, man. Like I said, like, share, subscribe. This right here, man. To everybody, man. We in the building. It's been a minute. Haven't been here in a while. Okay, that's what's up, man. You already know we gonna always be here, man. We'll keep the porch light on for you, man. So shout out to y'all, man. Let's get some music in first. We don't want to just get into this. Let some people get in here. Let's get this Godzilla in, man. Yeah. Shout out to the executive producer. 2 a.m. is in the building, y'all. Peace, 2 a.m. John Blackhawk is in the building. Kia Wanis, the origine. OCO, peace to the guys, man. We definitely appreciate y'all, man, coming through, man. Like I said, man, it's going to be a barn burner. Hey, this is Rick Gillis, the pride of Indiana. I am your Sahab, Supreme Chief Holiday, man. It's Godzilla. Let's go.
Turn it up for me, my nigga. Record everything. Yeah. If you can, turn it up just a little bit, my nigga. I need to feel that shit in my chest. Yeah. Supreme, nigga. Supremacy. I'm on the block like a motherfucking nose guard. Teeing up for a check, I'm in wreck, I go so hard. I'm just trying to ride the wave like a motherfucking Coast Guard. I'm just trying to get the mail like a motherfucking postcard. Boat guard like a motherfucking real name Humphrey. Can't quit too legit so these niggas can't touch me. Have to have to keep the tool like a motherfucking handyman. Better come and get your man before you have to call the ambulance. And I'm smoking on the blunt of Afghanistan. Point aimed and shoot like a motherfucking cameraman. I'm just sticking to the script like a motherfucking thespian. I'm just trying to hit a lick like a motherfucking lesbian. I'm a rock like a nigga playing Tetris, nigga. Trying to get a shot of head like a nigga named Pettis, nigga. Push a nigga wig back like a fucked up barber, nigga. Slide through, drop bombs, turn your block Pearl Harbor, nigga. I've been doing this shit for a long time. Nigga, something like the sun, guarantee that I'm gon' shine. Got shirts, got work, got perk, got plugs, nigga. Got lean, got beans, got green, got drugs, nigga. One call, that's all, and the nigga get wiped out. Got your bitch at the crib right now, get diked out. All the shit he trying to do, swear to God that I've been dead. Rick Jill been the shit, goddammit, and I still live. You ain't never seen the fabric of the cloth that I'm cut from. Take a look at where I'm at, wouldn't believe where I come from. On the block like a motherfucking nose guard. Taking up for a check, I'm in wreck, I go so hard.
Hey, that's Rick Jilla on the Swisher Sweets and YouTube Beats. I am Yasaha Supreme Chief Holiday, greatest of all time. We're in the building, y'all. Hey, man, let's get to this, man. Like I said, this is, people gonna come in and see this later, man. This is gonna be a great build, y'all. Like I said, the brother's gonna come in. We're gonna analyze this video, this lecture that we about to see. So yeah, we definitely gonna get into this. Damn it. My battery about to die, y'all. Hold on 1 second. Get this video in Nancy Eisenberg lecture at I forgot the university, y'all. We're gonna figure all that out. We'll pull it up. So hold on 1 second. Shout out to 2 a.m. You guys check out weare2am.com for your exclusive Chief Billy stuff, man. We got some more stuff coming, man, so be on the lookout for that. everybody that got y'all Chief Billy stuff or anything, man, we definitely Pyramid Stalker, Attentionist, any of this stuff, man, that y'all bought, man, we definitely salute y'all, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate all the support. And, you know, keep us in mind, man. And remember, we're looking for you know, we're looking for partners, you know what I'm saying? Oh,
0.
all right, yeah. There we go. It's the 35th anniversary report to your lecture. White trash, man. 400 years. So, you know, that's why, you know, we talk about 1619, you know what I'm saying? Well, you know, they talking about a 400-year history of Bill, man. So this is going to be a great build right here, man. Like I said, man, peace to everybody, man. That's supporting this, man. We got Chicken Hominy Roots in the building, Hyena Chief, Black Wolf. We got Southwind, the Goddess is in the building. Peace, Goddess. Who else we got in here? Yeah, man, shout out to everybody, man. We definitely appreciate y'all, man. Tuned in, man. We are 2am.com, man. Go check us out, man. We are 2am.com. Not only the Chief Billy collection, man, but also, man, there's everything, man. It's just fly over there at 2am, man. So go check us out, man. Support the real, man. Get the fake. So it's 2am, man. We are 2am. You already know, man. Walk like a god. American Aboriginal shoes. So y'all already know, man. We're gonna be running that commercial pretty soon, man. We want to get into this lecture right here. Let's just go, man. Let's get into it. I'm gonna chop it up with y'all, man, and let's see what we got. So this is October 29, 2015, y'all. We'll keep the crowd out. Keep the crowd out.
Well, thank you very much for that warm welcome. And I also really want to extend my appreciation to the history department for inviting me here. This is a wonderful place to give a lecture. As you can tell from the title, I'm not going to be able to tell you everything that's in my book. It covers a lot. So what I'm going to try to do tonight is give you a series of snapshots, what I see as important threads and themes for understanding a concept that all of us know, people still use, but we often don't know where it really comes from and why it's so prevalent. And the big point that I want to point out is that we have to understand that in America, we do have a class system. We've always had a class system, and we often don't connect it to British understandings of rural society. And that's actually where white trash comes from. I'd like to begin tonight with a film that we all know, To Kill a Mockingbird. The plot centers on a moralistic lawyer, Atticus Finch, who refuses to perpetuate the racial double standard. He agrees to defend an African-American, Tom Robinson, on the charge of raping a poor white girl.
Hold on, stop right here. The
court finds Robinson guilty, but
stop right here.
He is innocent.
All right, so it ain't really about To Kill a Mockingbird, job, but when we talk about even in the book To Kill a Mockingbird or the movie, dude is not an African American. Okay, let's be clear. Even when this movie came out, it wasn't an African American. So this is her rendition. This is her storytelling. This is her, how she's going to frame this. Because we talk about this all the time, but I wanted to point this out. So we got to remember, just kind of dodge the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? When some people are throwing bullshit at you, whatever, you know, okay, well, she describes this dude as an African American. Well, even in this book or in the movie, he's not an African American because that term wasn't around like that. So and people say, yeah, they was South Africans and all this other stuff. Well, then that would have been a colonized ass mind, bro. Like, come on, fam. Like, when you guys keep reading colonized ass books from colonized ass agents, bro, that let me know where you guys at. You know what I'm saying? Because if you're not a member of the AME church and you're not pushing any of that bullshit, you know what I'm saying? You're God body. God body said you're the original. You are God. Why would you perpetuate and push a book and stereotypes and things that these people push, like African American, like blacks, and like slave, and like all these different codes and things that they do? So when you, like I said, you know, this ain't about, we're not taking this, but you guys got to hear it from their mouth. Because if I say it and I present this information, white trash, years ago, when this book came out, when I present certain things, when I say certain stuff, whatever, we have to go get these people to validate what the fuck we say. And I think that's weird. But guess what? There's documentation. See, don't tell me, oh, well, they trying to take off 400-year history. No, they got a motherfucking history as well. Okay? From a Slavic. We went through this, where slave come from, the term, where this come from. So what we're going to do is produce the evidence. Okay? So we have evidence that we was already here. And we got to hear all this extra shit about niggas talking about what a color, crayon color, or some made up term that's not even indigenous to the continent of so-called Africa. You know what I'm saying? You're just going to keep throwing all this at us like we are self-hating, made up fucking Harry Potter people, bro. Like, I just think that's the weirdest shit ever. And for you guys to say that, standing on our soil, that we're self-hating motherfuckers and we home. Really? Really? So if your grandmama and nobody ain't attached her grandmama in Africa, something like that, or whatever, then don't tell us that. That's not our story. We're not self-hating if we don't have that story in our history. Some people like Danny Colon have that in his goddamn story. That's his story. He should be proud of that. But guess what? He even admit that he has so-called Native American ancestry in his shit. Once again, that's a colonized ass mind. So I don't know if he's doing it on purpose. I think he is, because we went back and forth. They know what abos are, aborigines are. They understand what we are, the first inhabitants of this land. So we don't participate in the terminologies of classifications. And that's what we're going to get into tonight, classification. We talk about classification. Remember we talked about racial classifications a couple weeks ago, right? This is everything that y'all niggas talk about, that's cool. Not saying it's not important, right? Not even, especially your genealogy, stuff like that. But if you are colonized and you are fit into a racial classification that you can never get out of, as long as you're perpetuating the system for these people, whether you're a fucking $5 in the fucking Indian trying to chase after that dream or whatever the fuck you got going on with Native American shit, when you attach yourself to terms like African American and Native American, right? When you attach yourself to these terms, you're attaching yourself to a system that's created by these people. And that's what we're going to prove tonight. We're going to show this. Okay, this is how important this is, man. I know people want to go back and forth. Y'all can have whatever, you know, you can say whatever you want to do. But this right here is this is where it's at. If we're going to solve the issue, this is the issue. Because everybody believes this. They even believe it. Okay? They believe it. They believe they're superior based off of the shit that they perpetuate for years, and we keep doing it. So when you see niggas that say they well-meaning for our people, I like to say, like I said, man, shout out to Rob Bourne, Alan Apache Brown, right? I know he got good intentions for our people. So I know he's not a part of this agenda. He can't be. I just got to know that. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know about everybody else, but I got to know that brother is a God body, and he is not a part of this agenda that we're about to present right now. Okay? Because if you have the same talking points as this woman right here, these people, then you are part of the same agenda, no matter what you say. And then you will see these people on television crying and crying and crying, biggity black, 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 black. Okay? Yeah, I get it. Would we cry as well? Like, come on, bro. Like, I'm not I'm not putting nothing into. Listen, no, nobody should get shot in their back. Nobody should get choked out. You know what I'm saying, or whatever. So if policy change needs to happen, the police should be up, held accountable by the people that they come from, not the other way around. We should not be terrorized by these people. I say fuck the police for life. And I don't give a fuck who know it, who know that. So that's how I feel about it. I don't give a fuck if I got family members, great uncles. It's fucking. I don't give a fuck, dog. You're a part of the system. You know what I'm saying? You're a part of the system or whatever. So we keep perpetuating this system on television every day. When I see big, strong, 6'9" ass niggas crying, right? Because I understand y'all want to tell y'all sons to be careful and this and that and the third or whatever. It's more than just giving your sons the fucking talk. I'm never going to tell my son to tuck his fucking balls. Never going to do that. Fuck the police. How about that? And I'm not mad about that. Like I'm about to be emotional about what's going on or whatever. I need y'all to understand. This is our land. They have created an illusion that you're supposed to be fearful for these people. What they are doing by putting this on television every day is called buck breaking. Okay, they're ensuring that you're going to be in fear. Okay, and the people that are in power, the owners of these teams and people like that or whatever, don't give a fuck. This is how they maintain their fucking power structure over you. Okay. LeBron James will need to go do their own fucking league. Fuck y'all. How about that? See how that work? Like start grooming the next level of people, whatever we gonna call this the Mamba motherfucking Academy or whatever the fuck y'all gonna do. But get away from these people, bro. They don't have your best interests at heart. So then we're gonna get back to this thing right here. Like I said, this is gonna blow y'all motherfucking mind. And yeah, we're just gonna get to it. Let's go. Kill a fucking mockingbird, African American. Get the fuck out of here, lady. It's loose.
On the charge of raping a poor white girl, Mayella Ewell. The court finds Robinson guilty, but everyone knows he is innocent. An honorable, hardworking family man, Robinson stands well above the degraded Ewells, his poor white accusers. The shabbily attired Mayella is cowed by her bully of a father, a scrawny man in overalls, devoid of either merit or morality. He's Bob Ewell. His full name is Robert E. Lee Ewell. And as you can guess, he's not an heir of one of the aristocratic families of the Old South. As Harper Lee describes them in the novel of which the classic film was based, the Ewells were members of the terminally poor, those whose status could not be altered, up or down, by any economic shift, not even the Depression, in which the story is set. The Ewells lived behind the town dump, which they combed through regularly. They had congenital defects and hookworm. Their shack looked like, and this is how Harper Lee described it, a playhouse of an insane child. No one knew how many children lived there. Some thought 9, others 6. To the town of Macomb, Alabama, the Ewell children were simply dirty-faced ones at the window when anyone passed. Southerners and others too called such people white trash. The Ewells are not bit players in our country's history, and their history opens in the 1500s, not the 1900s. It starts with British colonial policies dedicated to resettling the poor, decisions that left a permanent imprint on America and on the structure of classes. First known as waste people and later white trash, marginalized Americans were stigmatized for their inability to be productive, their failure to own property, their unhealthy children, their lack of any sense of uplift on which the American dream is predicated. It's contrary to the national credo, but the truth is that Americans are quite comfortable rationalizing economic inequality. They have naturalized poverty, determining that it's something beyond human control. By this measure, poor whites were classified as a distinct breed. And I'm going to return to that theme over and over again, the importance of breeding. In other words, breeding was not just about the cultivation of social manners or skills. That's merely one definition. It was also about something more sinister, an imposed inheritance. The language of class that early Americans embraced was a composite of English attitudes toward vagrancy, as well as a transatlantic fixation on animal husbandry, demography, and pedigree. Yes, the poor were at once described as waste and inferior animal stocks in the colonial imagination. We prefer to believe all that has changed, but well into the 20th century, sterilization of the breeding poor struck many, even professionals, as a rational solution to an old problem. So let's not displace colonial history too easily. For centuries, the worst classes were regarded as extrusions of the least inhabitable land, scrubby, barren, swampy wasteland. And all that still relates to home ownership and the rich and poor neighborhoods of today. The poor have been with us, the white poor have been with us in various guises, as the names given across the centuries attest. And this isn't even all of the names that have been used at different historical time periods to describe poor whites.
Hey, real quick, I want to point something out.
Rascal actually comes from the meaning trash.
When we just talking about this term, waste people, right? In my mind, right, you know, it's a historical term, right? And I just look at the concept like this, right? If the masses of these people, right, wouldn't majority of them have came here as waste people? And I'm going to explain what I mean by this, right? Because the elite people are elite. They're only a 1% of, right? Are we talking about, right? And so we know these are a particular race of people, not a race of people, but they don't have anything to do with it. We got elite brown people, carbon-based people, copper-colored people who ain't shit, who ain't been shit forever, okay? They've been fuck niggas before pale people existed. Can we exist? We all gonna understand it's been fuck niggas on this planet forever, okay? But for them to classify the majority of the people as waste people, right? Because the majority of the people that would come in here wouldn't have owned. The reason I'm saying this is because you wouldn't have owned anything. That means that you would have to go into a form of servitude. Okay, y'all understand? Even if you came over after the Emancipation Proclamation, right? When you got off the fucking boat, you got to go find a job. You don't have no place to live. You don't have any land to live on and stuff like that, right? Now, I'm putting this in context because when we breaking down the free cities across America, these people was waste people. They didn't have shit. Okay? And we're not talking about 400 years because even when she's talking about the 1500, she's not going to give you numbers. She's not going to give numbers. 1500 is only it was only a small amount of them. 1600 small amount of them. 1700 small amount of them, right? It wasn't a lot of these waste people here in general. So we know when they came here. So it's a certain time period, right, when these people came here in masses of numbers. So I just want to put all this in context. So a lot of times they could slide. We're dodging the bullshit. Trust me on this. We're gonna dodge this bullshit. You know what I'm saying? But this is what's happening right now. They're framing shit like, yeah, even though this negative stuff has happened to them, right? You know what I'm saying? We're gonna claim this story, claim this situation. You understand what I'm saying? So if anybody was talking about getting reparations for being descendants of slaves, right? To me, you know what I'm saying? That's what the ADOS will be pushing for these people on the low. You understand what I'm saying? As well as the Democratic Party, so that we know that they've rallied with them and done some stuff with them or whatever. So it goes along with the same agenda, the Soros agenda, this eugenic agenda. So once again, you're either going to be on the right side of history or the wrong side of history, Raw Born. This is what we got going on. You're going to be on this side or that side because it's no in between. Somebody's wrong here. One of us is wrong, right? And this is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Either we was here before then, these people created these stories, created these terms, created these things to divide, conquer, separate us, and to keep us off. You understand what I'm saying? So when we talk about this, I'm just gonna reiterate what I'm saying. When she's speaking about waste people, right? There's only a certain pedigree. She's speaking as if she comes from a certain pedigree. Y'all understand what I'm saying? It's a weird kind of situation because even with this Till a Mockingbird, you're talking about waste people that was suing this dude who was whatever. But this is how they killed their competition. You understand what I'm saying? Shout out to Mama Ida B. Wells, rest in paradise. When she uncovered that or whatever in the 1900s or whatever, they tried to kill her because she published that or whatever in the newspaper that pulled the coattails of that. But they never talk about that. They didn't talk about that in motherfucking Rosewood. They just talk about that he didn't actually rape her and all the shit happened, the carnage that happened, shit over that. Same thing in Tulsa. That was over. What is this? Bump into a white girl in the fucking elevator, some shit, and they burnt the whole city down. Really? Think about that. You in your house chilling or whatever, and motherfuckers just start coming, burning shit down, going crazy. You know what I'm saying? Because they knew what they used waste people, and they women they thought they women were waste women. Let's just keep this real, okay? They didn't have rights, shit like that or whatever. So the only way these people got rights is through our women, and they couldn't rape them to get no fucking land. You dumbasses. Y'all understand? So come on, bro. Like we gotta stop with the bullshit. Don't let these people bullshit you. That's what they're doing. They're bullshitting. Shout out to everybody. I'm gonna shout everybody out real fast. See my sister in the building, Gretchen Helm. Peace, Gretchen. We got the original Copper Empress Hobart in the building. Peace, Empress. What's I saying here? Miss Sylvia Williams, OCO Empress. Likes yeah, man, like, share, subscribe, man. We definitely appreciate it. It's gonna be a beautiful thing, man. Al Power, man, check your email, man. Like I said, we gonna come in, got another, this video is gonna be crazy, y'all. It's gonna be a crazy video. Tight Sam, the North American Negroes in the building. Hey, Tight Sam, I seen you over there, man. Giving them fools some uppercuts. Lucius Gainless is in the building. Peace to the gods, man. Who else we got in here, man? Definitely appreciate y'all, man. I see Shay Pink. Peace, Empress. The Chosen One. Peace, King. What's up, brother? Eagle Hawk Condor. He said, I have a theory. I'm definitely want to hear your theory, brother. I'm definitely going to open up the panel a little later, man. Let everybody come on, man. But I just want to get this off. Take off Tyson. Peace, King. Copper colored tie. Appreciate you, brother. Man, we just getting started, man. Like I said, this right here is an interesting video, man. Like I said, you know, we're going to analyze this as we go because it's a lot packed in this. So let's go. Let's get it. Peace of the God, man. Peace to everybody that came through, man. We definitely appreciate y'all, man. Shout out to all the great ones. Let's get it.
Now a look at the history of poor white Americans. That's the focus of the latest edition of the NewsHour Bookshelf. Here's Jeffrey Brown.
This book tells many stories. Arguably the most important is the one we as a people have trouble embracing, the pervasiveness of a class hierarchy in the United States. That line comes from a new book with the provocative title, White Trash, which makes a provocative argument that from the nation's earliest history to now, ideals such as opportunity and upward mobility have not characterized the lives of many Americans. Author Nancy Eisenberg is a professor of history at Louisiana State University, and welcome to you.
Well, thanks for having me.
I think what hit me most is the idea that the poor have not only been accepted, but expected, that it's a part of our national DNA. That's the argument you're making?
Well, I think one of the things we forget is that for half of our history, we were an agrarian nation. So white trash really comes out of notions of rural poverty. And it goes all the way back to British ideas, because in the colonial period and well into throughout the 19th century, the mark of being a successful America was being a property owner. And what we've forgotten is that large numbers of Americans did not own property. For example, in Thomas Jefferson's Virginia, at the time of the Revolution, 40% of white men were landless.
So when you refer to white trash, I just want to be clear, and the idea of white trash, literally the term was used, the terms like waste. Who do you mean?
Yes, the word white trash, at least as far as we've been able to discover, was first appeared in newspaper print in the 1820s. But it has a much older meaning, because if we go back to some of the leading promoters of British colonization, when they imagined what were they going to do with the New World, the New World, first of all, was imagined as a wilderness, what they called a wasteland. And it was the perfect place for literally dumping the idle poor. And these were referred to as waste people.
So those are the beginnings. But your argument is that that has pervaded up to our own time, that we have the national myth of opportunity and social mobility. Are you saying that those don't exist for everyone, or that they don't exist for one subset of people?
No, I think there is clearly, you can find examples of people who have been able to rise up and improve themselves. The problem is that we exaggerate the idea that at the time of the revolution, we abandoned the class system. We created an exceptional society where we celebrated upward mobility. But in fact, what the founders like Franklin and Jefferson really believed in is similar to what the British had in mind, that the poor would be allowed to move into the frontier, or what was known as the Southern Backcountry and the Old Northwest. And what they were really promising was horizontal mobility, not upward mobility.
And land then, as you say, was the key factor, not education, not energy or any. But what about now?
I would say that land is still extremely important. Class has a geography. If we think about the way most Americans live, and the other measure of class that I highlight is home ownership. If you're poor, the same way they had different names for the poor, they had different names for what they lived in. A shack, a shebang, or if we talk about trailer trash. What we live in today, we live in class zone neighborhoods. We have taken into account the importance of racial segregation, and we know that history, but we also live in neighborhoods that are divided by class. And if you live in a better neighborhood, you have more amenities, you have better infrastructure, better schools. And so geography still plays a very important part. And owning a house is a very important measure of being a member of the middle class.
I know you wrote the book before we got into the politics of the current campaign, but how do you see class driving our politics today?
I don't see Donald Trump and the issues brought up by Bernie Sanders as that surprising, because at crucial moments when politicians are involved, they do use class language. They do heighten and emphasize class distinctions. So that we get pulled in two directions there too, because sometimes politicians like to say, we're all in the middle class, or we all have ambition to be in the middle class, or we're all capable of being in the middle class. That's when they want to sort of draw from the more positive script. But at other times, I talk about key politicians who used class as a way to mobilize political divisions, or to accentuate political divisions in our country.
And let me ask you briefly, if you could, does anything in all that you've studied through history give you any hope that that we could lessen these kinds of class divisions in the country?
Our history forces us to confront things that at times we don't want to deal with. We would prefer to have the myth. But I actually think it's healthy if we can get to the point where we can talk about class, not just use it as a slogan, not just use it as political rhetoric, but to think about it more deeply and to think about how it affects who we are. And I often like to refer to the musical My Fair Lady. We judge people by the way they're dressed, by the way they talk, by the unwritten codes of class behavior.
All right, the book is White Trash, The 400-Year Untold History of Class in America. Nancy Isenberg, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was a great mistake right there. But just wanted to say she's touching on what I was touching on, but she's about to really get kind of in detail more in this book, in this lecture. So we're gonna get back to that. Yeah, man. Shit. Let me ask y'all a question. If we could think of the richest, the most highest profile Aborigine American, a real American, y'all, not Barack Obama. Let's just shout out to Barack Obama. You know what I'm saying? So for real, no hate. But I'm talking about like a real, even with him, like, you know what I'm saying? Is there upward mobility or horizontal mobility? Whether it's with LeBron James, because me personally, power doesn't ask for shit. I'll still be, if I was LeBron, I'll be there smoking a blunt right now, chilling. Like, I'm about to go start my own league. I gave y'all 17 motherfucking years. I'm out. Y'all think y'all about to fuck with me? Y'all think y'all about to punk us? Cause they, you know, I had to fall back just to see what they was gonna do. You know what I'm saying? They really went right back. Like that wasn't, nah, that's not good enough, dog. And like, you know, when we hear these other guys, like, look, man, like no matter what your feelings are, whatever, man, you know, you gotta, it's gotta be a united front. You know what I'm saying? Off top, we out. Shout out to the United Front, by the way. You know what I mean? Yeah, can we make that screen bigger? Yeah, that's just extra crazy, y'all. Yeah, let's get back to this lecture with Nancy Eisenberg. Shout out to Nancy Eisenberg, though. She definitely she did a great job, y'all. I gotta say that. So I wasn't gonna tell you how to lie. Chad Cha Boy is in the building. Said they could steal your land and it was colonial. Yeah, I mean, we were the landowners, man. Like I refer y'all to another a bill we did called the Harvest of Shame. CBS put that out. They blocked that video, y'all. So I can't play that one. But CBS put this video out called The Harvest of Shame. Look it up. And, you know, and they were telling you it was in the 1960s. This video was done in 1960. This is just 100 years from so-called slavery, right? And they were basically telling you, they literally, when they first opened it up, they said that we owned the land in the 1800s. And now we are tenants on the land in 100 years. And it was just about 1960. And just how expensive it was for a planter, right? To operate in 1960, to operate, you know, in 1960, how expensive it was. And just, you know what I'm saying, then you have to kind of do the math and, you know, well, what was going on in 1860, 1760, you know what I'm saying? And you kind of walk that stuff down. So good thing about when we go back and we're doing this, we go a little further back than just the 1800s or the 1900s, things that have got a remix single been done on them a couple times and then given back to you. You know what I'm saying? And then it goes along with the eugenic racial class caste system. She's never going to say caste system because she's not focused on the caste part of it, right? We're gonna add this to this. So let's get back into this. Shatima Williams is in the building. Peace, Empress. Omega OCO. Thank you all for coming. Especially Navars is in the building. Peace, Empress. Appreciate you all, man. Hey, man, like, share this, man. Hey, we about to go in. Peace of the squad, man. Peace to everybody, man. We definitely appreciate y'all. Let's go.
And it's assumed that they're physically scarred just as their surroundings were. The worst ate clay and turned yellow, wallowed in the muck, and their necks were burnt, reddened by the hot sun. Their ill-clothed, meanly fed children sentenced future generations to permanent defectiveness. Now, all these themes, I'm going to explain where they come from and how they're used in different time periods. And we may think that these themes don't exist anymore. But in fact, today's trailer trash are seen as yesterday's vagrants on wheels, an updated version of Okies and Jalopies and Florida crackers in their rude carts. Now, while America likes to think that the American Revolution enabled us to break free from aristocracy and inherited class stations, the truth is different. English ideas about class and poverty never really disappeared. Think of this for a point of comparison. Jefferson's yeoman democracy fantasized a fertile country supporting hardy, independent farm families. Yet what happens when the yeoman fails? And what about those who never achieve economic independence? Now, as I said, it begins in the 1500s. It was Richard Hakluyt, the Elizabethan promoter of colonization, who first employed the term waste people to describe the expendables that could be literally dumped in the New World. In his 1584 Discourse of Western Planting, he hoped to persuade the Queen of the merits of colonization. Hakluyt called America not terra firma, but a waste firm. The American landscape, though he'd never seen it, was described as an unproductive terrain that could only be improved by turning the waste firm into one giant workhouse filled with all the idle dregs drawn from English society. Ex-soldiers, orphans, children of wandering beggars, criminals, debtors, vagrants. And if they were lucky enough to survive, these idols might be recycled and sent off to fight in English wars. Now, the group that the British and the English hated the most were vagrants. They were idle folk, analogized to weeds stifling healthy growth in a garden. They wandered the countryside, detached from the economy, much like the wasteland left fallow and untilled. So they were rounded up, some were branded, put into workhouses. Children were actually taken off the streets and sold as indentured servants to cruel masters in America. They were also notably referred to as the offscourings. And I'm going to use that term again. It's a rather unpleasant term, which refers to fecal waste. And so does the quote that I have there. Now, this notion of waste in all its various manifestations persisted. Abigail Adams dismissed the poor and landless as rubbish. So did Thomas Jefferson, who proposed that a few promising, impoverished white boys might be, quote, raked from the rubbish and given an education. But his bill, drafted in 1779, failed in the Virginia legislature. The ruling elite had little desire to raise up even a few wastrels. As for the language of human stocks, it wasn't eat, pray, love, but it was eat, graze, and breed, whether on 2 or 4 legs. Political arithmetic, pre-Darwin, proposed a means to calculate human productivity. Benjamin Franklin was an early proponent who compared human patterns of migration and fertility to that of ants and pigeons. The unsettled frontier land was a lure to families, he argued, like ants to a honeypot. Overcrowding in pigeon boxes in the experiment that he did meant that the weak would have to move on. Franklin's demographic argument constituted an early form of survival of the fittest. Those who bred large families and toiled long were rewarded, while the idle would have to either keep moving or die off. And as you can guess, Franklin had no sympathy for the poor whatsoever, even though he did not come from an elite family. Breeding was at the heart of the domestic slave trade, and Jefferson coldly admitted that female slaves were a good investment. To his mind, free white women were breeders too. In a series of letters that he exchanged with John Adams in 1813, he argued that humans were animals guided by the overriding impulse of sexual desire. Lust, however, if it was tempered by reason among the most gifted, he argued, was producing what he called a fortuitous concourse of breeders. This model of breeding generated for Jefferson an accidental aristocracy of talent. Class division arose through natural selection. Superior men were supposed to marry for more than money. They would consciously and unconsciously choose mates with favorable traits. It was all a matter of probability. Now, the question neither Jefferson or his calculating colleagues never answered was this: what happened to those outside the talented, rational elite? What future awaited the concourse of breeders living on the bottom layer of society? No matter how one finessed it, rubbish produced more rubbish. Now, Jefferson, like Franklin, hoped the poor would be drawn into the Western territories. So this is why our Western territories were like the colonies for the British. They were to drain away the poor and the waste. What also became prevalent in Jefferson's theory and proved to be long-lasting in justifying why the United States was truly a promised land was the idea that horizontal mobility would substitute for upward mobility. That means moving across the land was the alternative to actually moving up the social ladder. And this theory is important because it laid the foundation for America's myth of a classless, exceptional society. But if we think about that logically, and if we think about that as historians, this theory was flawed from the get-go. The West was never an open space. Land speculators and powerful men always had the advantage in purchasing the best land. Western land wasn't free, and the poor rarely had the funds to buy the parcels sold by the federal government. Instead, they invaded public lands as trespassers, and the government often had to physically remove them. They became the dominant class of the early republic and the antebellum period that you've never heard of. America's version of English vagrants, squatters, and crackers. Now, the legendary Davy Crockett, believe it or not, was an outspoken advocate of squatters' rights. That's the real Crockett, not the legend. The legend, as you see here, taken from a popular sort of comic, exaggerated version of Crockett and the stories he told, portrayed him as a corn cracker, which is a variation, it's the Kentucky variation of cracker. Now, what's funny about Crockett is that he also claimed, the legendary version, and this, based on the stories that he told, claimed that one of the many excellent powers that he had, he had the ability to squat down lower than any man. Now, that may sound strange. We can understand him claiming to be Superman and jump as high as he possibly could, and he claimed that he could do all these magical things, but this allusion is particularly important because he's referring to his own squatter past. And as we know, the idea of being a squatter is not simply something to celebrate. The words squat and squatting carried more than one disreputable meaning. The term suggested spilling out across the land, and it also had other more unpleasant allusions to waste, but it also had a significant legal meaning. In the British law, which we inherited, squatting was the opposite of standing, to have legal standing. And legal standing also was part of the legal principle, the English legal principle, that justified claims to sovereignty and also justifies the right to the land, to have standing. The word right itself comes from the root that means to stand erect. So it's important that we visualize what these words mean. Now, the cracker, that's a term you've probably all heard of. What's interesting is cracker gets associated with the southern backcountry. And quite early, in the 1760s, a British officer in the Carolinas described crackers as idle stragglers, vagabonds worse than Indians, who were constantly changing their place of abode. The word cracker migrated all the way from Virginia to Florida, along with the roving, migrating rural poor. Now, why the name cracker? What does that really mean? Where does that come from? Well, they were called cracking traders before the Revolution because they were described as noisy braggarts, prone to lying and vulgarity. In English, one could crack a jest. Crude Englishmen cracked wind. Firecrackers gave off a stench and were loud and disrupted. Louse cracker referred to a lice-ridden, slovenly fellow. And another significant connection was the adjective crack-brained, which was the English slang for idle-headed. Again, reminding us that the poor are always idle. And this is a kind of recurrent obsession for the English and for American colonists. Squatters and crackers weren't yeomen, they weren't peasants, they weren't tenants. Cracker women were looked at as barely being women at all. They were mocked as haggard, lean, dirty, ugly, and toothless. Hoosieroons, a variation on mixed race quadroons, was a word coined to describe Indiana squatters' dozen of dirty yellow urchins. And that word, Hoosier, no linguistic knows where it comes from. They have no idea. They can't figure it out. They may have been hunters and crude farmers, but the main attribute of squatters and crackers, which they both shared, was their constant movement. There even was a cracker dictionary that was published in the 1830s that began to identify and collect and identify their distinctive patois. And that's interesting because in the 30s, it's the same time the English start to study Cockney. So this is kind of the American version of Cockney. And it included the verb absquatulate, which is a word I love, and try to use it whenever you can in the future because it's got squat right in it. It's like such a great word, which meant the definition was to mosey or to abscond.
Squatulate, I like that.
That meant they were either on the slow road to nowhere or on the run, like an absconding servant. Now, what's interesting about squatters is they were the majority of the population in Kentucky in the 1790s. And they remained 35 to 40% of the population in Tennessee, Alabama, and elsewhere in the Southwest as late as the 1850s. And that's important because these people are prevalent. They're everywhere. And they become, in certain places later in California, a political force. But this also points to the fact that the whole safety valve theory didn't really work. In the Old South, for example, as one scholar has carefully studied the numbers, the number of landless poor whites grew at astonishing rates, even without migration. So it's not surprising that by the 1840s, there's a dramatic shift away from talking about squatters and crackers. And that could be in the old Northwest, that could be in the backcountry in the Southwest. And they begin to focus on what is now known as white trash. And white trash begins to be specifically identified as a Southern phenomenon. And on top of that, they begin to describe them as, quote, a curious species of Southerners, noted for their yellow parchment skin color, their children's shocking white hair, resembling that of an albino. To top it off, clay-eating poor whites were condemned for their sickly and abnormal children, described as shrunken and wrinkled, looking like old, loathsome, cadaverous dwarfs. The tallow-faced gentry, as one Kansas newspaper mockingly labeled them, routinely stuffed their infants' mouths with clay. So by the 1840s, white trash have now become clinical specimens belonging to an inferior breed. Now, like breeds like, a saying that was taken directly from animal husbandry, served as the guiding principle for these damning portraits. The wealthy South Carolinian Mary Chestnut described a local woman she knew as a perfect specimen of the sandhill tacky race. Now, tacky, again, another word maybe you haven't heard of, tacky was a degenerate breed of horse that lived in the Carolina marshlands. Chestnut went on to describe that she looked the part, and here you have her colorful language. Her skin was yellow and leathery. Even the whites of her eyes were bilious in color. She was stumpy, strong, and lean, hard-featured, horny-fisted. Alabama Daniel Hundley published a fairly important book on Southern society in 1860, all about class. And he divided the white classes into a descending order of bloodlines. He had the Cavalier gentry at the top, Anglo-Saxons filling the middle, and yeoman classes, and those he called Southern bullies and white trash sat at the bottom. These lowest trace their lineage, and this is what he argued, trace their lineage to convicts and indentured servants of Jamestown. They were the befouled heirs of poor vagrants, the rubbish from the back alleys of old London. The vagrant stain was now congenital in the blood. Now, it's not surprising, given as we've seen that the question of white trash is becoming more prominent, it also is moving to the center of politics. And it plays a rather significant role at the center of the sectional crisis. When we look at the Civil War and the debates leading up to it and during the Civil War, what we find is that Lincoln's Republican Party insisted that slavery should not be allowed to spread west because it threatened free labor among the poor white men. Now, future Confederates responded with a strident defense of their slave and class system. Like James Henry Hammond of South Carolina, more and more of the Southern elite held that class subordination was natural. And that Jefferson's, this is what he wrote, Jefferson's "all men are created equal" was, as Hammond insisted, a ridiculously absurd concept. Now, Hammond was South Carolina's leading pro-slavery intellectual. He also coined the term mudsill. And mudsill is an interesting term because it served all the purposes, to both attack the North, to defend slavery, as well as hold up the class hierarchy in the South. It was mudsill democracy that the Confederacy described as it made its case against the North. In 1861, Southerners mocked the Mudsill Union Army as a foul collection of urban roughs, prairie dirt farmers, greasy mechanics, and unwashed immigrants. President Jefferson Davis called the Union Army, in one of his major speeches, our favorite word again, the offscourings of the earth. Now, this mudsill term came from Hammond's 1858 speech. And he was arguing that what was essential to the Southern structure of society was the fixed nature of class identity. In all societies, he said, there must be a class to do the menial duties, to perform the drudgery of life. And he insisted that those with fewer skills, lower order of intellect, they should form the base of every civilized nation. Every advanced society had to exploit its petty laborers. The working poor that wallowed in the mud allowed for a superior class to emerge on top. And the one that emerged on top was the true society that embodied all civilization, progress, and refinement. In Hammond's mind, menial laborers were almost literally mudsills, stuck in the mud, or perhaps a metaphor, quicksand. If all societies had their mudsills, Hammond argued, the South had made the right choice in keeping Black slaves in the lowest station. And he defended this on racial terms. He went on to argue, and this is just as important in his case, he argued that the white mudsills of the North, he argued that the North had debased their own kind. And he said that the white mudsills of the North were, quote, of your own race. You are brothers of one blood. From Hammond's perspective, the North's flawed labor system had corrupted democratic politics. Discontented whites had been given the vote, and being the majority, it was only a matter of time before these poor Northern mudsills orchestrated a class revolution, destroying what was left of the Union. And as you can guess, the Confederate elites were equally afraid of their own white trash, that they might be tempted by the democratic promises and join the revolt. Now, what's interesting about the Civil War, it's not surprising that from the Union's perspective, and from the perspective of Republican politicians, that they would want to exploit the class divisions between the planter elite and poor whites. In General Grant's estimation, The war was fought to liberate not only slaves, but non-slaveholders, those families exiled to poor land who had few opportunities to better themselves. They too needed emancipation, he insisted. And he used the precise term, poor white trash, when he described their pre-war subservience to the planter aristocracy. It's also not surprising that Abraham Lincoln would be crowned the president of the Mudsills. His humble Kentucky birthplace made him white trash in the eyes of many Southerners, and his chosen residence in Illinois made him a prairie mudsill. But what's so interesting, and this is sort of about the power of language, Union soldiers turned the invective on its head, deciding to wear the mudsill label as a badge of pride, and made it a rallying cry for Northern-style democracy. Now, what's happened by the Civil War and continues in Reconstruction is that the way white trash is being used has been highly politicized. It is not only talking about a distinct group of people, but it is also defending two different economic systems as they are being contrasted, the North and the South. It's also not surprising that this battle over classes would also reemerge in the 1890s. And this time we would begin to see the term redneck. This is the first time that we see redneck become a more popular concept. And it's closely identified with the new Democratic demagogues of the South. South Carolina's Ben Tillman, Arkansas's Jeff Davis, and Mississippi's James Vardaman. Now, in the 1890s, using the same old theory that's associated with white trash, it was assumed that rednecks were associated with the swamps. Rednecks could also be found in the mill towns. And the descriptions sound a lot like Bob Ewell. He was described as the man in overalls, a heckler at political rallies, and was periodically even elevated to the state legislature. One Guy Rincher, a Vardaman ally, claimed the name for himself, railing on the floor of the Mississippi House about his long red neck. Now, Vardaman, if you think Trump is wild, Vardaman outdid him in light years. Vardaman, democracy, no matter how dirty, belonged to the people. And the people had the right to say whatever they felt. There was no limits. Friends and foes alike called him the White Chief, partly for his white garb. But the main reason was for his role, as one critic called him, as being a medicine man, a witch doctor, literally, who knew how to inflame his low-down tribe of white savages. Now, Vardaman was the consummate showman. He rode to his Senate victory in 1912, quite literally on the back of an ox. Vardaman did all he could to drum up class resentments. And his people kind of drove the previous Southern elite, made them be quite fearful of the power that he represented, and basically dismissed them as people who mistake cunning for intelligence, people who go to revivals and fights and then fornicate in the bushes afterwards. And this is his line up there. They were undiluted Anglo-Saxons. And that's actually a really important concept to think about. He's, again, and this is a consistent theme, it's as if they're an uninvolved people that have been trapped in a time, a way of behavior, and haven't changed. But it's also important to see how he's connecting that with Anglo-Saxons. He also was afraid of them because he saw them as the sovereign voter. And this is why Vardaman was powerful and threatening. Vardaman also went after the sitting president at the time, who was Harvard-educated President Theodore Roosevelt. And he actually attacked Roosevelt for his breeding. He went and said that Roosevelt had a bit of the pup in him. And he argued this based on medieval medical theory, that his mother, Roosevelt's mother, had seen a dog while she was, Theodore was inside of her, was in her womb, and somehow part of that pup influenced him. Now, Vardaman, when he was challenged and said, this is obnoxious, you should apologize, well, of course, he said, I'll apologize to the dog, but not to Roosevelt. So this should give you a sense of the flavor of the times. Now, what we have to remember is that Roosevelt himself also bought into certain racial theories and theories about breeding. He believed that racial traits were carried in the blood and conditioned by the experience of one's ancestors. Roosevelt argued that it was the 19th century frontier experience that transformed white Americans into a superior stock, except that is white Southerners who had taken the wrong turn on the evolutionary ladder, using bombast to conceal unhealthy traits. In a letter to Owen Wister, who was author of the heroic novel The Virginian, Roosevelt concluded that Confederates and their heirs had contributed very, very little toward anything of which Americans are now proud. For him, the Vardamans might be a nuisance, but their days in evolutionary terms were numbered. Now, the reason that Roosevelt could be so confident is that he was unabashedly a eugenicist. He used the bully pulpit in his office as early as 1903 to insist that women have a critical civic duty to breed a generation of healthy and disciplined children. Worried about race suicide, as he put it, he recommended that women of Anglo-American stock have 4
Can we stop it right here?
enough so the race shall increase and not decrease. In 1913,
So we she's kind of walking it down, right? But we're talking about 1840, 1830, 1840, 1850, 1860. We know what's going on as far as the Civil War, what happened, and then we're talking about Reconstruction. So if you own land, that was what was important. You understand what I'm saying? So these wars were shifting of power, of what you call it, of attitudes. So now you got Baltimore, who's a fucking Southerner, and his attitudes and his way of thinking or whatever, right? As far as race and everything or whatever, that was already instilled in him before a term of eugenics had been coined, or a fucking system that they could work off of when it comes to their so-called science and stuff like that. So we at 1903 now, and we talking about a president that has been allowed to get into this office, right? You know what I'm saying? And then be able to apply policies, put judges in, do certain things or whatever, right? We're seeing, because we have a 100-year history of when we lost economic power, because if you got economic power, you don't have social injustices. You know what I'm saying? LeBron and you guys, you know what I'm saying? If you got economic empowerment, you don't have social injustices. You don't allow people to miseducate your children. You don't allow people to put out certain imagery in at the time. Now, what's happening at the time, not only are they they have the media to help them at the time. The media was the newspaper. It might as well have been the movie theater. You know what I'm saying? So and for them to be able to consolidate themselves and consolidate power and stuff like that or whatever, and do the things that they did. So this is what they did. So even just right now in a city like Chicago, you get a group of people that are identified as a certain, let's say, Italian group or something like that or whatever. They could come together and be a solid voting block or a solid economic block, certain things or whatever, and they focus on that and they use these things to their advantage. And we don't. So this is what's going on. This has happened in the last 100 years. So let's go ahead and get it back to it.
That it was the patriotic duty of every good citizen of superior stock to leave his or her blood behind. Degenerates, he warned, must not be permitted to reproduce their kind. Now, often today, when we think about the eugenics movement, we think it's just a minority of people. Well, in fact, everyone bought into eugenics. By the 1920s, it was called the eugenic mania, and it swept the nation. Eugenic courses were added to college curricula. Fitter family contests at state fairs gave out medals to winners like well-bred prize bulls. Defectives and the unfit were sterilized. By 1931, 27 states had sterilization laws on the books. Now, the major target of eugenicists was the poor white woman. Davenport felt that the best policy was to quarantine dangerous women, like cattle, during their fertile years. How this policy prescription led to sterilization is rather more calculated. Interested politicians and eager reformers concluded that it was cheaper to operate on women than to house them in asylums for decades. Southern eugenicists in particular argued that sterilization helped the economy by sending women back into the population, safely neutered, but still able to work at menial jobs. Now that should perk up your ears a little bit. One of the leading advocates of this was Albert Priddy, who called poor white Virginians the shiftless, ignorant, and worthless class of antisocial whites of the South. And he was the superintendent of the colony for epileptics and feeble-minded in Lynchburg, Virginia. He's important because he helped shape the legal test case for sterilization, a case that went to the Supreme Court in Buck v. Bell in 1927. Carrie Buck, who's over here on this side, had been chosen for sterilization on the order of Priddy because she was one of that worthless class of Southern whites. She was, in a word, his perfect specimen of white trash. While Carrie Buck was the plaintiff, her mother and daughter were on trial too. Carrie tested at the, quote, moron level, and her mother slightly lower, according to the highly biased experts. Her illegitimate child, examined at 7 months, was termed feeble-minded. Now, how did they draw these conclusions? Well, what they really relied on, the experts relied on what were pedigree charts, just like breeding charts for animals. This was kind of the major tool of eugenicists. And they claim that their pedigree chart proved both degeneracy and sexual deviance. Carrie's mother had been a prostitute, and Carrie had been raped by the nephew of her adoptive parents. Her rapist went unpunished, and yet she was sterilized. Chief Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes offered a revolutionary decision in Buck v. Bell, which gave the state the power to regulate the breeding of its citizens. He believed that pedigree could be used to distinguish worthy citizens from waste people. 3 generations of imbeciles was enough, he insisted. Sterilization was a civic duty, saving the nation from being, quote, swamped with incompetence. And notice he used the word swamped. He also echoed exactly what the English had argued in the 1600s, that the unfit would either starve or be executed for some crime, so sending them to be sterilized was as humane as being sent to the colonies was centuries before. Now, it was not until after World War II that the United States finally had a stable and large middle class, and politicians began to sing the praises that capitalism was the source of a class society. Yet amid the rapid rise of home ownership of the suburbs in the 1950s and 1960s, the latest incarnation of the American dream, a controversial housing option emerged, the trailer park. As the civil rights movement grew, segregation was more than strictly a racial issue. Zoning laws made it inevitable that housing would adhere to a class-delineated geography. Now, the trailer is a conflicted American cultural symbol. It can represent untethered freedom or a tin can, a small, cheap, confined way of life. At its worst, the trailer park is associated with liberty's dark side, a deviant, dystopian wasteland on the fringes of the metropolis. Trailer trash was first identified in the southern war camps of Mississippi and Alabama in World War II. And one of those war camps was right here in Mobile. The term circulated nationally in the 1950s as similar enclaves formed around the country. In far-off Arizona, as this photograph shows, trailer trash suddenly became equated with squatters. They were found in weedy areas, and some with outhouses right in the front yard. In the late 50s, more mobile homes were built than prefabricated homes. Yet municipalities continued to look down on them. In 1962, in an important New Jersey court case, the majority ruled that a rural township could prohibit trailer parks within its limits. Quote, trailer dwellers had become a recognized class, one subject to discrimination. Owners of mobile homes were now classified under the law as, quote, footloose, a footloose nomadic people, migratory paupers. They were vagrants once more. By 1968, only 13% of mobile home owners held white-collar jobs. A sizable percentage of those who lived in the poorer trailer parks came from rural, mainly southern areas. Families that could not afford to buy a new trailer were buying or renting depreciated, that is, secondhand, third-hand trailers. A new used market for trailers had emerged, what two sociologists called hillbilly havens, that cropped up on the periphery of cities in the Sun Belt, the Midwest, and elsewhere. Scattered along highways, often near railroad tracks, rundown trailer parks were barely distinguishable from junkyards. Trailer trash had become America's untouchables. Now, despite the automatic assumption, class has never been simply about income or financial worth alone. It has been fashioned in bodily terms. Dirty feet and tallow faces remain signs of delinquency and depravity. To live in a shack, a hovel, a shebang, or in Shedtown, or in a trailer park, is to live in a place that never acquires the name of home. As transitional spaces, unsettled spaces, they contain occupants who lack the civic markers of stability, productivity, economic value, and human worth. And our valued urban spaces have become modern-day wastelands. We also really have never had a democracy in this country. I'm sure that's not shocking to everyone here. But what's interesting is that it was an Australian observer in 1949 who noted that Americans tolerate huge disparities in wealth, but they require of their political figures to use democratic statecraft. And what that means, what they want from their democratic leaders is to give them high-sounding rhetoric, and they also want their political leaders to dress down, to pretend to be one of them. And you may not have thought that this isn't just a new phenomenon, but it's actually a much older phenomenon. Today, we have politicians who dress down to go to barbecues, head out to hunt game. They are seen wearing blue jeans. This is something that Jimmy Carter was known for, was wearing blue jeans, camouflage, cowboy hats, Bubba caps, all in an effort to come across as ordinary people. But presidents and other national politicians are anything but ordinary people after they are elected. Disguising that fact is the real camouflage that distorts the actual class nature of state power. But real white trash Bubbas raise different fears. In his run for the office of the presidency, William Jefferson Clinton's enemies were ruthless in painting him as white trash, unworthy of the highest office. He was considered a pauper compared to the Republicans' beloved prince, Ronald Reagan. He embodied certain stereotypes, his cholesterol-rich dining habits, and a grinning, still campaigning Clinton was photographed with a mule named George. Arkansas was ranked 47th in per capita income in 1992, and its legacy as a state scarred by redneck benightedness lingered on. Clinton, I know you young people probably don't remember any of this, Clinton actually drew on the ghost of Elvis And Elvis was a Mississippi sharecropper son, able to shed a lot of the toxic meaning of white trash and be considered cool. So Clinton drew on Elvis to help get elected by swinging his way into office by playing the Heartbreak Hotel on his saxophone for the Arsenio Hall show. And he invoked all during the campaign, kept invoking Elvis all over again. And actually, what?
Secret Service.
Yes, yes, and it made it made the Republicans furious throughout the whole thing. Now, the attacks on Clinton continued after his inauguration. In 1994, journalist Bill Maxwell of Florida, an African American, said he thought he knew why. It was Clinton's earthiness, his southernness, was seen as being bred into him by his mother, Virginia. She had published a memoir, and her story was grim. Her mother was a drug addict. Her childhood was one of deprivation. She had been beaten by one husband, and she was married 4 times. Her appearance borrowed from trailer trash, and this is how Maxwell described her. She had a skunk stripe in her hair, elaborate makeup, colorful outfits, and a racing form in hand. In the eyes of his enemies, said Maxwell, Clinton was his mother's son, a kind of bastard breed that fell short of representing, quote, the right pedigree for a U.S. president. Not surprisingly, the Monica Lewinsky impeachment scandal fit this profile of reducing Clinton's life to a pulp fiction story about trailer trash. Special prosecutor Ken Starr's famous report mentioned sex 500 times. High crimes and misdemeanors was equated with lower class lewdness. Now today, of course, we have reality TV, an industry in white trash voyeurism, relying as well on the vaudeville tradition. A commentator remarked on the popular Duck Dynasty, set in Louisiana. All the men looked like they stepped out of a Hatfield-McCoy conflict to smoke a corncob pipe. And exactly that's where they got their look from. Giving up their polo shirts and their golf clubs, the Robertson men were kissing cousins of the comic Ritz brothers in the 1938 Hollywood film Kentucky Moonshine. Now, we today are no less consumed with pedigree than any time before. Computer dating finds class-specific partners. Ivy Leaguers register at goodgenes.com to find appropriate matches. The very inventor of computer dating in 1956 got his start as a leading authority on eugenics. And nothing, as sociologists tell us, is a better predictor of a person's success in 2015 than your class background. Now, Duck Dynasty may be a cheap and only slightly less scripted remake of the Beverly Hillbillies, but its attempt at humor masks the anxiety viewers have over their own dubious pedigree. It also gives the false message that redneck roots are no longer a barrier to advancement, when in fact the class divide only grows wider. My point of what I'm trying to point out here is that white trash is a central, if disturbing, thread in our national narrative. The very existence of such people, both in their visibility and attempts to mask them and make them invisible, is proof that American society obsesses over the mutable labels we give to neighbors we wish not to notice. They are not who we are, but they are who we are and have been a fundamental part of our history, whether we like it or not. Thank you.
Yeah, man. There you have it. That's it. Eisenberg. Yo, like I said, man, when we're talking about the system that's in place, you know what I'm saying? It's just, once again, the propaganda that it's only us in certain narratives, you know what I'm saying, that they're painting, that it's only us. And these narratives have put us in this position. You know what I'm saying? Economically, in the past 100 years, we pointed out that we we have lost a complete and utter foothold on any economic foothold, and that because we lost billions of acres of land. However, we lost it, taxes, war, displacement, whatever the case may be, eminent domain, all the stuff or whatever. You know what I mean? So these things have happened throughout history. These are things that need to be corrected. Not, you know what I'm saying? We're all emotional about certain things. You know, we need to get this land back. So it is about land ownership. You know what I'm saying? And building something. You know what I'm saying? We are not doing that as a people. Other people are coming here and building. Immigrants are coming in and building on top of our shit. Okay? And this is just what's happening. And because of we participate in their educational system that's eugenic, participate in every level from kindergarten to the doctorate program. So I don't come with your bullshit because the curriculum comes from their mind. They're just telling you this. This is what it is. This is their anxiety because there are inferior people. The inferior race of people will have to trick you to make you believe that you're not. You know what I'm saying? So when I come at you Pan Africans about the system that you're teaching a eugenic system, period, that comes from these people. No matter, even if it wasn't established until the late 1800s, you're using it in 2020. It's the problem. You know what I'm saying? It that's just what it is. So we don't have to go back and forth with this. You know what I'm saying? The system, things that you guys believe in, comes from the system. We got to talk about that. Um, and so that's just what it is. You know what I mean? Hold on one second. We got to talk about this as as we're talking about the root of the problem. Here's the root of the problem right here. This is it. Why are we looking around and going in other places and stuff and being all emotional? You know what I'm saying? The only way we're gonna get something done is if we know the truth and understand. You know, because like I said, we're allowing the media, just as usual, just like anything else, we allow the media to work people up, to work us up, to make us emotional, make us make irrational decisions like loading up and going down and voting or whatever people do. You know what I'm saying? That's impulsive or controlled action. Somebody controlled that action. Somebody said, you know what, this is from the fear that we instilling in them based off of these race soldiers that we put on them. They're not going to build anything. And I think it should be the opposite of that. We got to have another strategy. That strategy is not working. The fear, the allowing somebody to dictate your pain. That strategy is failed. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna have to have a different strategy when it comes to dealing with our people, dealing with this land, dealing with other people outside this community. But it starts internally first. So internally, we internalize all the negative stereotypes of ourselves. We'll rather support them, even though we know Gucci is a perfect example. There should be not one body that looks like us that supports Gucci. Period. No matter what they're saying, no matter what they're talking about, it should be never. Nobody should support this. You know what I'm saying? From that perspective. So we gotta do better, y'all. I want to go ahead and get into that other video. Like I said, it's gonna kind of tie together. We're gonna discuss, open up the panel. We're gonna discuss just the whole thing. You know what I'm saying? I definitely want to get into this. Well, it's not that long, yeah. Shout out to all my Moors. Yeah, like I said, man, all hands on deck right now. We need to see something that has never been done before. So if niggas is still talking about shit that was done 100 years ago, 200 years ago, 300 years ago, and we not doing nothing right now, 2020 and beyond, that's a problem. You know what I'm saying? So that's what the lost civilization in America, something like that, with the brother, the Morris brother. Can't think of the brother's name right now, y'all. Hold on one second, it's coming. Yeah, it's the sent it to you yesterday with that video. Yeah, it's Lost Civilizations in America. Let me go to the chat real fast. Seeing T1 Productions in there. Shout out to T1. Copper Color Soldier Salute. What else we got in here? ATF All Time Flat. Chief Copperfoot's in the building. Peace to the guys, man. Definitely appreciate y'all. Pull this video up. Hold on once. Yeah, it's Lost Cities, Lost Civilization in America. Or Lost, I don't think you might even say Africa. Lost Africa in America. I think that's the biggest thing. Okay. We'll go back to the chat room. Yeah, man. Peace, everybody, man. Hope y'all enjoying this, man. We're about to get into it. Nupri. I can't say that last one right there. It said Liberty's Dark Side. She's referring to Copper Color. Of course. I mean, there's a lot of coded language in what she was saying. Like I said, we're gonna definitely get into it. There was a lot of coded language, you know. But once again, there's no black law. Okay, that's social. All right, there's no white laws on the books. That's illegal. It's not a legal term. This is only social. Okay, and what these people are doing, they are literally writing a social agenda back in time. Hey, shout out to Amexum. We're gonna say fuck fair use, y'all, just for shits and giggles. But this is for educational purposes. Even the video before that, everyone was just go ahead and retro. Yeah. And like I said, Islam to all my Moors, man. Like I said, man, we need y'all to step up. That's what it is. Y'all got the information. There needs to be a plan attached to this fucking rhetoric that everybody's talking about. It's just not to shout to the Moors. That's to everybody that's doing this work. It's about America. It's America first. Then we can talk about everything else. So leave your little belief system at the table, whatever. We're gonna get into this and whatever. This brother did a great job. So let's go. Okay, I don't think we got sound.
People being here. In fact, that's one of the foundations of the Mormon Church, is that some of the writings in the Book of Mormon suggest that there was a Hebrew presence as some of the Hebrew people left and came to the Americas. But they also say there was an Egyptian link, because they talk about aspects of Egyptian culture being there as well. And and some people make fun of the Mormons, but the fact is, I give them credit for at least recognizing those two major truths. And it's also interesting to me that the name is Mormon because Mormon was Old Dutch for more, or Old German for more, right? And the angel Moroni.
Can we get a rewind? Can we get a rewind on this, brother? I think we missed something. Can we get a rewind?
There's enough evidence in different places, if people were willing to look, indicated that there clearly was a Colombian, African, and Asian that in the Americas. Why was it that in the Americas, popular history, folk history, typically said that there was a pre-Columbian, African, and Asian presence in the Americas? Others even talked about the ancient Hebrew people being here. In fact, that's one of the foundations of the Mormon Church, is that some of the writings in the Book of Mormon suggests that there was a Hebrew presence as some of the Hebrew people left and came to the Americas. But they also say there was an Egyptian link, because they talk about aspects of Egyptian culture being there as well. And some people make fun of the Mormons, but the fact is, I give them credit for at least recognizing those two major truths. And it's also interesting to me that the name is Mormon because Mormon was Old Dutch for more, or Old German for more, right? And the angel Moroni, right? The angel Mormon and the angel Moroni, or Moroni. So what I'm saying is there's enough evidence in different places, if people were willing to look, indicating that there clearly was a pre-Columbian African and Asian presence in the Americas, that you can find the remnants of that in language, in artifacts, in cultural practices, in primary sources coming even from Spanish and Portuguese and English and French explorers.
Oh no, did your game just get interrupted by an update? It's switching time to a Chromebook that updates automatically. Switch to updates without interruption. Switch to Chromebook.
It's a lie that this was the new world in terms of Europeans being the first to settle among the indigenous peoples or Native Americans here, and that prior to Columbus, there were no other settlements or trading arrangements or peoples coming in from Africa or Asia, right? So that clearly is something that is problematic when someone talks about the history of the Americas and they say the New World. So Columbus discovered America. No, Columbus didn't discover America. Columbus was responsible for opening up the Americas to permanent settlements coming primarily from Europe. But Africans had always been going back and forth. I'd even say, just to be clear, Native Americans were also going to Africa and to other parts of the East. So this international exchange of people and goods was occurring long before Columbus. The newness argument was largely put out, again, in the interest of Eurocentric hegemony, to create a false narrative that serves to justify this idea that Europeans discovered the Americas and therefore had some greater right to its domination. When I look at people like Ivan van Sertima, the late great Ivan van Sertima, and they came before Columbus, who of course outlined the connections between the Olmec people and ancient Kemet or Nubia, I should say ancient Kemet and Nubia, when he talked about these exchanges occurring all the way back to some 3,000 years ago, 3,000 plus years ago. And when he starts talking about this in the 1970s, there are others who are also making similar arguments. Barry Fell, who was a Harvard professor who wrote Saga America and America BC, also a PhD, also dedicated, in fact, I think his original area of study was zoology or invertebrate zoology, but he became fascinated as a scientist by all this evidence, these clear indications of a pre-Columbian ancient link between Africa and the Americas. Even the Smithsonian sent people to do expeditions. Matthew Sterling had gone in and found what he called Negroid heads. And all anybody has to do is to look at the Olmec heads and see that these are quote unquote Negroid or Africoid in appearance. But let me also say something about how insidious Eurocentric hegemony or so-called white supremacy is. Mexicans, Mexican scholars, Mexican laypersons as well, the average person, knew that these giant Olmec heads were throughout different parts of Mexico, Tres Zapotes and La Venta, and other areas. They looked at these heads and said they look like, quote unquote, negros or Africanos to us. What European anthropologists did was claim that these heads were stylized baby jaguar faces, or they were infantile stylizations to try to negate the fact that here's evidence of this pre-Columbian presence of Africans in the Americas. And Cyrus Gordon, who was also another scholar of Mesoamerica, right? The pre-Columbian Americas. And Cyrus Gordon, who basically looked at different artifacts and said there's clear evidence that there was exchange between Africans and Native Americans and Asians and Native Americans long before Columbus ever arrived. There was a documentary that came out in the early 90s. You're going to love the name of this one. It was called The Curse of the Cocaine Mummies. And in The Curse of the Cocaine Mummies, this documentary talked about how, for some reason, scientists were finding cocaine in the hair shafts of mummies. Now, they also found tobacco. You may know that in forensics, when people are tested,
Can we stop it right here? I got to speak on what he's talking about.
someone's been poisoned.
So,
Hair samples, because
so check this out.
anything that you ingest to eat will come out.
All right, so check this out real quick, right? So when he's just talking about mummies, so everybody just automatically assuming. Once again, I want to talk about his terminologies: Africans, Asians. You know what I'm saying? These terms didn't exist in this time period or whatever. So we have to be exact when we're talking about what we're talking about. Now I understand, you know, to make the distinction to let people know what we're talking about, but these terminologies matter. So when he's talking about these mummies, he's assuming, you know, we're talking about cocaine mummies, but that's America. We have older mummies in America. Mummification comes from America or whatever. But it's applied when we talk about mummies, we're talking about the cocaine that comes from America will be over there. And so we're talking about the hair shafts and things like that. So they're not talking about maybe the cocaine got in, like, or the tobacco got into the, you know, by the contamination, because they didn't contaminate it because they were wrapped in tobacco leaves. They had this in the hair follicles and stuff like that or whatever when they tested these people. So that lets you know that the trade from America to Africa, to Asians and things like that or whatever. So, and these things come from America. So just wanted to point that out. So I want to get back to it.
Now, they also found tobacco. You may know that in forensics, when people are testing, if a pathologist is testing to see if someone's been poisoned, they'll take hair samples, because essentially anything that you ingest to eat will come out in the hair, or say anything, or much of it, in terms of the chemical compounds or components. So they took samples of these different mummies. The person who did it was a woman named Dr. Balabanova, who I think she is a French scientist, although her name, obviously, Balabanova is not French, but she, in France, and she did this research looking at these mummies and was wondering why she was finding cocaine in mummies since there is no cocaine in Egypt. In fact, there's no cocaine known to grow in Africa, certainly not at that time. You're talking about 3,000 years ago and longer. You're talking about 2,500 years ago, etc. She took a sampling of different mummies to find that these mummies, obviously when alive, had ingested coca, the coca leaf. They also found high rates of tobacco, not African tobacco, American tobacco. So this automatically meant, so how are these people getting this? They got it because they were in trade. Nile Valley civilization was in trade with different indigenous peoples in the Americas. But the beauty of it, again, to make the point about the connection to Moorish science, no other mainstream organization of African Americans was discussing that. None. So the Moorish Science Temple is the only organization that has this as part of the official literature in the 1920s. Right? So the work that von Futenau was discussing, von Futenau doesn't put his work out until later. Von Futenau's earliest publications with regard to this, I think, are in the 60s and 70s. Leo Wiener, who was at Harvard, did talk about this in the 1920s, but it wasn't mainstream. It was just this lone Harvard scholar who's saying there was a connection between the Africans and the Americas before Columbus. Barry Fell is not writing about this until the 1970s, and others that are out there. Noble Drew Ali is putting this information out about the pre-Columbian African presence in the freaking 1920s. Come on, right? And the man doesn't get any credit? This is what is insane. Afrocentric scholars should be, in my estimation, really honoring this brother. Even if they're not a part of the movement. Say, look, I may not be part of the movement for whatever reason, but I'm here to tell you, this brother was the real deal as far as how did he know this? And not only how did he know it, but how honorable it is that he then took that information and put it out there for the people to have. So you could walk into a Moorish Science Temple and gain knowledge of this. And this area is actually eastern Panama and northwest Colombia. Names like Do Baida, Abe Beba, Aben Amici, Abreba, etc. seem to have a completely Moorish or biblical form. Now this is coming from Brasseur de Bourbourg, who was writing in the 19th century. That was part of an 1861 study. So to have things like this coming from European scholars who recognize that these names don't sound foreign to names that you understand are from the East, right? That coupled with other things, with other evidence, collectively is what pushes the case, right? And then, as I mentioned before, Maravitine, Marabios, Morabita, these are Native American names that European anthropologists and linguists would find, and they're going, that's odd. Why do these indigenous people have these names? Maravitine, Marabios, it's in reference to the Marabouts, or the Moabites. That's very odd, right? All of that, like I said, coupled with even references to the great expedition from Mali in the 14th century, where one of the Malian rulers, Abu Bakari II, who basically leaves with several hundred ships and sails for the Americas across the sea of fog and darkness, as some Arabic sources would call it. Well, why would he sail with so many ships unless he knew where he was going? He reports on the friendly Indians of Moronia, which was a province of Guyana, which is where, by the way, Ivan Van Sertima was from. He was from British Guyana. And Harcourt had described these Egyptian-like pyramids among them, and saying that a very high hill called Kalipani, fashioned like a sugar loaf or a pyramid, existed. So things like that are just reminding us again that when Europeans came here, they were finding evidence of things like pyramids here. In fact, I think it's Jack Forbes who basically says that there's so much about American history that we know so little of, meaning pre-Columbian American history. That because we haven't focused on that pre-Columbian American history. And I would say it's by design, because if you looked at it, the obvious connections to Africa, the obvious connections to Asia would come out. One of the other things that Van Sertima talked about in his book, They Came Before Columbus, was how there are Chinese accounts, Chinese records from the 11th, I think it's the 11th and 13th, 11th and 13th, or the 12th and 13th centuries, AD or CE, which talk about Chinese expeditions and African expeditions of trade that took them across the Atlantic, and meaning to the Americas.
Every time we've wanted change, we've marched for the right to vote, to organize, for the freedom to love, for choice.
Do they got that in Africa? Y'all just see that shit? That's America, Jack. Yeah, that's it on that. Yeah, man. Peace to the tribe, man. Hey, that was hey, salute. Like I said, Islam, that brother. Like I said, you say stuff like Native American, right? When you say Native American, fam, and you say certain words like Africa, is not, even if people like, if you're graduating in the whole Africa paradigm, at some point you start saying Kemet, start saying Al-Kabalan, you know what I mean? And so then these fools turn around and argue with us. But I'm asking, are you barbarians? Are you barbarian Americans? Are you Al-Kabalanian Americans? Because, Afri, you don't know where that comes from, because it's not indigenous. These key terms. You got to say key terms. If he'd have said, instead of Indian, not Indian, but Native American, and say Aborigine, we know specifically who we're talking about, because we know we're the Aborigine people of the planet. So no matter if somebody came here, when they came to this motherfucker, you was so-called Chinese, so-called African, so-called European, you came here and you met our ancestors. That's just what it is. You can respect it or check it. And nobody talks about Naya, Luzia, the little boy up in Montana. Nobody talks about that. These so-called smart guys talk about cocaine and mummies. We know good and goddamn well we was circumnavigating the planet for thousands of years. This is dumb. It makes no sense. It's dumb. to think that we waited to Christopher Columbus to come over here or to go over there. It's just dumb. Hey, shout out to Professor James Smalls. Y'all remember that? We got to pull that up too. But Professor James Smalls put out, said that Africans, because he comes from an African perspective, mind frame or whatever, right? He said that they've been coming to America for over 250,000 years. Shout out to 2 a.m., man. Wake up, wake up, wake up. It's 2 a.m. It's time, man. It's time. It's time for y'all. It's time to go hit weare2am.com, man. Support the real, y'all. That's all we got to say. And we're raising money to build something. We're hiring over here. We're doing things. We're partnering with people, man, for brand ambassadors, for sales reps. Man, we're looking for interns, engineers, everything, bro. Just holler at your boy, man. chiefholiday@gmail.com. Hit us up at weare2am.com, man. Hey, let's put the Aboriginal American Shoes commercial up. Shout out to my brother Libra Son. AmericanAboriginalShoes.com. Walk like a god and goddess. You know what I'm talking about? That's what it's about, man. You know what I'm saying? Supporting the real, y'all. Phil Knight used to run around them little canvas ass little Nikes. And next I look at it, he got Jordan and all type of shit on there. You know what I mean? So, and that's less than 100 years ago. So we got to have a thinking that not about ourselves, but about the future. You know what I'm saying? And that's just very important about the future, your future. You know what I mean? Motherfucker be like, yeah, my grandfather had a Bentley and this and that and this and that. You know what I mean? And they just got pictures. Right? You ain't purchase no land or acquire land, do certain things or whatever. Go back and get your family land. That's important to know who you are. Go back and trace these things back. That's another importance of genealogy and getting records to prove who you are and how these people took your land. So y'all know what? That happens over here. I don't know if this happened in any other, communities or whether people are getting things back. They're getting, repaired, getting restitution for things that have been taken from their ancestors. So that's just what it is, y'all. So, salute the real, man. Mr. Dixon is in the building. Peace, King. Zoe Hustle is in the building. Peace to the God, man. I'm about to put the link in the chat room, y'all. I definitely want to put this commercial up right now, y'all. Like I said, man, we want to support us, man. So, y'all already know, man. Get the exclusive Supreme Chiefs ones. Hit me up, chiefholiday@gmail.com, man. Get the tribal discount, y'all. We're in the building, you're not. Let's get it. I am your Sahab Chief Holiday, Supreme Chief Holiday. Let's get it, man. AmericanAboriginalShoes.com. Let's go. Walk like a god.
Let me see you put it to the beat, to the groove. Let me see you put it dress, set side fish. Let me see you put it to the beat, to the beat.
Yeah, man. It's AmericanAboriginalShoes.com. Walk like a god, man. Walk like a goddess, man. We're in the building, man. You're not. Let's go. Hey, man, y'all already know, man, those those Chief jerseys are out, man. If you're interested in getting you a custom jersey, hit me up at chiefholiday@gmail.com. Just keep it super simple, y'all. You know, personal number, name on the back. Holler at your boy, man. chiefholiday@gmail.com, man. Y'all see the shoes, man. Handcrafted. You know what I'm saying? From a mind of an Aborigine named Libra-Son. Shout out to Libra-Son, man. Y'all see it, man. Handcrafted, leather. You know, we got them gold bottoms over here. Y'all see them right there, man. Platinum bottoms. Yeah, man. It's just awesome, man. Awesome shoes. Y'all, like I said, man, I definitely want to do the Air Jordan 1s versus the Supreme Chief 1s. I think that'd be a dope comparison, y'all. So we definitely got to do that one, man. That's gonna be dope. But look, yeah, camouflage bottoms, y'all. It's just awesome, man. Blue bottoms, red bottoms, green bottoms. You know, we got everything over here, man. All the flavors. You know what I'm saying? And we're just gonna keep coming, man. So just be on the lookout for that, man. AmericanAboriginalShoes.com. When you copy your pair, man, make sure you get somebody who got you walking down the runway or something, walking like a guy. I say walking on water, y'all already know. You know what I'm saying? So that is what it is, yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah, man, it was dope right there, Libra. Y'all get it? Supreme Chiefs, 1s, gold bottoms, walking around this bitch like Montezuma. Y'all see the Chief jersey right there, custom. Get your Chief jersey. Yeah, man. Hit me up, chiefholiday@gmail.com, man. Them gray and blue ones is stupid. Black on black, stupid, as y'all already know, man.
Be quiet.
Huh? Let that marinate for a minute, y'all. Let that marinate for a minute. Leave it a black right there with the gold bottoms, son. Whoo! Sheesh! Sheesh! God! Damn! Yeah, man, that was stupid, bro. God. Nah, man. Nah, Money Grip. Hey, man, new flavors coming, man. Y'all already know, man. It's like Baskin Robbins on this motherfucker. God damn. Sheesh. Gold bottoms, man. Get your gold bottoms, man. All right, your boy, man. Supreme Chief Holidays in the motherfucking building. If you're not, you just lost. Don't worry about it. You'll be all right. It's all good. Savalas McDaniel is in the building. OCO, thank you for coming, man. We definitely appreciate it. Yeah, man. Appreciate y'all, man. Yeah, and y'all already know, man. First American Council, man. Salute to the First American Council. If you haven't joined the First American Council, please do, man. We're gonna put the link in the chat room, and y'all hit up Sister Miss Gretchen Helm. She would definitely direct you in the right direction, man. Y'all already know, man. The tour. We're gonna put the flyers up next. Well, list the first flyer, because we already got the jersey and the shoe up there. So yeah, so salute to everybody, man. We definitely appreciate y'all, man. We're gonna get back into the build. I'm gonna put the link in the chat room, man, and yeah, man, let's get to this thing, man. I think it was a great build, man, and you know, some things that we've seen. So you know, us coming in and be able to you know, put our thing on top of it, man, and make sure, you know, that our people get the right understanding of what we're hearing. Is like I said, that brother's a super smart brother, man. Salute to him. But like I said, you can't say Native American. And like I said, going back and forth, you know, with MBK and those guys over there, man. Like I said, salute to Rob Bourne, Allen, Apache Brown, right? You know, because he could tell me, right, based off of stories that come from his actual people that he come from, right, that the tribe he comes from here in America, like we all can, right? Nobody can tell you the tribe. Like we all just lost that, right? We don't know that. Nobody was proud enough to keep that side of them. You know what I'm saying? So I just think it's disingenuous when you guys try to say that. So yeah, let me put this link in the chat room, yeah, man. Peace to the guys, man. Gold is in the motherfucking building. Yeah, man. Get your exclusive Chief Billy apparel, man, at weare2af.com. Weare2af.com, man. Yeah, man. Let's get it. Y'all already know what it is, man. It's your Sahab. It's your Sahab. What's happening, y'all? Peace to the tribe, man. We definitely appreciate everybody, man, that's tuning in. Yeah, man. Shit. What it do? Links in the chat room, man. We're gonna be talking about this white trash book. Hey, you know, I don't want y'all to say white people no more. Anybody that's participating in that, just understand that you're talking about waste people. You know what I'm saying? That's new rule. Like Bill Maher, I'm gonna take that from you, Bill. Shout out to him. New rule. No more white people. It's waste people. So, and if you can't say that, shut your goddamn mouth. Absolutely. Absolutely. We're gonna get into that tonight. Um, um, I wanted to yeah, but I definitely want to talk about this before we get into the to that, y'all. I'm gonna put this flyer up. Afro, not Afri. Yeah, there's a difference. You know, we're talking about Afro, even if Afro American, it just means natural. And so they like to play little word games and changing little stuff around and stuff like that or whatever, you know. But Africa is not indigenous, it's not natural to the so-called continent of Africa, right? So whenever they tell us where it come from and be able to explain this, I don't want to hear nothing about a book you got or anything. I want you to go pull up some bones that you identify yourself with 10,000 BC in West Africa or any Africa for that matter. You know what I'm saying? Please do that for me. While y'all over here talking about DNA tests and stuff, that's disqualification. In my book, you cannot talk about DNA over here, my nigga. I'm just gonna let you know. I don't even allow it in any conversations that have anything to do with smart people. We do not talk about DNA. So do not allow these clowns to do that. Don't allow these clowns to tell you that anything they talk about comes from daddy, right? A sky daddy, a waste people. This is what these niggas follow, waste people. Fuck what you talking about. And that's just what it is. And there's a bunch of gatekeeping ass niggas that participate in that as well and push the thing. So you niggas is waste people. You wasting your whole motherfucking life away. You know what I'm saying? And you in the goddamn way. How about that? You know what I'm talking about? We're in the building, you're not. Get your mind right. Yeah, let's put that flyer up, yo. Get that going. Yeah, man. Shout out to everybody, man. Tuned in, man. Links in the description, or links in the chat room, rather. Y'all see the flyer, man. Salute to everybody, man. Flyer's awesome. American Council, 2 a.m. presents America First Tour, y'all. Peace and prosperity, y'all. So yeah, that's what we on. Yeah, for more information or let's slide through y'all city, y'all territory, man. Hit me up at chiefholiday@gmail.com, or I think it's Run with the Bull 2020 at gmail.com. Got a few up in there, man. Hit us up, man. Y'all already know what it is, man. Direct to us, man. You know, we're accessible and we're here to build. So you got any ideas, you got anything going on, any business, y'all know we're here to help promote. You know what I'm saying? This is a tribal thing and we're here for everybody. So this is what it is, man. Expect that to check it. You heard? Run with the Bull, though. How about that? Yeah, so filming a movie, man. So hope y'all make the movie. You know, as well, man. Short film called Run with the Bull. See Saha, man. Y'all already know, man. Cowboys and Indians coming soon, man. Want to play a record, man. That's coming off the Cowboys and Indians, man. I wanna send a shout out to one of my big brothers, man. Just passed a week ago. Suddenly heart attack, man. Before he could fully see everything, man. Left 6 children. You know, a lot of people out there, man. So, I just want to send a shout out to my big brother, man. For the Green Gang, you know what I'm saying? Ricardo Royale, aka Cocoa Butter, aka Gangster Rick. He had a bunch of A-listers, y'all. You know what I'm saying? It was Green Gang, life. Y'all know what it is, man. Salute to the guy, man. One of the goats of this shit, man. You know what I'm saying? So y'all ain't never heard of Royal Flush, ain't never heard of Cocoa Butter. Anybody from D-Town, y'all already know what it is, man. So salute y'all in the building, man. So I want to definitely light up one for my big brother, Cocoa Butter. You know what I'm saying? And we're gonna get a record in here too, real soon, man. What was this I See Colors record? Let's do that. Smoke break, y'all. Take a smoke break. What you smoking on? Put that in the chat room, man. We got this what's this? Ice Cream Sunday. Ice Cream Sunday in the building. Y'all know, super excited. Super excited. Fridays is also fuck off Fridays. Y'all know what it is, man. Hey, man, we're gonna get some Ice Cube in tonight too, man. To the contract of Aboriginal America. We're gonna say Cube, but just turn it to say the Black American, First American, yo. So let's get that going.
Flying away, I'll come back down another day. I see color. This shit right here, nigga. I don't know why. I'm smashed out. Load the hanger, whoop the bank up. Do the ski mask out. In the trees when they sleeping, gang green is in these streets breaking guap. We got gray and yellow bombers, bending knees, getting cheese up with ease. We cash the pants down. I'm the highest even as an athlete. I stands out from football, hooping the boxing. I knock your ass out your guard. On the track, I pull your cord. I knock your ass out the court. Baseball, hot bras, apple bottom, Chevrolets, candy apple riding, blade chopping over the Everglades. I'm a straight rider. I really can't deny it. I ain't color struck, I'm color blinded. I'm so Southern California minded. New Jersey drive with it, Texas reside. I get you buried alive in it. I can see the skies, take it from the cloud and dive in it. I'm higher than E-Dub, need a cup of mud. Real taste, real still, it really feels like I'm flying away. I'll come back down another day. This shit right here, nigga. This shit right here, nigga. I'm so high. I'm buzzing from fucking with my cousins. Remember that bud that you was cutting for that you was loving? That's nothing. That's nothing. It's nothing. That shit is nothing. This shit right here, nigga. This shit right here, nigga. I push Poco Rio de Janeiro, nigga. Wow. I'm out of there. I'm so really not here. I can't feel my underwear. Can't even hear my ears. Whoa, I'm insane in the membrane. I'm the gangster Chris Angel. I'm so David Blizzane. I see more colors than the rainbow. On my cellular, it's Justin Fontaine. Yo, what's green with you, bro? I'm on my way over to pop some weed with you. Whoa, CM3 customer you're trying to reach is unavailable or busy or has traveled outside of the greater area of the city. I'm so high on life, bro. It feels like I'm flying away. I'll come back down another day. I see colors. This shit right here, nigga. This shit right here, nigga. I am so high. If you take a look up, you'll see me. Sorry, just exploring and surf on with AT. My wings done ruined, and I've been losing feathers all week. See, I'm like AT&T. I'm roaming with my 3 G's and we walk around with pregnant money clips and green sneaks. Can't forget the buzz. How touch me, I cut your thumbs off. Early this morning for the roosters, even broke sleep. I flew a sweet, got geeked and headed for the mountain peak. Punched a couple ass trucks, make the Martians get under me. Show these fools my altitude as they taught me. I lost the shit, load of nerves, ain't a whole lot of words. Now my lungs is filled with perp and they looking like crumbs to me. Pieces of the pill got my attitude like fuck you. High on by money, so no telling what me gon' do. And it feels like I'm flying, I'm seeing colors, wishing I was back on the ground. I'm so high, flying away. I'll come back down another day. This shit right here, nigga. This shit right here, nigga. My shit colors. So high.
Green Gang. Shout out Justin Fontaine, Ricardo Royale. Green Gang's in the building. I see colors. Single coming off the up and coming Cowboys and Indians. Return of Doc Holliday. Legends never die, motherfucker. How about that? So let's get it, man. See if anybody's on command. No. Okay. Let's see that, man. So you, hold on one second. Then we're gonna get another song in here too, y'all. One minute. We get to talk my shit. Then another commercial break. Right now. Then talk my shit. Shout out to A-State Band Runners, y'all. Yeah, band runners.
Stutter, my brother was happening. Let me talk my shit, talk my shit. Let me talk my shit, talk my shit. Let me talk my shit. Hey, let me talk my shit. Hey, let me talk my shit. Hey, let me talk my shit, talk my shit. 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 Let me talk my shit. Hey. Let me talk my shit. Smooth big nigga, no bitch. Yeah, I got the guap in the fit. Yeah, bear on the game with lit. Let me talk my shit, my shit. Smooth big nigga, no bitch, no bitch. I got the guap in the fit. Bear on the game with lit. I might just fuck on your bitch. Yeah, she might just fuck on the click. Yeah, cause the bitch know we the shit. Yeah, cause the bitch know that we lit. Every your mom clan shit, fuck all the fuck run up the bands quick. I'm smoking money talking like that's why these niggas ain't saying shit. I hated being in the stand, but I had to spectate some shit. You hated yeah, more dicks in this bitch. Shrek in this bitch. Got green like Shrek in this bitch. Arms up, flex in this bitch. DJ Khaled best in this bitch. All the mob get on the list. Nike symbol deck me a bitch. Crash dump and wreck me a bitch. Full clip on deck in this bitch. Armor strikes a long time ago. She think I'm a rep in this bitch. Headshot, dead shot, red dot. You don't need a vest in this bitch. Sick of mama, get me a bitch. Foul play the deck in this bitch. Aiming, I'ma wet me a bitch. Zoom out, jet in the bitch. 421, roll up the dough. Bill gon' pull me up a foe. Easter pink, pour a little more. They gon' have to get me off the floor before they hit the liquor store. Godzilla open up the yo. Styles gon' shoot the video. While I'm in the bitch spinning flow. Back to back like a replay. Stack bread, stand out the way. My little nigga shooting broad day. Wrong with sticks like a relay. If it's pressure, they won't hesitate. Send a nigga up the heaven gates. Keep your ass cut, look a snake. Cause it might be a nigga in your face. Applying pressure just a little more. Hood nigga good where I go. Draco with the wood on the floor. Safe with that hood for the low. All my niggas known for getting it in. Hard body won't fold a bid. Hit the block, might spin again. Freak my niggas locked in the pen. Let me talk my shit. Talk my shit. Let me talk my shit. Talk my shit. Let me talk my shit. Hey. Let me talk my shit. Hey. Let me talk my shit. Hey. Let me talk my shit. Talk my shit. 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 Let me talk my shit. Hey.
All right, man. A-State band runners. Bill Chamberlain. Talk my shit, man. Y'all know what it is, man. Let's get it. Yeah, man. Mr. LV, what it do? 021. Shout out to band runners, man. Y'all go check them out, man. That's A-State band runners. Talking about shit, man. Hey, you know, I know like I said, man, we've been having some discourse with the brothers, and like I said, we would hope that these brothers are gonna catch up. Dopey, Snow, what it do? Hopefully they're gonna catch up. You know what I'm saying? And this is about. Catching up. We show the scientific evidence. You know what I'm saying? That's something that nobody can get away from. It's about evidence, having the evidence, not stories, right? And anytime that the motherfucker is reading to you something about 16, 17, 1800s or whatever, right? A lot of times, not a lot of times, all the time, they're not reading you an actual rendition. Once again, they're reading you a remix single. Shout out to my brother Hanu L, aka a Thompson's one. We talk about, you know, them putting out this shit. You know what I'm saying? They put these images out. They put certain conversations out in the air. You know what I'm saying? And our people bite them. You know what I'm saying? So this is what we're talking about. That concept. You know what I'm saying? That they continue to push that narrative. You know what I'm saying? You know. So yeah, we gotta do better as a people, man, when it comes to telling our story. You know what I'm saying? So. And we allow people to deflect their story on us. You know what I'm saying? We didn't come here. We've been here. You know what I'm saying? And that's just a key thing or whatever, right? It was interesting. I was talking to the brothers, whatever. And they like to say, well, you know, they're Africans and Americans, right? And that we shouldn't just focus on one. Well, okay, well, you guys only focus on the one that you don't know about. Think about what I'm saying. They're telling us not to just focus on being Americans. When we're in America, when they know good and goddamn well we've all been socialized away from being Americans. Let's be clear. Like the African American thing is a made up term. It is not legal. It's nothing. Nobody from the continent comes in and calls themselves African Americans. So it's a goddamn shame that we allow ourselves to politically be called these things, socially be called these things, economically be placed in the black side of the thing, based off of these concepts and these conversations. Then and these people who have created policies for us put these you know things out there, then we enforce them. I just think it's just really stupid. You know what I'm saying? And we can go through history and show where they change these things for their economic, social, political power. Goddamn. They turned us into the Slavs, into the slaves. That's a fact. But because you believe in it, that it happened the way they're telling you the story, you're comfortable living in this economic situation for yourself, this social economic for yourself. You know what I'm saying? And it's just what it is. You know, I want to put up the Folly of Colonization by the elder Frederick Douglass, right? The ancestor Frederick Douglass, man. We talk about, you know what I'm saying, it's very important for us to focus. You know what I'm saying? When we talk about primary, I'm going to show you a primary, something that we can actually say that he said out his goddamn mouth. A quote. See how that works? Rob Owen, Danny the Colonized. Cologne comes from colonize. It's short for colonize. It's Cologne, colonize. He's colonized. His mind's colonized, brother. You're colonized. Danny the Colonized, right? So you're going to give us a colonized rendition of this story, right? This is what we're talking about. So we try to figure this out, you know, like what, like I really want to figure this out. Like, okay, you guys give a rendition, you give a story that's given to you by the people that you say you're working against, and it's the same story that the eugenicists have. It's the same story. You're having the same talking points. So when you're calling somebody an African, you're taking them away. So if you're telling us that we shouldn't be focused on American stuff, when that's what our ancestors, who we have the stories, we have the actual documentation. We're actually doing genealogical work in this community. Like that's just something that's happening. Like people are checking their own lineage. We can't go off of Alex Haley's rendition. We can't go off of Kunta Kinte, none of that shit. That's not your story. My story is not your story. We don't have the same story. None of us do. So we can't assume that that's everybody's story. Oh, boom, you're Native American. This, that. Oh, the story of the Native American is that, okay, well, y'all ran away from the plantations, right? Y'all all slaves and y'all ran into the arms of some fucking Native Americans. That's not true. That's not true. Period. Niggas run out here calling themselves Gullah Geechee and Seminole. These are the same people. Like these are made up terms once again in the 1800s. So y'all keep saying stuff you don't have a clue about. You don't have a clue. You're making shit up. It doesn't. It's not real. You know what I'm saying? So we talk about the ancestor Frederick Douglass. You know, we're gonna pull this up right here. Yeah, this is, y'all already know we fucks around with this right here. A little bit over here. You know, this is called a primary, okay, Robborn, not a typed letter from 1700s, bro. in a language that didn't speak in a time like no, that's not real, bro. That's not a primary. That's a rendition. That's a remix single. Paul McCartney wrote that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Y'all crazy as hell, man. Show me some real shit. Show me what they actually said. You see what I'm saying? And when I do my research on these so-called African societies, right? You know good and goddamn well they changed it in the 20th century, late 20th century, 1990s to African from Ethiopian and things of that nature. You know what I'm saying? So you know this. So when people say the certain stuff that they say, you know, you're being disingenuous. Or, you know what I'm saying? You guys are not growing. You know what I mean? You guys need to grow a little bit. Come on, you know what I'm saying? You can't stay stuck in the same information. You gotta have some more information. We're not gonna keep having the same information. We're gonna bring some new shit. You know what I'm saying? Time and time again. That's what we're talking about. We're gonna bring some new shit, but we gotta keep dusting off these old school things, right? You know what I'm saying? So, you know, we got a quote here. We got a quote right here, right now, right? You know what I'm saying? Quote. This is from Frederick Douglass from 1892 from a speech he did called Folly of Colonization. Folly of Colonization in 1894. Okay? You know what I'm saying? So this is 1894. That's not that long ago. It's probably some people that still living, right? I know some people still living that was born before 1894. It was people still living. So it's not that long ago. It wasn't slave times because in your mind, because you haven't got out of slavery. You know what I'm saying? Even the last year when they set you free in 2019 for your 400-year slumber that you had. You know what I'm saying? So this is what we're talking about. We did not lose an economic or social or political foothold in this country 300 years ago. That's a lie. You understand? They did not bring you here 400 years ago. That's another goddamn lie. Okay? And we have tons of what you call primaries. Primary people saying who they were. So when you guys be saying shit like, oh, you guys don't have nobody saying who they are, you guys have a minority group of people who are pushing a political agenda that they was given to them by their masters. Like you can't be serious. You cannot be serious to say this to us. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah. Okay, so hold on, let me get to this right here, yeah. There's some glitches going on. All right, so we got a quote right here from the ancestor Frederick Douglass, right? 1894, from a speech called The Folly of Colonization, right? Now, this is what you call a primary. It's not like somebody, or I'm writing an essay on the folly of colonization, and then I'm giving you my rendition of this, right? Or somebody else outside of the community is giving us a rendition of what Frederick Douglass is. We're gonna have to do a whole build on the ancestor Frederick Douglass, right? So these guys say, oh, you guys are shitting on our ancestors. We only shit on the agents, my nigga. Don't tell us who the fuck we should say who's our heroes. Don't do that, because you're not putting motherfucking Absalom Jones or Richard Allen on no motherfucking murals. There's not one child gonna tell you that they're gonna go up to be motherfucking Richard Allen or Absalom Jones, bro. None of you niggas don't want to be them niggas. So stop telling us like these are our fucking heroes. Them niggas is agents. Them niggas worked for these people. Period. Now I'm not saying that this brother right here wasn't. I'm not saying that he wasn't a gatekeeper or whatever, but a lot of these gatekeepers are still like, fuck that, they're gonna tell you the truth. So we gotta take bits and pieces of things that we can do. You know what I'm saying? So that's just what it is. And I honestly, in my hearts of hearts, don't believe all the rhetoric in the stories, the rendition of the stories they're telling us, even when we talking about Frederick Douglass. You know what I'm saying? And all these other guys and whatever, they push them into be the great ones and to be this or whatever. You're the great ones. We created civilization. We gave life to the world because food is life. Medicine is life. We gave life to the world. So when you guys say the shit y'all say, y'all gotta watch y'all goddamn mouths. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Yeah, hold on one second. Okay, I'm back. Sheesh. Man, I'm having some technical difficulties over here, y'all. Hold on 1 second. Want to get to this following and colonization. Yeah, so hold on. Here we go. No, the Frederick Douglass thing. No, don't do that. Yeah, no, let's pull the Frederick Douglass stuff back up. And I'm going to go ahead and read that. Like I said, I was just trying to show these guys a primary source. This StreamYard is fucked over the battery. I need to plug it into a house charger or something. This car charger's not working. So I wanted to read this real fast. Put it on the screen, but I definitely want to read that. Uh, Hold on 1 second. Let's get back to this. Yeah, I actually like this quote. So, damn it. Yeah, I'm having some technical difficulties. So maybe that's bear with me. Okay. I don't want to work. Okay, here we go. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna blow it up a little bit, y'all. So you can see this a little bit. Damn it. Testing, testing, testing. Okay, I don't think I'm here. Damn it, man. Oh yeah. So yeah, we're gonna get this. We're gonna get to read this real fast, y'all. 1 second. Bear with me, man. All right. So this is a quote from the ancestor. Damn it. Frederick Douglass. Oh my God. I'm trying to blow it up, and every time I touch it, it does something. Hold on 1 second. Okay. Okay, I think I got it now. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Yeah, 1 second. Okay, so we say, quote, this is 1894 now. So 1894, 1994, that's 100 years. So 1894, Frederick Douglass is what he said. You know what I'm saying? It's a quote. We have a fight on our hands right here. Not a damn thing is in front of a fight for the redemption of the whole race. A blow struck successfully for the Negro in America is a blow struck for the Negro in Africa. Okay, now that everybody's sound because he kind of got like this, you know, this whole race, like we all the same race of people, or whatever. And people say, see right there, it'd be like, okay, this is the whole race, da da da. Okay, well let's keep going. Let's keep examining that. So of course, if he's speaking English, that means that he's been taught in somebody's school. Do you understand that somebody? Remember, we said that this band has been compromised. This is what it is. All right. So for until the Negro is respected in America, he need not expect consideration elsewhere. All this native land talk, however, is nonsense. The native land of the American Negro is America. I'm going to say this again. I'm going to say this so everybody can understand this, right? This is a quote from the great ancestor, Frederick Douglass. He said, the native land of the American Negro, aka the American Aborigine, right, is America. His bones, his muscles, his sinews are all American. I'm going to say this little part again. The native land of the American Negro is America. His bones, right? Now, speaking of bones, the oldest bones in Florida are Negroes. The oldest bones in Georgia are Negroes. Alabama, California, Mexico, Brazil, Britain are Negroes. I mean, I don't understand why this is a thing for people to keep having these conversations all the time. You say dumb shit all the time. I'm going to say this again. The native land of the American Aborigine is America. His bones, his muscles, his sinews are all American. It took muscles to build America. Our ancestors' blood, sweat, and tears is American. Y'all not gonna tell us we way from over here. We hate ourselves when we built this motherfucker. We built the most powerful country on the planet. Are you serious right now? That made all you Africans and everybody else want to come here. Fuck is wrong with you? And you got a nerve to walk around with y'all nose up like y'all arrogant. You have a colonized mindset. Do you understand this? You niggas is colons. You niggas is colonized niggas, bro. That's what it is. This nigga said the native land of the American Aborigine is motherfucking America. Goddamn. So when y'all say all this, in 1894, Native Americans and African Americans did not exist. This brother would have not identified himself as a Native American or an African American. He is an American. Negro is a class, a scientific classification. According to the science, the Negro is the oldest bones in the goddamn ground. I think I'm gonna drop the mic on this, y'all. Like, I don't even know what more to say. The folly of colonization. You have a folly mind. Your mind has been fucking colonized. That's it. That's all. You know what I'm saying? It's the folly of colonization. Your mind has been colonized, yo. This is what it is. You know what I'm saying? We can go back and forth, but at the end of the day, you know, the shit speaks for itself. You know what I'm saying? You know, when it comes to this, man. Captain America's in the building. Seen Cap in there. Yeah, man. Yeah, remember having a few little differences over here. We got Eighth Line in the building, man. Salute, Eighth Line. Make sure I get everybody. Solamine, Oseo. I think that's an Empress. Terrian Fields. All right, Terrian. Yeah, I know. Big Sis is in the building. Empress Hobart. Peace. He said we could sell 1.3 trillion of other people's shit. Facts. The chosen one. I like my brother. He's definitely a young entrepreneur. Hey man, definitely, I'm definitely gonna be down there. Holler at you, brother. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna get it in. We'll hit you up tomorrow. Tight Sam's in the building. That's what's up, man. Definitely appreciate y'all, man. Appreciate everybody that rocked out with us tonight, man, and got this information, man. Daniel Park, what's up, bro? Look up White Cargo. Yeah, we did a build on White Cargo a few times. That's definitely a good one. When we talk about that, just the records speak for themselves. When they was here, and and a lot of times, if two or three of them here, they act making it seem like it was just so many of them, and they was overwhelming everything. And they write their racial bullshit, and they throw that back in the past too, y'all. So yeah, we gotta be careful of all this dumb shit. But you can't allow it to happen today in 2020. That's the whole point of all this whole thing, is we cannot allow this shit to happen for us in 2020. Okay, you cannot go on television and display weakness. It's too much. It's never gonna get a result that you want. They're showing these things happening to buck break you. Okay, they're buck breaking you. This is the thing. Like, this is a psychological. I'm using the term that they're using. You know what they're doing? It is to keep you scared, keep you in perpetual fear, to where you have fear in your womb, fear in your motherfucking sperm cells. You dig what I'm saying? You got fear in your balls, nigga. Fuck is wrong with you? You gonna die anyway, bro. Like, fuck. You gonna get out of here anyway. I'm never gonna tell this one right here to bow the fuck down. Fuck the police. Okay? I'm gonna say this again so everybody can understand. Your brother, Supreme Chief Holiday, I would never teach y'all this bullshit. I would never psychologically come on here and perpetuate the same stereotypes, the same bullshit, the same dumb shit, scientifically or anything else that these people are pushing on our people, y'all. This is all social. So suicide, bro. We talk about menticide, all that, but we talking about suicide. We do it to ourselves. We don't have to accept shit. There's no other community gonna accept no bullshit. You know what I'm saying? From nobody else outside their community. They're gonna go see somebody. Some ninjas gonna be jumping out of bushes. Some type of shit. Motherfucker jihad. Motherfucker gonna be that shit gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? And it's time out for us to just allow the media to push us in a state of perpetual victimhood and fear and bro, I hate to see it. Like, it's crazy. Like, we gotta stop it. You know what I mean? So yeah, man, we're just gonna get into this Ice Cube joint. Then we gotta come back. I think I want to come back for sure. No, we just come back to this more. This is charging. Damn it. Yeah. So we definitely appreciate y'all. Shout out to all the haters too, man. We appreciate you. Real spit. You know what I'm saying? But that's a primary. Hanu L is in the building. Peace, brother. What's going down? Hanu. Can y'all hear me? Hanu. A1. Nah, you muted. Yeah, A1 in the building, yeah. A1 from day one has entered the building. Yeah. Uh, yeah. So we were don't look like we're gonna be going nowhere. So we're gonna get into this Ice Cube tonight, man. We talk about. I wanted to really do it by itself. You know what I'm saying? It won't be a part of a long ass video, but you know, I guess we could touch on it a little bit tonight, y'all. Because when we talk about like why do words matter? Why are we changing the contract for Black America to the contract for First Americans, right? And and we could go through and kind of highlight some of the word changes that need to happen. You need to throw black and throw it in the trash. It needs to go in the trash. Okay. You only need to speak words that will invoke power spells, like would make you feel powerful and not less than. Okay. Even when when you're looking for a black budget, right? For instance, we're talking in the a realm of anything else, uh, you already begging and you already anticipating a smaller budget as opposed of something bigger. You know what I'm saying? You already anticipating a smaller budget or inferior school systems and stuff like that, whatever. And that was the conversation of Nancy Eisenberg when she was talking about, like, yeah, she's specifically targeting this specific group of people, but this specific group of people literally went through these situations, literally went through these chains. And I'm saying that the majority of pale Europeans that have migrated and have descendants here in America descend from waste people. That's what I'm saying.
Mhm.
You heard?
That's a fact.
Ahanu Kihel is in the building. Peace to the guy. And that's not a disrespect because we just heard it from them, right? We're just talking about a actual factual thing as opposed of a made up Kunta Kinte ass story, right? You know what I'm saying? We talk about crackers and shit like that or whatever, and these terms, these derogatory terms. Niggas is so crazy. We'll even take their derogatory terms and throw them back on us to you know what I mean? So yeah, brother, you got the floor, man. I know you're definitely familiar with white trash in this whole conversation. Before we get into the contract for the First Americans, you know what I'm saying, with Ice Cube. Let's go ahead, brother.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, they got a bunch of list of names and shit. All of the names that's local, rascal, scoundrel, dirtbag, all that shit came from them, man. But then, like I said, man, the history checks out, man. So I don't want to hear none of you niggas talk about you were slaves. If these niggas go around here, if these fake Indians running around here teaching and shit, and they ain't telling you we wasn't slaves, and they ain't telling you you had Negroes that owned land from the whole time they supposed to be slaves, then I don't know what the fuck to tell you. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, ain't too many people pushing that type of information and showing you that or whatever. Went through a whole fucking book of black slave owners that you gotta understand this too, right? I'm starting to figure this is what I'm starting to figure out, right? If a black free man, or like let's say an Aborigine, right? If he had a baby with one of these white slaves, the child would be a slave too. This is the reason why you see, mulatto. That's the reason why they're using these fucking terms, because the child would be a fucking slave too, unless the father emancipated him, Now this shit's starting to really make sense to me, because they're talking about white people. They're not talking about black people. Even when I was reading that book by Carter G. Woodson, and it was saying that sometime if they had a woman and they found that woman to be unruly, then he can sell her to be a slave to somebody else. And then if he emancipate the kid, because they talking about black men who had babies with white women that were slaves already. And then the babies will be slaves, bro. That's the reason why a lot of these cases you see, he was a mulatto, or he was a brown person. Or if think about it like this, if the baby came out looking brown and they knew that the mother was white, that baby would still be a slave. That's the reason why we confused with this whole shit. We confused with the whole thing of what's going on. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these motherfuckers, and I'm not telling you all of us, because in some cases you had a lot of these And Yafa used to always say this shit, and I didn't understand it until I started to do the proper research on my own. And she used to always say how you had these white slaves who used to run away and come to our town, and we used to take them in. And in a lot of cases, they send the slave hunters after them. Which, when you did see that nigga Big Along in Harriet Tubman, that's a real true story. Because the bounty hunters was Aborigines. They wasn't no fucking white people. They used to pay us to go find them. They're white slaves, bro. They're white slaves. But see, when they hit you with the remix, they gonna put you in there, then you think that, oh, this guy was running. No, Money Grip. These people, they was bought here. They was enslaved.
Wait. A1, bro, you sound self-hating right now. You sound like a self-hating slave. We the only slaves, brother. We the only people ran away, remember?
Man, listen,
whoa. The first story they talk about and the second story they talk about slaves run away. 2 white boys run away with one nigga, and the nigga the only one that become a perpetual slave along with us forever. Y'all said his word?
And when was that written, though? Was that written after Reconstruction? So you got to see when this shit was written.
That shit was written in 1982.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. You gotta see that, and like I said, I put a lot of information out there from me just going through certain documents, and some of that shit wasn't right and exact. And I'm gonna have to go back and revisit some of my information. And that's a lot of people in this fucking so-called community. Because we're reading it from it takes time to be able to break and really break all this shit down. Say, wait a minute, bro. How you got all these black slave owners at the same time, and you telling them, oh, we were slaves all the way up until 1865, but you got the biggest slave owner in the goddamn South, which was a nigga. And if you tell people that, they don't believe. They like, man, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. And like I said, man, the real enemy is ignorance. Shout out to my brother Hakeem Bey. Because like I said, whether you get along with the Moors or you don't get along with the Moors, they're the first nigga saying that the word Slav is slave. The slaves came from Slavs, man. And then we never fact checked that and never did the research. And well, wait a minute. Let me read the definition of what a slave is. We have read the definition 100 motherfucking times, and people still don't fucking get it. And even when you deal with, like I said, man, the gig is up, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, the gig is up, man. You know, Ahanu Kiel, shout out to all the Aborigines, North, South, Central, for joining islands, bro. All the brothers and sisters, man. You know what I'm saying? You know, man, and, you know, at the end of the day, make sure you do your proper research. Don't fact check me. I'm a god. Like I'm learning just like everybody else at the same point in time. Too bad some of us is just too far in the game. My niggas was running around playing in their ass. Niggas was doing their research on this. Don't be mad at me because you motherfuckers was ripping and running, doing some fuck shit. My niggas was trying to find their creed and trying to find themselves. Don't get mad at me because you late to the game, you niggas. You fuck niggas. Don't get mad at me. It's not my fault. It's not my fault that I took time out to educate myself on my people. Or I took time to listen to certain things to build a different perspective. None of these Pan-Africans want to debate me. That's a fact. That's a fucking fact. I agree. Listen, you go get motherfucking whoever you want to go get. I will tear him a new asshole. Any of these Pan-Africans. None of them want to debate me. None of them. I got enough resources to prove it. I'm not going to get stuck like some other niggas or whatever. And then I tell a nigga to go watch their video. Nah, you want to debate? All right, boom. I'm going to pull up all my shit. Boom, 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 boom. I'm just going to throw different perspectives out there that's going to make you go back and do your research. This ain't an on-the-spot debate, bro. You're going to have to check. You're going to have to give me a rain check because you're going to have to say, I never heard that before. Let me write that down. I never heard that before. Let me write that down. I never heard that before. Let me write that down. I never heard that before. Let me write that down. Yo, I'm going to have to I never heard this shit before, A1. So I'm going to have to come back and just readdress it. And then, like I tell you, just keep it real, bro. Keep it real. If I got sources to back this shit up, then you're going to have to say, you're going to have to critical think, man. Because any researcher always will tell you when you're doing a research paper along any lines of life, you got to find a pro and a con. And then you have to see which one of them are more credible. Is the con more credible or is the pro more credible? And then why is there a con that you guys ain't telling me about? Why is there additional information on this topic that you guys have neglected to tell us because you're lying? That's why. I forgot to tell you, the crucial part of the fucking story, that blacks own slaves, that blacks own land, and I'm saying blacks ignorantly, I'm talking about Aborigines of America, you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about. And that's the whole thing. When you see these stories, mulatto slave or mulatto, because they're talking about black men or black Aborigines in some cases who had babies by white women, and them kids that came out that white woman womb, whether they look dark skinned or whether they look like they was half white and half black, they will be fucking slaves unless the father emancipate them. Now, you niggas who be paying for information, claiming you pay all this money for information, tell the people that. Tell the people that. You can't tell the people that. You know what I'm saying? Because motherfuckers don't do no real critical research. You know what I'm saying? We just getting started, man. We just getting started, man. Got more videos about Mu for you fuck niggas who question Mu. Got more videos about Atlantis for you niggas who question Atlantis. Got more videos about the fucking pyramids for you niggas who question the fucking pyramids. And that's a funny thing, man. I'm really not gonna go there today, but I got some real funny shit dealing with that whole pyramid shit, bro. So, like I said, man, you niggas stop mentioning my motherfucking name. I'm peaceful. I don't fuck with people. I keep it 100 or whatever. I try to keep the fucking peace with niggas. But I know when you hang out with certain niggas, I know your talking points. When you heard hanging out with certain niggas who come at me with certain things, and then other people start coming at me with that same shit. Oh, you hanging with them? Oh, okay. No problem. Got you. No motherfucking problem. We got you. And you niggas, all you niggas will get done with in time, bro. In time. Real talk. In time. And I just tell some of the people who I fuck with, if you fuck with fuck niggas and you fuck with me and don't fuck with me, just stay where you at. I don't fuck with fuck niggas.
Well, we're going to pull up this, well, I want to get into a fuck nigga. Since it's fuck off Friday, right? The fuck nigga Charles Davenport, right? He's one of the leading proponents of eugenics, you know what I'm saying? We want to get into that too. But go ahead on, with what you're saying, man. Yeah, man, it's go time right now, y'all. It's crunch time, man, and you obviously know when you're being effective, the opposition is gonna come out of the way. Yeah, we've been in the trenches for a long time, man.
We like the superheroes around this motherfucker. We like the superheroes around here. When them Pan-Africans step up, who you call? You call it motherfucking Justice League. When the Legion of Doom, come up, which is the motherfucking Pan-Africans, who you call? You call the fucking Justice League. You know what I'm saying? Start calling us the fucking Justice League around this.
Hey, you call Copper Grizzly around this bitch. You call Jaguar. You know what I'm saying? Hey, so the video's not up anymore. And so the people that witnessed it, salute to y'all. Y'all already know what it is, man. I don't have to say it. These niggas, when they see me, like, no talking, whatever. And so salute to Rob Bowen. He's not a coward. You know what I'm saying? And once again, I feel like the brother is sincere, you know what I'm saying, in building and getting to this information. Like, so we can come up with primaries. We can come up with archaeological evidence, scientific evidence, geology, craniology, anthropology, every damn ology that you can think of, we got that. And they don't have anything but some conjecture and some fake ass DNA. And I just think that's whack as hell, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's whack as hell, super whack, super whack, super whack. And so that's why I'm at with it, y'all. No way, Jose, when it comes to being able to challenge. It's no debate. You know what I'm saying?
Tomorrow, look, that's for the
no debate.
Right? Tomorrow, I'm gonna go back to being a Pan-African, man, because I don't believe those niggas today. I believe that if I'm Indian in my family, I'm Indian because an African slave mixed with an Indian, man. So I might as well go back to my African side. So tomorrow, I want you to prove to the people you're Indian. And then, I'm not just saying you got to prove because you was accepted. If you was telling somebody this shit, if you was telling somebody that you were Indian, win me over. I want to hear your explanation of how you going to tell somebody you're Indian.
I don't debate, I teach.
You know what I'm saying? I want you to prove to the people on how you want to tell people you're Indian if you ain't dealing with no anthropology or if you ain't got no particular record showing you how they classify Indians as colored and Negro. If you ain't got none of that or whatever, I want to hear your explanation because a lot of people they do all this talking. And like I said, until then, I'm just gonna go back and start teaching about Africa. I'm gonna start posting Dr. Ben information up again, like real talk, man. Because if it was up to some of these people arguments that I hear or whatever, then I might as well be a Pan-African because the shit is mixed up. Some niggas say Africans came here, some niggas say Africans didn't come here. My thing is this, whether you believe Africans came here and some of us are Indians or whatever, then you're gonna have to explain to me what is the phenotype of the Indian. Oh, they look like us, so you sure you're not an African that mixed with an Indian? How do you know that? You tell me how you know that. Because if Africans came here, you're going to have to prove to me, well, okay, well, how I know you're not an African? Like, you can easily ask me how I know. Because everywhere where you're saying that black people was born here from Africa, we find the bones and they was Negroes there before any fucking Africans came there. So common sense would be when they got here, it was still fucking Negroes there. Brazil, for example, right? Oh, Brazil is the largest population of people where they brought Africans at. But then we do the knowledge to it. Oh shit, you telling me y'all don't find skeletons that you call Negroes in Brazil? Oh, but they all died off. They died off. And then they just brought all the Africans here on slave. The fuck out of here, man. Fuck out of here. Always look for the lie and the truth. The shit that they not telling you is the shit that's gonna prove to you what the real story is. So like I said, I challenge motherfuckers. I'm gonna just sit back. I'm gonna let people talk to me and tell me, prove to me that you're not an African mixed with an Indian. Just prove to me. Just prove to me. Because when you question by somebody, motherfucker gotta prove shit to me. Because it all ain't matters to yourself. If you are American Indian and you're claiming that you are that and you're satisfied with that, then that's cool. But there's other people out here who be having extra commentary for shit that ain't satisfied with that. So I got questions for you guys. So over the panel, come through, whatever. If you can prove to me outside the story from 1619, anything in the window of 1619 until the 1900s, you're gonna have to prove to me that you're not an African. If you only can go from the 1619 until now and try to prove that black people was already here, you're gonna either have to go back, pull up some documentation, pull up some pictures, or show me some documentation that Negroes was already here. But that means you're gonna have to go back in ancient time. So it'll be fun, you guys, for the most part. Shout out to everybody in the chat room. Shout out to my sister, Copper Empress. Original Copper Empress. What we got? Jerade Lord, peace of the brother. Mr. Aborigine, peace of the brother. Captain America, peace of the brother. Silver World, peace of the sister. What else we got here? Autonomous Copper, peace. Amina, hold up. Shit. Omega, peace. Salamine, peace. Tyron, peace. Shout out to everybody in chat room, man. Peace. Peace to all the guys, all the goddesses. For the most part. But yeah, man, definitely, man, you know, definitely do your research when it comes to shout out to that person, pieces. Yeah, for the most part. I tell you guys something too. Don't fall for the banana in the tailpipe, yo. All these fucking police shootings. Don't fall for the banana in the motherfucking tailpipe, yo. Don't let these people fuck with some emotions and you give them your energy. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm telling you, don't do it. I'm starting to find out if some of these shits are not fake. Some of these niggas are really violent. Like, listen, I'm gonna tell you like this, right? I ain't trying to be in no shootout with no cops. I ain't trying to shoot no, or I ain't trying to the assault no motherfucking cops. I'm saying, like I said, if it come down to it, if it's something where I really got to defend myself, then yeah, I have to do what I have to do. Not just over no regular motherfucking stop or any situation where motherfuckers is pulling you over or whatever. And you know, look, the least might happen. You might go to jail for a day. The least might happen. You might have to pay a bill or something like that. But at least you get an opportunity to walk out. I ain't telling nobody not to resist nothing or whatever. But half these niggas they ain't really want. They ain't all that tough guy Tony talking shit. Niggas ain't really violent like that. But at the end of the day, don't let these fucking all of because like I told y'all the other day, okay, these motherfucker Black Lives Matter. They every time a shooting or something like that occur, and in some cases niggas do be wrong. Don't think that motherfucker, oh, because we don't like the white man that much or whatever. That some of these cops like don't be really in the right some motherfucking time. Whether we agree with them, you're part of that system, you're part of that jurisdiction. Don't think all of this shit be wrong. Just like I was doing the knowledge to the Breonna Teller joint, right? Saying how her boyfriend was hustling, right? Her boyfriend was hustling. He had a car that was registered to a house. They were looking for him. They did a no-knock warrant. Police always do that. They always been doing. They've been doing a no-knock warrant since the motherfucking 80s, okay? But at the same token, you gotta really do the knowledge to it. This nigga ain't even go to the door and look out the peephole to see if it was a cop. Nigga just start shooting at him. And in the process, they shooting back at him, and then she got hit. And they want you, then like I said, they playing with people's emotions. They're playing with your emotions. They're playing with your fucking, you're getting your feelings. Oh, the police shoot. And then you got these certain black channels that every time something happens, they feed right off of it. They feed right off of it. Now, I ain't gonna tell you, Eric Carter, that was fucked up. The nigga, Tamir Rice, that was fucked up. Which other one? Shit with the dude, Philando Castile, that was fucked up. All of the ones that really was fucked up happened when Obama was in office. But these niggas ain't saying nothing. And the same thing, even when Obama was in office, when they was protesting in Baltimore, he called them kids thugs. But now all of a sudden he support the protesting. The fuck out of here, man. And niggas will fall for anything, yo. Niggas will fall for anything. A lot of motherfuckers just be wanting to just be in the conversation. Just to be in the conversation. They don't want to oppose. Nigga don't want to be like, man, look, man, you know, I don't vote, but I damn sure ain't fucking with the Democrats. I don't vote. I'm not voting for nothing, but I ain't falling for you're not going to force me to vote for a nigga who locked up 3 or almost 5, who passed a bill that locked up almost 5 million black men. And then you want to say that this motherfucker in the office is worse than him. Like, people need to start waking up. We need to start waking up. They play with our emotions. They use they capitalize off of all these situations. Chief, you hear me? Do I sound clear? Check. You guys can hear me clear. Here. Let's see. Okay. Somebody said, like, oh, you talking about Chad? And yo, damn, Chad just told me that was his family too. So he did. How the fuck did he die? How the fuck did he die? I'm telling y'all, real talk, y'all. And I'm not, like I said, I'm not for none of these niggas. I'm not part of no corporation, right? But I tell you another thing too, right? Another thing what I peeped out was this, right? You know, even when Trump was talking about that whole illegal immigration and saying that these people are not citizens according to the 14th Amendment. Think of it like this, right? If you president of a corporation, right, and then you check in the budget, and then you check the budget, and you paying for motherfuckers who ain't supposed to be here, you got all right to bring that up. You got all right to say, ain't no, okay, we know these people are immigrants too, but guess what? But at the end of the day, that means we're supposed to let every immigrant come on to your country. And that's why a lot of niggas don't fuck with me, because I keep it real. I'm for my people. I'm for the Aborigines of America first. That's it. Then outside, once I get my people right, then I can help everybody else. But I'm not in no obligation to be fighting for somebody who's running from their problems. When I say us get bit by dogs, get sick by water hoses, get lynched, all this shit, our people have been through all this time, and people just swoop in, capitalize off of it, and then they float around with this, I'm a person of color, and then try to equate themselves with your history. That's why we gotta get our own identity and stop flying under that black flag and then this African American flag. Fine, we have to have our own identity, and that's the main thing what people should be trying to push and trying to get out here. Stop using that black shit, because everybody else got claim they black. They got a flag all country where they came from. Our dumbass is just, oh yeah, well he's black, and never say, wait a minute, man. I mean, it's just because he's black, is he the same as my ancestors? That was him. But we don't get it though. We don't get none of this shit, man. We don't get none of this shit. Like I said, the real enemy is ignorance, man. The real enemy is ignorance. You gotta wake up. You gotta at least do the knowledge to a lot of this shit, man. A lot of these shootings, now they starting to use all of these shootings. Now everybody is an activist. Everybody's a fucking activist. Like a year ago, you couldn't get nobody to open their mouth. Now, just so happened this year, everybody's, I find that to be very weird. Nigga had colon cancer, man. Nigga too young to have some motherfucking colon cancer, man. A good old stomach cleanser. You know what I'm saying? A colon cleanser. Clean all the spackle out your stomach. Clean your stomach out. Strengthen your immune system or whatever. I mean, I know niggas don't want to do an enema, but enemas work. Like a lot of people in the health practitioners, they do enemas. I know a lot of motherfuckers might not want to do no shit like that, but if you're dealing with anything in the colon or anything dealing with anything dealing with the colon, that's what you need. Like real talk. The reason you motherfuckers catch cancer every day, but because they got an immune system, their immune system don't allow it to flourish. You know what I'm saying? So we gotta really know the science. It ain't nowhere in the world, brother, like that should be passed at that age. And like I said, when that shit type shit happen, that shit put my motherfucking radar up. Because he was already looking skinny a couple months ago. The brother was looking skinny when they showed him a couple months ago. Motherfuckers talking about he was on adrenochrome, and that's fucked up to even say that though. But you never know, man. You never know with that Hollywood shit, man. You know what I'm saying? You never know with that Hollywood shit. I hope that they just don't say he had fucking corona. You know what I'm saying? Look, everybody's an activist now, yo. This shit is making me sick. Everybody's a fucking activist, man. Everybody. Like I said, the Democrats, they gave all these niggas a green light to and the next thing, as soon as a motherfucker done talking about the shit that been happening to us for the last 100 and some odd years, right? The first thing he said, we gotta vote. 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 And Negroes is so stupid to where they not even saying, wait a minute, let me do the knowledge to this, man. More people died when we had a black president, and this bitch ass nigga ain't come out and say nothing. He ain't say nothing. Ain't address shit. Ain't address nothing. Ain't say a goddamn word. But now it's time to vote again. Now it's time to vote again. Niggas better wake the fuck up, man. Real talk. I better wake the fuck up, yo. Cause this shit, we are the fucking laughing joke, laughing stock of the fucking world, man. We the laughing fucking stock of the fucking world, yo. I don't know what she holiday at, man. We the last laughing. You said enema where? Where the fuck you think they doing enemas at? Money grip. I ain't gonna be all graphic and shit. That's not what I do. But what do you think where do you think you put an enema at? Because you know when motherfucker when you turn 40 years old and they and niggas like most motherfuckers I know that is in some type of health, good health. I mean, I'm not saying everybody because some people don't go to the doctor, but a lot of people who do go to the doctors and get checked up, you get a colonoscopy when you're 40 years old. They stick a goddamn tube up your ass with a camera on it to make sure you ain't got no tumors or nothing in it. So they put niggas to sleep for that. And I'm not, listen, bro, I ain't ever take no colonoscopy. I ain't ever do a goddamn enema. But if I got something going on with my goddamn stomach, I'm going to do it. Anything, any type of cancer, any motherfucking thing. That's how you put your immune system is starting your stomach. And a lot of times people's immune system ain't strong because you got spackle of feces still around still around your colon wall, or you know what I'm saying, and that shit causes bacteria. Your immune system gotta fight off that bacteria. If you don't get rid of it, your immune system will constantly fight it off, and it's gonna constantly disregard other matters that the immune system could be healing. So you gotta understand the science of the body and how the body works when you're talking about that type of stuff. I don't know. Are we live? Are you guys still in the chat room?
Yeah, I think everybody's still in there. Hold on 1 second. So we got Jerway Lord in the building. Tony's sitting. Tony's eating. Okay, I got Tony's eating. All right. Peace, everybody, man. Tuned in. Raina's in the building.
Saying.
What'd you say, bro?
When a person be like,
what'd you say?
You know, I prayed to God, motherfucker was stuck in the ocean, and a boat came by like, yo, you need help? Nigga like, nah, I'm waiting for God. And then next thing you know, another boat came by like, yo, man, you need some help? He's like, nah, man, God gonna come get me. I'll be all right in a minute. Then one more ship came by, and he like, man, I'm waiting for God, right? And then you ask God, he like, look, I sent you 3 goddamn ships. You have to self-Lord master at some point in time. So, I mean.
That's pretty good. It's a good joke.
You know what I'm saying?
Hey, bro, I'm sure you're familiar with this character right here. Ahanu, you familiar with this character right here?
Yeah, I mean, look.
A1.
Like this, and I'm keeping it real with you, right? How you think all these white people be living to be 80 and some odd years old? They go to the doctor and get checkups. I be seeing old ass men still working in their 70s, man. Like real talk, working. They ain't. I mean, like, listen, I ain't trying to tell nobody you don't want to fucking work when you 70. That's cool. I ain't telling you got to. If you want to sit home and get whatever you can get and live off of that, that's splendid. But what I'm saying is, I see a lot of these motherfucking Europeans that be going, getting checkups and everything, and they don't be sick of none of that type of shit, man. And them niggas eat way healthier than we eat. I know white people who don't eat no fast food in years. In years, I know white people who don't eat no.
So check me out though, right? So, yo, you breaking up? Real quick, A1. Ahanu.
Real talk.
Can you hear me? Yo, can you hear me, sir?
I mean, that's splendid, but I'm just in the sense of it. Like, I know I ain't trying
This
to
nigga can't hear.
no Europeans or nothing. I'm just telling you, you know, a lot
Yo,
of science
A1,
is our science. They practice
A1.
science, and then you practicing the shit that
Yo, A1, can you hear me?
do.
Hey, yo, A1, can you hear me? Can you hear me? A1, can you hear me?
Shit that's going on. Don't just when you hear
Nah, he
people,
can't hear at all.
you hear people talking about shit they don't know or whatever.
He don't even know his music. I'll put him out and bring it back in.
A lot
Yo, A1,
of
can you hear me?
who ass people out there or whatever. Nigga, I'm scared of nigga. I ain't scared of no fucking police. I go any motherfucking time. I ain't worried about no police. I ain't worried about it.
Facts.
I'm scared. We
Yo,
scared.
A1.
You niggas is millionaires. How the fuck you scared? You nigga got a goddamn chauffeur. You can afford a damn chauffeur to drive you around in your motherfucking Bentley or your fucking Phantom Range. I mean, Rolls Royce or whatever you got.
Right.
We scared out
Mark Calhoun, what it do?
killing us or whatever.
Hey, can y'all hear me? Can I get a 100 if y'all can hear
to
hear me out?
basically to prop them up and to create fear, plus create all this extra shit that ain't nothing gonna come out of it except you gonna vote for the same nigga who passed the laws for the fucking police to lock your dumb ass up. And niggas call them.
Damn it, yeah. Guess I'm gonna type chat. Okay, so I got some 100s in there. Hold on, y'all. So, yo, so A1, A1, go out and come back. Okay, here we go. Let me look at the chat. He probably still talking, y'all. Yo, hey, so while we working on that right there, we're gonna get into this Charles Benedict Arnold ass Davenport. Yeah. So, you know, we got this Charles Benedict Davenport. He was born June 1st, 1866, right? So that's a year after the so-called Civil War, right? So keep that in the back of your mind. The nigga died February the 18th, 1944, right? So when you hear prominent, then once again, you know the people that we're dealing with. Prominent, you know what I'm saying? Man, this motherfucker looking like old ass Shaggy, nigga. Let's scroll down and see what we got here with this character right here. Hold on, let me get Hondo back in there. Yo, A1.
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, indeed.
You can hear me?
Yes, sir. You can hear me?
Cool. All right. Yeah, I can hear you good. You couldn't hear me at all last time, so we had to try to fix that. Hey, but I was working on we was talking about Charles Benedict Davenport right here, right? I know you're familiar with him, right?
Yeah. I'm familiar with him. Yeah.
All right, it's something, you know, when we talk about eugenics, right? And then these guys be saying, yo, you guys, this eugenic stuff didn't happen until a certain time. That's when it was formed into organizations. Don't mean that they wasn't these little societies, you know what I'm saying, and all these other people wasn't using these different things, you know what I'm saying? So why y'all acting brand new? Like that's just crazy to me, you know what I'm saying? So this nigga Charles Benedict Davenport, right? 1929. Nigga was born June, like I said, June 1st, 1866, Stamford, Connecticut. Okay. He died February 18th, 1944, at the age 77 in Cold Spring Harbor, New York. Okay. Now, let's see how they do this right here. They say, what's his nationality? They put American right there. Keep that in the back of your mind. Now, his alma mater is Harvard University. So I don't have to tell you he's going to get a Harvard mindset. Okay. He's not going to get, no matter the more prestigious the university, so to speak, right? Then the more indoctrinated the mind is. Correct. So we know that what comes out of Harvard, for instance. So anybody that comes from Harvard, he's never gonna work for the best interest of the people because he's a Harvard man or woman. So they will put there, and they're not gonna rise to a level of anything in Harvard, Princeton, or Yale, or any of those schools, right?
Yeah.
Even if you go in the black sector of it, you're just the black sector of it. You'll be eligible to go run the black sector at Berkeley or USC or somewhere like that because you came from Harvard, but that's it. You're in their system. You're part of their system. You and Charles Benedict Davenport work together. Regardless if you say you don't, you the bliggity black side of this situation right here, whatever, nigga, you work with this nigga right here. You know what I'm saying? So, what'd you say, brother?
They recruit you at an early age, man. So the better you are academics, they recruit you to them schools. They don't just let anybody in them schools. And once you get in them schools, you gotta take an oath. You know what I'm saying? That's the reason why they just don't let any nigga. You gotta have a fucking 3.5 to get in Yale or any of them Ivy League schools. You might have to have a 3.7 according to them. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, you definitely gotta show a level of indoctrination before you can get in them goddamn schools. That's for sure. So
they gonna teach you the real
they're
shit.
not gonna the SAT. Yeah, the SAT, they good right here. They got a 1500 or whatever on the SAT.
Click on eugenics.
Oh, hold on. We about to get to it. I got you. We about to get to it. Hey, let's keep going on this Charles Davenport character because we got to get to this creed that he wrote. Right, it's definitely interesting. I'm gonna try to use my best Charles Davenport voice that I can use. Okay, remember that. Oh shit. All right. Okay. All right, early life. Okay, so you already know you're a fuck nigga, right? So he come from a fuck nigga, but like he was born in Stamford, Connecticut. Okay, so they talk about his parents. Okay, no. He was a abolitionist. Now, here's an interesting thing about people that when we talk about abolitionists, right? You know, they talk about these people, you know, as you know, be like, oh yeah, he good. He was for people that was against slavery. Dog, slavery is not what y'all think it is. See, once again, the way business was being done, the elite so-called aristocrat motherfuckers that were still attached to Europe, right, didn't like the system and how we had shit going down south. That's just what it is, y'all. So that's what the war was about. So these people right here talk about he was an abolitionist, you know, of a Puritan ancestry. Hold right there. So Puritans come from Europe. So once again, he's a Puritan, but they try to play little games, Puritan ancestry and all this dumbass shit. You know what I'm saying?
He came from
so you're talking about Puritans or English Protestants. Yeah. So he was running out. His people came over here as waste people. Charles Davenport people was waste people. You know what I'm saying?
Dirtbag.
Yeah, dirtbag. He was dirtbag ass nigga.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So we don't really need to know about all that. But look right here though. Hey, you notice that he's in the church? Y'all see that? He's in the he's in the church and shit, right? So anytime you see anybody that follows these people and go into their church systems and stuff like that with them and set up the black sector of the church, right? That's what we dealing with. We know that that's a part of that's how mainly the part of how they indoctrinate us through the church. So the AME church is the enemy of the state, enemy of the people. So any nigga that talk about, yo, the AME, dog, come on, bro. You niggas, that right there is the most garbage shit ever. Like, you garbage. That's garbage pail kids shit, bro. Any nigga talk about Richard Allen, dog, Epsilon Jones, any of them characters, man, ever. Wilmot Blyden is the father of fucking Pan-Africanism. And y'all can't say nothing to me until you tell me the white man that taught him. Don't tell me nothing about this. Don't tell me about that these people didn't practice certain practices. That nigga believed that Zionism was the best practice for he called it Ethiopians. He didn't say Africans. The father of Pan-African nigga never called himself a fucking African. So let's be clear of that. But they attribute shit back to people. You know what I'm saying? You allow the Carnegies and the fucking Rockefellers to fund African studies. Anybody funding something is going to put their agenda in it. So when you pull out a newspaper article, whatever, niggas that are in the minority telling niggas that they ain't falling for the African shit. We didn't fall for that. Even if Frederick Douglass did in the following colonization, because that's what he was taught, that everybody came from Africa, except for white people. Really?
I don't even.
They just evolved somewhere else.
Yeah.
Fuck out of here.
They do you gotta find the original documents, bro. You don't read something to me.
Of course.
That's a remix single, because they would do the interpretation for the individual. So they would say, oh well, you know, Frederick Douglass.
Of course.
We're just gonna call him an African. He ain't gonna mind anyway. He ain't gonna mind.
Yeah, Frederick Douglass is African. African American. Yeah. See?
Still with us, Billy?
Yes, sir. Hey, man, get that exclusive Chief Billy collection, man. Hit us up at weare2am.com. We are 2 a.m. Wake up. It's time. Get you some gear, man. Go get you some autonomous gear. Great mind of people at 2 a.m., man. Shout out to 2 a.m. Yeah, man. Peace to the great people over there, man. Hey, so we want to get to this creed of this character right here. Whatever. So just understand that this will be the system when we talking about Puritans and Quakers and Protestants and Catholics and all these other people, whatever, right? That we adopted these people's European system. Okay. Now, his mother or grandparents, his parents or grandparents did not speak English. Okay. They spoke German or some shit. Okay. This man just got here. He wasn't here before that. So we talking about these people right here. So now, a lot of times these people are taking credit for when they wasn't even in this country. So let's keep going. Want to get to the the more into the eugenic stuff when it comes to Charles Davenport, because he was the leading proponent person, of this. But these guys were members of these secret organizations, the Anglo-Saxon societies and stuff like that, or whatever. And these are the people that will put certain people into offices, assassinate people, do certain things with them. So these people are ruthless, and that's the main problem. We're not understanding the people we're dealing with, how ruthless they can be. You know what I'm saying? When they talk about not only sterilizing us, they sterilize everybody that they didn't feel that was fit to do anything. You know what I'm saying? So that's how that's going. Yeah, yeah, I want to get to that creed. Oh, whoa. He says he's Italian and Italian ancestry, right? So okay, hold on, wait. Let's talk about his wife. His wife, Jane Joralemon Dimon or whatever, is English, Dutch, and Italian. She English, Dutch, and Italian. Sheesh. You know what I'm saying? He's just Puritan. I don't know what the hell that is. German. 2 a.m. Yeah, there. AMSI. What's AMSI? I bet you I know what AMSI is. Yo, can we go down to the creed? Charles Davenport wrote a creed. Yeah, like I said, I want to read this creed to y'all, man. This shit is bonkers right here. And just kind of think, the mindset of these people, you know what I'm saying, and how they use science and how they interjected science into everything, every walk of life that we can imagine. They interject. Can y'all hear me? Yeah, y'all can hear me. I'm good. Yo, 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 yo.
Yo, you good, Chief? You good? I hear you.
Yeah, now I'm trying to get to down to the creed. Hey, go ahead, Rafael. Let me check, see what's going on.
Yeah, you got it.
They said this nigga was tutored at home. Huh?
Anything with eugenics, man. That's why people got to know what the source when that shit was created. And most of the scientific terms are all under eugenics, man. Well, I ain't gonna say most of them. Some of them might be stuff that we created, but they done did a remix single on it to the point to where you ain't gonna be able to understand it. Even if you can, you think, oh, they created all of them. They told you. They told you Rockefeller took over the medical system and created. He created the Cancer Institute, the American Cancer Institute, and modern day the medical you know what I'm saying, medication, medical what's the name terms and everything. All that shit come from eugenics. All of it. All of it comes from eugenics. Peer review. Anything you get from the general education system, which they clearly told you that they was not trying to build people up to be free thinkers. They wanted to keep women barefooted and pregnant. They didn't want nobody to be a scholar, anybody to be any professional sense, just to keep you in a certain level or certain mind state, man. And this is the most of the education that anybody got, man. You know what I'm saying? When I tell you I got college degrees, it ain't because I'm just telling people who think they scholars that, okay, you got niggas here who was taught through these people too, but you got other people who taught themselves and use common sense to get themselves out of a lot of these situations, a lot of these traps that they throw out there to it. So, you know, definitely shout out to you guys if you want to be the free thinkers, if you one of the brothers and sisters who can look and see the fuckery and a lot of this shit, man. You know, you definitely different from a lot of other people, man. A lot of our people, we are brain washed. We couldn't give ourselves a fucking paper bag if we need paper. So, but yeah, Billy.
I'm right here, man. I'm trying to get to the to Davenport's his little creed he wrote. You know what I'm saying? Can't wait to take it back. Okay, here we go. Later on, okay, talk about Francis Galton, right? It was like the nephew of Darwin, right? We got um, we talk about evolution. We talk about all these things, man. You know what I'm saying? Just the thinking that they had to use to put themselves in position. You understand what I'm saying? They had to create these things, and we're gonna get into their mindset in his in his call it a little manifesto. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so this is interesting. So you see evolution, approach to evolution pioneered by Francis Galton, Carl Pearson, right? So once again, we know that they took Darwin's theory of evolution that man may. So the theory is not a fact. See, once again, and anything that comes from that poisonous tree should be poisoned. So anything which the out of Africa hypotheses comes directly from the poison tree of evolution. Okay, so this is what it is, man. Uh, but they were calculating with it. They would have meetings, you know what I'm saying, and basically, yeah, this is what we're gonna do. But how it benefits them is it reinforces. It's the foundation of the system, right? The caste system, the class system, all of this. Even people that are their complexion are comfortable only horizontally growing or never being able to get into those class systems. You understand what I'm saying? But as long as they could be on top of somebody else, they okay. Because no matter what, great we do, they have it in their mind that, oh, well, you know, it's because somebody had sex with somebody's people a long time ago or something. You know understand what I'm saying? Like, oh, they stole the best and brightest Africans to come up. Come on, bro. Like, it's just the dumbest shit ever when you got all this shit over here that took brain power, took muscle, took food to make. You know what I'm saying? And once again, with all of that being said, you got all the food and all the things that come from America. It takes food to build stuff. You haven't built nothing there. You don't have any bones in the ground. You have nothing, no burials, nothing that you guys can say, hey, we can go over here. Yeah, why don't y'all go to Africa or Ghana somewhere and name some burial grounds Africa and see what happens? That's what you need to do. You need to go over there to Ghana, Nigeria somewhere, and see how they want you to start calling them African. See how that works. And we feel the same way. You think we self-hating? That's fucking disrespectful. You're disrespectful. See what I'm saying? So yeah, let's keep going with this right here. This shit right here is crazy. So we know that these guys are all partners. Gregory Mendel and Galton and Pierce and all these other guys, man, that this leading to the Margaret Sangers and stuff. You know what I'm saying? So, all right. In 1904, well, he founded, okay. So y'all see this right here? Hold on real fast, y'all. Okay, I'm going to skip that. In 1904, Davenport became director of Cold Springs Harbor Laboratory, right? Now, you can get into that or whatever, but where he founded the Eugenics Records Office in 1910. Now, which is crazy, you know what I'm saying? They're letting you know right then or whatever, but based off of Nancy Eisenberg, and we talk about that, the court case or whatever, obviously, they're not going black and white. They don't give a fuck about that. So when it happened to us as a people, they had already went to a court case to say that they could do this, sterilize women. You understand what I'm saying? So they legally did it, and they used certain talking points, feeble-minded, certain things or whatever, to do this to people in general. You know what I'm saying? So that's just what it is. I know. So a situation, right, where cat I knew, you know what I'm saying, and for some odd reason he just had a baby with somebody that the state said she can't keep children. Soon as they have them, they take the baby from her. She had 7 children at the time. I knew of her, whatever. She was a young woman that the state deemed her not fit to keep children. They would take the baby at the hospital. You understand what I'm saying? So this is a thing that really happens in real time. And so it would be like the perfect person that the state said, well, look, we have put too much money into these children that we're taking from you, whatever. Hey, we're going to sterilize you. You understand what I'm saying? Or do it without her knowing. And these things have happened too. So it said during this time, Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory, Davenport began a series of investigations into aspects of the inheritance of human personality and mental traits. Okay.
What do it say? Mental traits. Over the years, he generated
I see it.
Papers and several books on genetics of alcohol, the genetics of alcoholism. Olagura is the latest shown to be due to a vitamin deficiency, criminality, and feeble-mindedness. Like, God damn, feeble-mindedness, man. So we gotta start giving some of these people the title of feeble-minded.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, they got seafaringness in here, bad temper, intelligence, manic depression, and the biological effects of race crossing. Okay. Additionally, Davenport mentioned many people while working at the laboratory, such as Massachusetts. Well, I'm sorry, he mentored many people. So keep in mind, somebody taught Davenport in this system in these elite institutions. Okay, this system, and then once we get certain people that came out of this same system, right? They call them the talented 10%ers, right? These are the gatekeepers, the Sigma Pi Phi. Y'all get it? Y'all understand what I'm saying? So these people help these people spied on us, put certain people, whatever. These are the people that did it. These are their paymasters. These are their masters. Okay? Davenport them. These are their people right here. And they use these terminologies, feeble-minded, and all these different things, you know what I'm saying, to classify people, or to not only classify people, to criminalize people. So they're telling you right here, these are the effects of criminality and certain things like that or whatever. So Davenport and these fools, this is what they're using. But we allowed fools to come back to our community with this bullshit. This is what these niggas did. Oh yeah, you guys are feeble-minded, or you guys are this and that and the third if you don't think like this, or you don't get this, or you don't do this. You don't walk like this and talk like this. You understand what I'm saying? And this is what these motherfuckers did. And that was the how they got us. You know what I'm saying? Conforming to what they want us to do. You know what I'm saying? And this is what we got, man. And this shit is crazy right here. But it gets worse. So he mentored motherfuckers, right? Many people, such as Massachusetts suffragists, Claiborne, Catlin, Elliman, right? Before Charles Davenport came across eugenics, he studied math, right? Said he came to know these subjects through Professor Carl. Okay, now this guy's important. Keep going. It ain't Karl Marx. From some professors. See, y'all gotta keep in mind, they had these different leftists and Marxists and things like that or whatever that ran, that put certain talking points, certain things in there, whatever, right? So professors Carl Pearson and gentleman amateur Francis Galton, right? So we know that these guys, the ones that took the theory of evolution and then turned it into what you're seeing now as a social thing or whatever, but they're showing you how they created what's the Plecker. This is pre-Pleckers. I know we talk about Plecker, whatever. We're talking how do we get to Plecker? How did Plecker get into position to where he could do certain things? But once you have a president, you know what I'm saying, Woodrow Wilson's and these different people, whatever, that had agendas. You understand what I'm saying? So this is what we're talking about, and whatever. And these people put those people in office. So this is what we're talking about. Yeah, I think we can keep going. Talk about human hereditary. But like I said, they use these things, these talking points and stuff to create laws, or not even necessarily, well, I guess laws, for instance, whatever, to sterilize people with the Buck v. Bell, for instance. So y'all got to understand that. Okay. To just was a context. Okay, National Academy of Sciences. See, once again, you know, the year after it was published, Davenport was elected to the National Academy of Sciences. Y'all understand what I'm saying? These people put themselves in position of power to put certain curriculums into not just their schools, but our school. And you gotta accept this, and you gotta take this. And so when people come back with the general education stuff or whatever, right? And you know, you say that you are honoring these people, whatever, you're a part of this system, okay? You're a part of this system. You're upholding it from the black sector. That's what you're doing. All right, let's keep going. Shit's crazy, y'all. You're gonna learn today. Oh shit. All of his writings were about eugenics. Their findings were very simplistic and out of touch with the findings from genetics facts. This caused much racial and class bias. Of course it did. Only his most Arden Myers regarded it as truly scientific work, like Unc. Unc him really, yeah. I think his name was Unc Davenport, right? This motherfucker. Davenport founded the International Federation of Eugenics Organization. God damn, in 1925. Like, I understand what I'm saying? The eugenic, these people were openly, having, conversations about weeding you out. You know what I'm saying? With Eugene Fisher as chairman of the Commission of Bastardization. Yeah, y'all the bastards. How about that? You know what I'm saying? It's always interesting how the degenerate could turn around. And Davenport couldn't do shit. That motherfucker ain't worth a quarter. You know what I'm saying? Straight up. Y'all know it. He worse than Ashley Plecker. Together with his assistant, Morris, whatever that is, Stegurdy, right? Davenport attempted to develop a comprehensive quantitative approach to human miscegenation. Now, hold it right there, right? So when we talk about miscegenation, right? Miscegenation, y'all be like, gee, man, you talking about miscegenation. Mestizo is miscegenation. It's just Spanish. Miscegenation is mestizo. It just means mixed generations. Don't go back and forth with this or whatever. You're going to lose. Okay? Stop playing. It's called miscegenation, mestizo, mixed generations. Okay? And then create a system of buffers, class system, caste system. This is what the fuck they did. This is what they're doing, and we're still upholding it right now. Bliggity black and I'm proud. I'm a slave and I'm proud. We the only slaves, chief. You can't let them have our 400 years of slave, chief. We the slaves. They're the slaves. Okay? It's a movie. Miscegenation, right? The results of their research was presented in the Book of Race Crossing in Jamaica, 1929, right? Which attempted to provide statistical evidence for biological and cultural degradation following interbreeding between so-called white and so-called black populations. Today, right, it is considered a work of scientific racism and was criticized in its time for drawing conclusions which stretch far beyond and sometimes counter to the data, right? The data considered it criticized stretch. Okay, the data it presented, right? Particularly caustic was the review of the book published by Carl Pearson at Nature. I remember Nature. These are. I mean, they're putting their in. Matter of fact, when we look at like Nature and Science and all these different organizations, these guys founded them. So just understand that they founded them, and they're still upholding. That system is still upholding. So you niggas be, oh, the Smithsonian had a dinosaur up in there. Like I'm like, really. I just think I think you're really retarded if you are trusting anything that comes from these people, hook, line, and sinker. I think it's retarded. Where he considered that, quote, the only thing that is apparent in the whole of this lengthy treatise is that the samples are too small and drawn from too heterogeneous a population to provide any trustworthy conclusions at all, end quote, right? The entire eugenics movement was criticized for being supposedly based on racist and classist assumptions set out to prove the unfitness of wide selections of American population, which Davenport and his followers considered degenerate. I'm glad you said that, right? Using methods criticized even by British eugenicists as unscientific. Okay. Now they said that these niggas was trying to call motherfuckers degenerates, right? When we know genetically, you're recessive, meaning that you're right. So once again, the recessive people have created a system to socially, politically, economically put you down, right? And then they use science to do it, which is not based in science. It's based in myths. It's based in bullshit, right? So this is what we're talking about. This is what we're dealing with. All right, let's keep going. Yeah, well, I can't wait to get to this creed, y'all. This shit's crazy. And Charles Davenport and his wife wrote 4 essays that pertain to human heredity genes. These essays included hair color, eye color, and skin pigmentation. These essays helped pave the way for eugenics to be taught in class. Many of the topics and discussions belong to Dr. and Mrs. Charles Davenport, but the information for one essay in particular came from friends of theirs involved in the same topic. Many problems occurred when they started to use other information. As Davenport and other eugenicists, professors, let me see, I can't see, and experts began to, I can't read that. Hey man, shout out to everybody, man, tuned in. A1, you still with me, brother? Yeah, I see you in there. I mean, these guys are so clever, right? That you could be teaching things that are literally detrimental to you and your children, you know what I'm saying, in the future. Like straight up. And definitely lying on, the past, stuff like that, right? So check this out right here, right? So it says as Davenport and other professors began to and continue to study more in-depth eugenics, they had to start to come up with original ideas, right? So as not to conflict with past ideas, right? After Adolf Hitler's rise to power in Germany, Davenport maintained connections with various Nazi institutions and publications, both before and during World War II. He held editorial positions at 2 influential German journals. Okay, now we're getting somewhere now, yeah, right? Both of which were founded in 1935 and in 1939, right? He wrote a editorial positions. Oh, hold on, hold on. Okay, in 1939, he wrote a contribution to the Festschrift of Otto Reich, who became an important figure in the plan to quote, remove those populations considered inferior in Eastern Germany, right? In a 1938 letter to the editor of Life magazine, he included both Franklin Roosevelt and Joseph Goebbels as examples of crippled statesmen who, motivated by their physical defects, have led revolutions and inspired. Okay, so I just kind of want to get to this right here, right? So y'all see, just before this fool died, 1935, 1939, he died in 1944, right? So even as an old ass man, this nigga was still considering himself a German, was writing for German people. Remember, I said his people were speaking German. Okay, so this guy right here had, you know what I'm saying, when we talk about 2 different sets of people, you know what I'm saying, we had different people and different interests that came into America, right? At one point, right, that America, y'all know how like we buy everything made in China right now? Everything made in China, made in China, made in China, right? Well, shit used to be made in Germany. We had a great trade relationship with Germany. People here were from Germany. They still had Germantown in Philadelphia, right? Niggas was still speaking German in 1935. Okay? So this guy right here is writing, right, and reading. So what these people are doing is putting it on Hitler and whatever, right? But the facts are that they said that they got their ideas and stuff from the Americans. Well, these immigrant Americans, right? They got these plans, right, or whatever. So when they did eliminate the inferior people and the races or whatever, but they also sterilized the so-called enfeeble-minded people over there, or the people that the inferior races, the people that they felt that were inferior races. Now, here's the thing: Hitler didn't feel that, right? We were an inferior race of people. See, once again, these people don't have that mindset. They're talking about, right? You see what I'm saying? It has nothing to do with color. They want to make us feel like it's color. And of course, they do use color as a weapon to maintain their power. This is what they're doing. Okay. But you have two sets of people. You have Anglos, right, who are different than these other guys. You know, so we talk about these people, whatever. So, and so you've had different people and different interests come into the White House, right? This is what it is, right? So could you imagine having somebody go in the White House that didn't have neither one of these groups' interests on either side, that only had American interests at heart first? See, I said, you understand what I'm saying? So we know who these people rock with. And some of them rock, these people fund both sides. The Soros and fund both sides, so it don't really matter to them. So this is what we're dealing with. So they, they definitely like to evoke fear and certain type of emotions when they put people like Hitler and stuff in there, whatever, right? So yeah, that fucker. All right, so check this out. In a 1938 letter to the editor of Life magazine, he included both Franklin Roosevelt and Joseph. Okay, we talked about that, right? All right, and they were motivated. Okay, all right. The revolution in the country inspired. Okay. He said they were dictatorships while burdening their country with heavy taxes and reducing its finances to chaos, right? That's the end quote. They said that this dude died of pneumonia in 1944, right? Cool, right? So if you think about like today's time and you see right wing, guys and alt right guys and they so I guess you can kind of say they're putting it as like as if Trump represents those guys. Then you have these other guys, the leftists, the left wing people, whatever, they like to call the liberal side or whatever, right? And they have certain ideas and how they want things to go, right? And everybody's jockeying for our approval, especially in election time periods and stuff like that or whatever, right? So, it's all ties back in when we talk about these things or whatever, we talk about eugenics or whatever, these are the things that LeBron James need to understand a little bit more in depth. I'm sure they know about Margaret Sanger. I'm sure they understand, but you got to understand a lot of the Black Lives Matter conversation is a part of upholding this eugenics system, okay? By saying Black Lives Matter and pushing certain narratives and pushing the poor me victimhood mentality, you know what I'm saying? We're never going to get out of this perpetual psychosis that we're under. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to talk about this eugenics creed, right? So this is just, it's a part of it, man. That's quoted in the National Academy, right, of Sciences. This is a mainstream creed. So, that this nigga, you understand what I'm saying? Like the shit is crazy. So a biographical memoir of Charles Benedict Arnold ass nigga Davenport by Oscar Riddle, right? Davenport's eugenics creed was as follows, okay? Now check this out. Now this is a quote. right? This nigga says, quote, I believe in striving to raise the human race to the highest plane of social organization, of cooperative work, and of effective endeavor, right? Now, remember, this guy is a product of Francis Galton, Harvard, and these things. So he's taught, a certain mindset. All right, you're superior, they're inferior. Okay, you come from a good stock of people, right? So this is what he's saying right here, right? So he says, I believe that I am the trustee of the germ plaza that I carry, that this has been passed on to me through thousands of generations before me, and that I betray. Check it out. Now it says thousands of generations. Well, uh you don't go that far back, buddy. You know what I'm saying? Um Let me find this. Pass down thousands of generations before me, and that I betray the trust if that germ plaza's being good, I so act as to jeopardize it, right? With its excellent possibilities, or from motives of personal convenience to unduly limit offspring. Okay. I believe that having made our choice in marriage carefully, we, the marriage pair, should seek to have 4 to 6 children in order that our carefully selected germ plasm shall be reproduced in adequate degree, and that this preferred stock shall not be swamped by that. Um, Swamped by that, less carefully selected, right? I believe in such a selection of immigrants as shall not tend to adulterate our national germ plasma with socially unfit traits. You're the immigrant. I believe in repressing my instincts when to follow them would injure the next generation, right? Now, everything they talking about, that part right there is pretty interesting. He's thinking of keeping it, keeping their genes pure, right? We were just talking about goodgenes.com, people, wanting to, you know, so-called keep their genes pure. So a lot of times, when you're talking to, European Americans, right? They literally tell, they keep they connected back to Germany, France, or whatever. And they're proud of it, right? And so they try to stay amongst themselves too. So they look for it. You know what I'm saying? They look for. Oh, so yeah. Yeah, we're gonna get back to this creed though. I mean, this is exactly what Margaret Sanger talked about. You know, yeah. Let's go over this a little bit. I mean, like I said, this is a nice way of saying certain things, or whatever, right? But shouldn't we all have this same type of mindset to preserve your bloodline, preserve your lineage? You know what I'm saying? To you know, I think it would be important, and I think we were better stewards of our bloodline, of our lineage. You know what I'm saying? So, unfortunately, you know, degenerates have flipped it around on us, and we internalize being losers, y'all. That's the best way I can say it. We internalize being losers. This man saying, you know, look, you gotta, you know, they're pushing a moral attitude as well that comes from their religious background. So y'all gotta kind of understand what we're talking about when we're saying this. You know what I'm saying? So Davenport and all these different people are bringing that Quaker, Puritan, Protestant, bringing these different attitudes into, you know, American culture, you know, and, you know, bringing that religious stuff into this. So once again, once you see the Richard Allen ass niggas bringing any conversations that sound anything like Charles Davenport, then you got to understand that they're agents, and they're never going to be able to tell us that they're not. So for me, I don't go back and forth and debate on that from that perspective. They don't have anything to bring to the table other than eugenic talking creed. You know, you niggas push their creeds, period. And you don't even know it. You have to snap out of it. They created this system for you. You can't believe it. You shouldn't believe it. You know what I'm saying? So that's what we're dealing with, man. A1, you there, brother? No, he gone. J Rock's in the building. What it do? J Freeway. Peace to the guys, man. Let me put the link back in the chat room, man. Nah, man, we're gonna get up out of here. I definitely appreciate everybody, man. Put in this work. Yeah. What can I get? What are you talking about? What can you get? Well, okay, now. Leave out. Okay, no. All right. I can't. No, I don't know. I don't know if you're talking to me. Camp Power Hotson's in the building. Peace to the guy, man. Rockefeller started Spelman, so we accept medicine. Yeah, I mean, yo, it's definitely factual, man. We know that these people have been hoodwinking us from the whole time, man. That's just what it is, man. A1 must be gone. I'm in the back. Okay, no, I don't see you back there, bro. Oh shit, yeah, we still got Ice Cube. Yo, we still got Ice Cube, y'all. Ah ha ha. All right, man. Let's get to it, man. Let's roll our sleeves up, man. Let's get to this thing. You know, baby, you said it's Ice Cube. We gotta put this Ice Cube in there. Hey, man. One time for Aboriginal love, man. One time for Aboriginal love. Yeah, man. Be on the lookout for the Aboriginal Love Show hosted by yours truly, Mr. Fluffy. Yeah, man. Baby, I definitely appreciate you holding me down. Man, get you a great woman, get you a great Aboriginal woman, brothers. Ain't nothing like it. Salute. Absolutely. Salute to Aboriginal love, man. That's what's up. Hey, so you know, as y'all seen, you know, we had talked about this week or so ago, man. I'm just gonna kind of get into this Ice Cube thing, man. Shout out, peace to the guy, Ice Cube. And yo, just for the record, right? I was listening to that Roland Martin interview, right? And so Roland Martin was another wannabe elite motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? You know, snooty ass nigga. You know, sport coat ass wearing ass niggas running around here acting like they smart and everybody else, right? First off, Ice Cube smarter than all you niggas put together. Okay? He didn't go to college. He didn't have to go smooch some whole bunch of cracker asses. You know what I'm saying? Like you motherfuckers got to go smooch all these cracker asses. Then go join some motherfucking subservient ass motherfucking fraternities, nigga. Let's be clear, right? To kiss some more fucking cracker asses. You know what I'm saying? And then you turn around and be like, well, yeah, you know, what do you say to people that say that that an entertainer, right, shouldn't be talking about this? First off, they're smarter than all you dumbass niggas, because first off, he got more money than you. He don't work for motherfuckers. Motherfuckers work for him. You go work for motherfuckers. You gotta watch your mouth or you gonna get fired or kicked off some shit. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I mean by yeah. Sometimes you niggas need to keep y'all little mouth shut or whatever, and don't be trying to put niggas in a box because a nigga's a rapper or a nigga play ball. A nigga that was on the ball court as a child, like all of us were, right? Take that and make $500 million. Are you serious? After they finish playing, he's still selling his shoes and t-shirts and jerseys and hats and whatever, and they stretching their careers out. They not smart. I'd rather be a motherfucking basketball player than everything that y'all talk about being. Think about it. About a ball player, basketball player, rapper. What's better life than being a ball player, rapper? I'll wait. You tell me. Dumbass. Fuck is y'all talk about? Oh, shut up and dribble. Really? Yeah, y'all should have just took y'all ball on home, LeBron, and stood on it, bro. Straight up. Let the chips fall where they may. You know what I'm saying? We gotta be men, bro. Y'all gotta let y'all nuts drop, bro. Stop letting these people fuck over y'all, man, and tell y'all anything. so Ice Cube going back and forth, Roland Martin, man. You know, like I said, salute to the guy, Ice Cube, man. You know, like I said, man, you know, he said some key things, you know, basically like, yo, hey, man, I thought people that thought they was, you know, Indians, you know, we all say, you know, we got Indian in our family and stuff like that. Well, Indian means niggas, period. It's like saying, man, I heard you got niggas in your family. Yeah. Because if I go anywhere on this planet, right, check me out, right? Check this out. So I go anywhere on this planet, right? Go on vacation. Me and baby go on vacation. Hey, baby, go on vacation, right? and we somewhere, whatever. Right? We come back from vacation. We say, yo, bro, we went and seen some beautiful sights. We seen some ruins. We went to Mexico, seen some Mayan ruins, some shit, whatever, right? And I come back and I say, man, we went to this small town, blah, blah, blah. And it was my rendition, right? When niggas was everywhere, right? Everybody on this motherfucking line, right? Everybody listening gonna be like, yeah, we know what niggas is. We know what you're talking about. You're gonna think in your mind, you're gonna go to a scene where you went, there was nothing but niggas, like say at a Essence Festival or something, right? Niggas everywhere, right? You're gonna think about that, right? You're gonna be like, yeah, it was niggas everywhere. So that you will have a clear understanding and picture in your head of when I say niggas. That's my rendition, right? That would be how I would be able to describe niggas everywhere, right? It's like me going to DC. I'll be like, man, it was niggas everywhere. That's how I would describe. Shout out to DC, right? That's how I would describe it. I'm like, man, it was niggas everywhere. I went to Detroit. It was niggas everywhere, right? Niggas, right? So that would be my descriptive term. So if I was to write that down or whatever, you know, and then somebody that say, you know, hey, but I don't like that. I'm gonna edit this, and we're gonna say we seen blacks, you know, or how about this? So my brother Ahanu, you know what I'm saying? If I say Moors or certain words will give you a certain picture of who these people will be. Niggas, I want you to know who I'm referring to. N-I-G-G-A, right? Right? And so that was a term that we created through this culture that we built from hip hop, from our culture, from American culture, right? You know what I'm saying? So it's just crazy. Oh, Chief, you say that America was named after Tupac Tupac Shakur, all this dumbass shit, right? Nah, remember his mother named him after Incan, right? Chief, you know what I mean? That was dealing in Nicaragua, that was dealing with these people or whatever. So, you know, these are the people, these would be another descriptive term of the gods, you know what I'm saying? When we talk about, you know, just these terminologies or whatever that are modernized now, we still look at it from, once again, a colonized mindset, a modern mindset. This modern mindset puts you, like, it's like when you, it's like, yo, like, it was a song, as you said, one of the lines, it said, the crackers up that bleaching your dome. Absolutely. Kindergarten, they start bleaching your shit, dog. Your shit's bleached out. It's blotted out. It's blank. Okay? No matter what you, how you positioning yourself or whatever, you have to purge yourself of these terminologies, these things, whatever. And this is what we're dealing with, y'all. You know, we're dealing with a real sick situation. Okay? This is, I can't make this shit up. Yeah, I mean, Nupuri, you know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta, you know, like I said, it's all psychological. When we watch television, we have allowed, if I own one of these news networks, I would be off. They would not allow us to do it because they know we would not continue to put out negative imageries of ourselves. Okay? We just wouldn't do it. Even you could tell the difference between Viacom owning BT from Bob Johnson. It's a totally different situation. You know what I'm saying? That this is their idea of what you should be. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it's what it is, y'all. Support the real, y'all know what it is, man. Supreme Chief Holidays in the building. The GOAT is here. Yeah, man. Shout out to everybody, man. That's into this thing, man, with us, man. Oh, let me see. Who we? Hey, so that's really little, honestly, right? I know we want to go over a couple points in this thing. The contract for First Americans, right? Not Black Americans, Q. The contract for First Americans, okay? It's important that we understand this, that when you put yourself in a black box, right? You put yourself in a black box, you know what I'm saying? You get, you know, black box shit, you know what I'm saying? You don't get nothing in the black box, right? You put yourself in that black box. Yeah. So y'all gotta stop putting yourself in the black box, Q. You know what I'm saying? We are the first Americans, bro. So shout out to you when you said that we you know, he believed that, you know, people used to not want to be us, right? We are us. This is us. We here. This is our land. You know what I'm saying? So people want to put us in an African black box, which happens to have slaves in there and all this other bullshit, you know, getting pissed and shit on, getting raped, you know what I'm saying, all type of shit, whatever, the psychological damage that come with it, right? So a lot of times when we're talking to people and we're trying to let people understand, like, they don't even want nobody else on the planet to be slaves but them, right? It didn't take slaves to build the Great Wall of China. It didn't take slaves to build nothing on this. Like, come on, bro. Like, this whole concept of slaves is dumb. It's employment, but based off, because they was even talking about, oh yeah, but it's okay if it's pale people, right? Well, that's a work strike. If it's us, it's a slave revolt. You see the rendition? Who's telling the story, right? Like, who's gonna give this story? Who's painting the story? So we keep painting the story, and we keep allowing other people to paint the story for us, and we keep running with that narrative. That's the problem I have. You know what I'm saying? We got to stop running with these narratives. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times people don't understand it. It's just what it is. Libra Sun is in the building. Y'all know right when I'm about to get up out of here. Big bro, what it do? Libra.
Fact,
I hear you. I
facts,
got you.
all facts, 100%. What it do, man? Peace to the American gods and goddesses. What's good,
That's right. That's right.
man?
Shit, man, all is well, man. About yourself, man. How you feeling?
Man, chilling, man, chilling.
You already know, man. Everything good? Everybody good?
Man, I keep getting these damn I don't know why it's keep echoing, man. This shit is weird, man. I might have to go back out and come back in.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, man. Go get y'all some AmericanAboriginalShoes.com, man. Walk like a guy, man. Walk like a goddess, man. It's real in the field, y'all. And y'all already know, man, we are 2am.com. Wake up. It's time. It's 2 a.m., man. We are 2am, 2am.com. Yeah, I can't see this right here. I'm not in front of the desktop. Okay, wait. It's a little bigger. Super little though. I got it. Hey, I kind of right like Q, bro. I see black in here 800 times, bro. Bliggity black. And if we want to get things done, we want to get things, make it effective, we have to start speaking words of affirmation, power. We have to give power to our words. Black is taking power from it because you give power to white. Okay? There's no such thing as white. It's waste. Okay? Because nobody's going to come up to you and be like, oh, yeah, I'm a white man. Yeah, right? Well, okay, remember? Hey, well, white is a part of a system. Are you a part of that system, sir? Oh, no, I'm not a part of that system. See what I'm saying? We have to take power. While taking power, we got to, like, right? Power doesn't concede anything with power. Their power is illusion. Okay? I can trick you into taking power from you. Right? I could trick you into running up and down this fucking court for us. It's only been 100 years, bro. LeBron, come on, bro. How I know for a fact you can own a team. It don't cost that much. You've been playing for 17 years, dog. There's no way you can't tell me you can't own a team. Michael Jordan on a team. How about this? There's no way y'all can't tell me we can't start a league. Is this real? I got the Las Vegas guys. What's up? DBU and DC. We got the DC Suns. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know what I'm saying? We could do this, man. We don't need these people, bro. Like, I don't understand. Why do we keep doing this to ourselves and don't have a 100-year plan for ourselves? Man, I'll go over here and play for them for 20 years if my knees don't give out. Really? What? Like, come on, bro. Like, some of these niggas are smarter than you because they go to college, right? Leave college after a year or two, whatever. What you gonna make your whole goddamn life, they make that first year of their goddamn career. What are you talking about? You gonna work your whole life to get what this 19-year-old kid is gonna get his first fucking year, bro. Calm down. You're not smarter than him. Okay? You're working hard. You went to school for 20 fucking years. You ain't getting shit better than him. He just went to school for a year. If that. Some of the nigga came out right out of high school. Really? Who's smarter? Again, I'm trying to figure this out. That's dumb. Get Libra back up here, man. Shit is dumb. Libra.
Yo. You're.
Yeah, you back in here.
That's what's up. Yeah, man. What's good,
man? Yeah, man. Hey, man, anybody tuned in from Vegas too, man, let y'all know, man, we're going to be definitely launching from here, man. So to be announced, man, the location, man, let y'all know, man. We're going to have a little meet and greet, man, smoke session, shit like that, man. Come kick with your boy, man, kick off the tour. We got Leonard Peel in the building. He said we changing colors, copper heads. That's right. Original Copperhead Hunters is in the motherfucking building, man. He said Trojan Hard Workhorse. We at the gates. That's right. That's a fact, bro. We definitely at the gates. But the gates are in your mind. You have to open them up first. Okay? If you can't see, it's never gonna happen. If you go to sleep at night and you getting your ass beat in your own matrix, in your own dream, You're never gonna be able to change your reality because you can't change your own goddamn thought patterns. You can't even go to sleep at night and stop the white man from whooping your ass. You understand? Or this imaginary man. You know what I'm saying? Because this is an illusion. Okay, they're using the media as an illusion. Period. So it is what it is, y'all. So just keep that in mind. We got to change the system. We got to change our mindset. The police are not here to terrorize us. I don't give a fuck about them. Oh, it was a slave catcher. Oh, that only means just for you, right? You was the only people that was running away. So when these people break out of prison right now, nobody's gonna chase them down. The slave catchers ain't gonna run after them. They're not paying taxes. They're not being subjugated. Oh, theirs is different. They're only servants. You're the only slave, even though it comes from Europe. Okay? Stop being the victim. Bros, stop bending over, bro. Y'all taking it. Telling you, getting it. Libra, you in the building?
Yes. You hear me?
But this is a document y'all need to download right here. Y'all need to read. Declaration of Reclamation, man, is definitely a document. We were talking about this Ice Cube joint right here, but you can go in on Nancy Eisenberg or anything, bro. Anything you want to go in on, bro, you got the floor.
Man, I'm just man. All right. First of all, right, let's just talk about how she framed certain things, right? Now, you
Okay.
heard her say, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Check one.
Absolutely. Sound good.
Okay.
Yeah, you sound good. You good.
So what you hear her say is that they took these people that were low life people they considered in Britain, and they sold SOLD, sold them to the tyrants that were in America colonies, that were in the American colonies, right? They sold them as indentured servants. We need to just think about that for a minute. So you mean to tell me that they took these people that at the time wasn't even considered white, even though they had the same, they were of the same people, right? The wasted. So they sold them and then called them indentured servants. But they weren't slaves, even though they were sold. You see the mind games?
On the auction block. On the auction block. In chain.
See the
Really.
mind games?
They were like, oh yeah, soldiers, prisoners. Yeah, bro. It's definitely mind games. It's definitely casting word spells, bro. You know
This
what
is
I'm
what's
saying?
going on all the time, bro. All of these
X.
so-called doctrines that they come up with, right? All these doctrines, doctrine of discovery, stand your ground, what's the other one? Unqualified immunity. All these doctrines are nothing but tools of socialization. They don't have any legal standing whatsoever. So we got to really be mindful of not just certain things that they're doing, but the majority of the things they're doing are based on controlling the social dynamic, right? That's what socialization does. It controls the social dynamic. And the social dynamic depends on emotions. It's not based on anything else but emotions, right? So when they start telling you that, oh, well, if the officer felt threatened or fear of their life, right? You have to think about that for a minute, right? So, so when you say fear for their lives, do you mean an emotional response? right? So if they're having a bad dream and they're having a nightmare that their wife was coming after them with a knife, can they wake up and shoot their wife? Could they wake up out the dream and shoot their wife and get away with it? Because, they fear for their life. Based on their emotional state, which could be actually unstable at the time. So you're trying to tell me that we are creating laws based on people's emotions? There's no fucking way that junk should even deserve an argument. These doctrines are outside of reality. Okay? That's the first thing. It has nothing to do with facts. It has nothing to do with evidence. These doctrines are merely emotional responses. And there's no laws based off of no emotional response. They are playing games. They're violating the law, playing these games. They're playing these emotional games. That's just something to consider. Go ahead, Chief. I rest.
Yeah, man. That's crazy. Once again, right? If the term waste was used, right, as opposed to white, we will have a different outcome, right? If we say certain terms and create a power vacuum, right, within those terms, you know what I'm saying? Like we're not focused, like, because we allow these people to create, like, say for instance, every artist, right? For instance, because I'm in the business, right? They know that the media ain't shit. Period. Niggas have an interview and they have to say the little interview shit. They get off the interview and they can have, y'all know, like sometimes they be like they have an off. Somebody would be recording like conversations off the record. We don't want this recorded, right? Y'all know, we like back chat stuff. It's off the record. You don't want this like recorded, right? That's what they're doing. Like they know that they can't certain things. I remember Meek Mill was having a conversation at breakfast. He said, "Man, y'all know y'all stop asking me these fucking questions. Y'all know good and goddamn well if I say certain things, they cut my checks. If you say certain things, you getting fired because you don't own this shit." Going back to ownership, when we talk about what Ice Cube is talking about, fuck all that. It's in terminology. First Americans. We are the first Americans. Say this with me, boys and girls. Not y'all. Y'all the great ones. Salute. First Americans. We are the first Americans. Call yourself whatever over there, but get with the first American agenda. Okay? We are the first Americans. First. So, right? So, anywhere that you see black or anything else, nigga, anything, say first. Please. Before you get ready to say anything out your goddamn mouth, Indian, Moor, anything, say first. Please. Say first. Get on code. Please. If you don't understand what Aborigine is, you understand what 1S the fuck T is. If you niggas argue over there, I'm gonna pray for you, okay? I'm gonna pray for you, right? I don't know what to say to you. Like, that doesn't make any goddamn sense to me to keep arguing back and forth over these goddamn terms. Leave them terms over in the trash. Or not in the my bad, yeah. In your pocket. Or at the door. We are the first Americans. Okay? First. I'm gonna keep saying this. Every time you want to say black out your mouth or anything else, whatever the fuck you want to say, nigga, say first, please. First. It's easy. We are the first. Like playoffs. First, motherfucker, we are the first Americans. Paul Pierce, we are the first Americans. Robert Horry, first fucking Americans. Shaquille O'Neal, you know this. You was on there when the brother said that you talk about this. You gotta have these conversations in the open, bro. We let the Davenports and these motherfuckers know you are immigrants. This is our motherfucking land. This is America, Jack. We are the first Americans. I gotta keep saying that. First Americans. First. One SC, bro. It's simple. It's like first grade. First. Please get on code. Nobody can argue that. No, none of you niggas, none of you niggas, the God bodies, the Nation of Islam, Hebrew Israelites, no Christians, nobody can dispute first. We're the first. We're the first human beings. And guess what? Guess what we got? Libra. You know what we got that they don't have? Bones. Fuck what you talking about. Every fucking time you niggas pull out a fucking article, a book, I'm gonna pull out a bone. Please, right here. Here's a bone. Nigga, you niggas believe in dinosaurs and fucking monkey people. I got our ancestors right here. You ain't got shit. Here are our ancestors in the ground, painting themselves on the wall, carved themselves in fucking stone. Nigga, you niggas got all type of motherfucking shit to carve shit right now. You won't go carve your motherfucking face in stone nowhere. Bet you I fucking am. Fuck is wrong with y'all? That shit crazy as hell to me. You niggas suck. Like that is terrible. There's no way the fuck you gonna tell me that we allowing this shit to keep going on. Oh yeah. Oh sorry, us. It's poor us. We're so little. Black lives matter. No, the fuck they don't. Child A1 man did Black Lives Matter don't matter. They don't. All that shit don't. Y'all lying. You know what I'm saying? They lying. This shit don't. This shit matters. If it did, I'm pro-life. That's all I gotta say.
That's a fact.
What you say, bro?
Yeah, man, because they don't understand.
Fuck out of here.
The colonized mindsets put you out of the state of reality, bro. You know what I'm saying? It puts you in a state of lies. Okay? Having a colonized mind
Facts.
puts you in the lying mind state. It is artificial. It's just what it is, man.
Facts.
It's real simple, right? When you think under the colonized mindset, you are beyond reality. Basically, it's just made up.
Super facts.
You know what I'm saying?
Super facts.
Just like I try to explain about these doctrines, they are outside of reality, bro. The shit is outside of reality, right? You had Amber Geiger, right? Make up a story saying, I thought I was in my own apartment and I saw an intruder that was trying to kill me, right? That's what she said. That's what she thought. But what the fuck do her thoughts have to do with reality? What she actually did was broke into an unarmed man's apartment and shot him dead eating a bowl of ice cream. That was the reality, not what she felt. Okay? Stick to reality. All of these excuses they using about, well, you know, if the officer felt threatened, that is a lie. That is an emotion. Emotions have nothing to do with reality. It has nothing to do with facts. The problem is, the reason they get away with this shit is because people not paying attention. They're not sticking to the facts. They're going off into la la land saying, well, if you felt this way, I guess that means no, hell no. That's outside of reality. The person's feelings, whether they scared, whether they threatened, they saw a weapon. I thought I saw him reach for a gun. Well, if he didn't have a gun, then that was outside of reality. Then it wasn't a fact. And you don't get to use that as an excuse based on your emotional feelings at that time. That's the argument. Stop getting lost into these words, these feelings and shit. That has nothing to do with reality. It has nothing to do with facts. If they want to win these cases, all they need to do is stick with the facts. It ain't about what you felt. It ain't about what you thought or you thought you saw, because that has nothing to do with what actually happened. Do not let them put emotion into the picture. Whether you're talking Black Lives Matter or any other thing. It cannot be driven by no made up reality or fiction, okay, trying to pass as reality. If it's fictitious, then that's what it is. You can't move off of no fictitious shit. Stick with the facts. Go ahead, bro. Chief.
Yeah. Hey, can you kind of reiterate emotions have nothing to do with reality? Like,
Yeah,
because we're
just like I
emotionally
said,
like what I get from. Go ahead.
well, that's just like I was explaining about Amber Geiger, right? When she said she thought she was in her apartment. Well, her thoughts have nothing to do with reality, because if she was emotionally unstable at the time of the incident, right? Let's just say, for an example, and she was feeling a certain type of way, that has nothing to do with what actually took place. So we get into listening to these people describe their emotional state when emotions have nothing to do with law. Either you did something or you did not. It has nothing to do with how you feel. Whether you were scared, whether you were cold or hot, or none of this shit makes a difference. So when they say, I thought he had a gun, so I shot him. But the reality was they did not find a weapon. That means that his thinking was outside of reality. It did not exist. It is a story. Okay? You can't let them use alibis that have anything to do with how they felt. I feared for my life. Guess what? That's an emotional response. Okay? That has nothing to do with anything. All that's saying is that you are emotionally unstable. That's all. And you got people taking this stuff and running with it. Like, yeah, well, if an officer is scared, what the fuck? What the fuck do that got to do with anything? So that give you a right to make up shit? Or are we dealing with reality? These stories that they come up with are fake. And people are buying this shit. They're just fake stories, bro. Anything that has to do with some emotion in law mixed together, you got a problem. Because laws are not emotions. If somebody violates your Fourth Amendment right to due process, then emotions do not exempt them from that. They're getting away with this fake shit. This is called socialization. That's when they put these fake ass laws together to make people believe they're actual laws when it's only part of socialization. This is what these things are for. Mind control. Okay? Have you believing in shit that don't exist? believing in shit that's outside of reality. This is what socialization does. Okay? You got somebody calling themselves a white supremacist, right? That is outside of reality. So why are we listening to shit that's outside of reality?
Mm-hmm.
And then we get emotional about it and start doing the same shit. Instead of thinking
That's
that,
fact.
well, we know that the term white don't exist. That's outside of reality. So being a white supremacist got to be outside of reality because being white is outside of reality. Okay?
But they'll say that we in denial of white supremacy by denying it, brother.
Well, that's
You know what I'm saying?
once again, that's because they cling on to things that's outside of reality, bro. And they get mad about it. You know what I'm saying? Because religion, right, is outside of reality, bro. And they do things as a religion. So, you know, when they talk about being black and being white, it becomes a religion to people and it's outside of reality, but they get mad about things that they believe. You know what I mean? Because if it was within reality, you wouldn't have to believe. You would know. You believe in things that's outside of reality. Once again, it has nothing to do with facts. And the truth is that sometimes we may not know the facts, but that doesn't, you know, give you permission to make the facts up. And turn them into a belief system. So that's what it be sometimes, shit. What would Nagi always saying? Wise up and rise up. Okay? Wise up and rise up. If we knew better, we do better, right? Is that right, Chief?
Yep, absolutely, brother. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, for sure.
Well, that's the point.
Yeah,
though,
man.
know?
I mean, bro, it's like, yeah, like we could read a million books. If you read books and they just sit on your shelf, you can't apply nothing, you know what I'm saying, to anything or whatever. Like, okay, motherfucker got a $100,000 book collection, but you die broke. You do the
Yeah, let
math.
me turn my volume down.
It's almost like that.
They think I'm too loud. Am I talking?
It's almost like that story that, nah, you're not too loud. You good. It's almost like that story what he was saying about the man wanted to get rescued by the boats. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm waiting on God. I'm waiting on God. But God done sent you 3 boats. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing, man. We know what's the problems. Here's the problem. Problem is these systems. Okay? Professor Neely Fuller, Dr. Francis Cress Wilson broke that down eloquently for us. So we act like we don't have blueprints to shit. Blueprint from First America by Dr. Amos Wilson. We take that and we change it. You know what I'm saying? We don't keep doing the same thing, Q. You know what I'm saying, bro? And I know you got good intentions because, bro, you don't have to do this, nigga. You can go in your mansion, go on your 50 acres or whatever. You can chill and do you. You ain't got to do none of this. You know what I'm saying? And it ain't about the money for a brother like that or whatever because he's continually trying to push the ball forward. The big 3 league and certain things, whatever, to do certain things. So that's why I say Cube is up there, man. You know, we just gotta, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, like I say, Chief, man, if you want to really make impact, you got to deal with reality, man. If we start looking at things in a
Right.
certain type of way, you know, then we can make better decisions because we're using these decisions based on reality, bro. You know what I'm saying? Not a perceived um, uh, reality or the artificial reality that they're presenting us. You know what I'm saying? And that always get us in a trick, put us in a trick bag because that's when you don't know fact from fiction. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, we gotta,
Right. Absolutely.
yeah. I mean, we gotta be on point with that, man. Like we gotta really pay attention to to reality, man, and how if everybody else is outside of reality, let them be that way. You know what I'm saying? But our people should be on reality, bro. Our people, that's the way to get on code is to operate in reality. You know what I'm saying? No matter what that reality is, because we do have to deal with these artificial mindsets. But as long as we understand what we're dealing with, we can deal with them a lot better. You know what I'm saying?
Facts. Hmm.
So
Absolutely facts.
yeah, that's what's up, man. That's all we have to do, man. And one of the most important things we have to do when we're looking at information and we interpreting and deciphering information, um, we got to pay close attention to how they take modern terms and put them back in time. They take modern people and put them back in time, right?
Facts.
Because
Can
who
you give us an example of that, brother?
yeah, I can give you a prime example, right? So if you go into the 1828 dictionary and you look up Americans, right, and it'll say originally given to the Aborigines or the copper-colored races, but now given to the crackers. So that means that they just are imposters. They are not the Americans. They took that title and gave us nigger or Negro or black or African American because they took the title of American. They are imposters. Why couldn't they keep their own damn title?
That's facts. Shout out to Mr. Darkfly brother. He's into the building. Peace of the God, man. Shalom to you, my brother. Hey, oh, yo, bro, this is facts, man. Like I don't understand why people are not getting this, man. Like this is like it's just like okay, like in order for it would be different if the word like technology didn't exist, manipulations and all these other things, bro. That things that these people have done to get into this position. Like this is just facts. But the facts are that we are perpetuating, we're pushing their historical domination over us. And it keeps happening. And as we sit idle, right, and talk about ancient Africa and Kemet and all this other shit, they're building on top of our land, bro. Like that's a problem for me. We have to
Right.
have a upward mobility mindset. Period. Fuck they caste system. Fuck what they
Well,
got going on, bro. Like we don't even honor nothing that y'all anything that y'all honor. We don't honor Gucci. We don't honor nothing. Waste people bring. How about that?
right.
Nothing.
Well,
Not a motherfucking thing that y'all can bring to the table, bro. And that's just on God. That's just if and I don't have to tear nobody down to push our greatness up. electricity. Like I can go on cars, clothes, fashion.
Computer.
We got the baddest women on the planet, and
whatever.
yeah, just everything, bro. Like everything that you can imagine, right? And the fact that them brothers did walk off the basketball court just for a little bit, let them give y'all a glimpse of the power y'all got. Y'all understand what I'm saying? Y'all power doesn't concede nothing but power. Y'all can believe that. You can keep talking all this shit, but when y'all go back on that court, just imagine how shitty you gonna feel because you didn't get nothing. You make these motherfuckers bow down. Get down on y'all motherfucking knees to the gods. Not just on no talk God shit, on some real God shit. I never call another motherfucker my owner. You got to be out y'all motherfucking mind. I could have went pro. I'd never do that. I don't give a fuck. You don't own me, dog. Slavery. $40 million slave. Go look that book up. That's what you're dealing with. When you're dealing with a motherfucker that can't, he's strong in the body, but his mind is weak. Dog, I love me some Shaquille O'Neal, bro, but you be on some coon ass shit, fam. That shit right there, I don't like that, bro. You niggas gotta get on code. You too big and rich for that, fam. You rich for life. Nigga, you ain't gonna never not have to worry about no job, nigga. You in the general kicking it. You know what I'm saying? You getting money, motherfuckers insurance, nigga. Fuck is wrong with you? Cop ass nigga. Y'all know you're a cop, right? Bro. So he came for the police and that shit, bro. Watch your goddamn mouth, bro. That shit's crazy to me, bro. Go ahead, man.
I mean, yeah. It's like the thing is, man, that colonization breeds what? Agents, right? So
facts.
That's all part of socialization, bro. It's like they will protect this artificial system, man, by any means necessary. You know what I'm saying? Because they're dealing with a belief system. You got people that's dealing with beliefs, right? And dealing with beliefs is outside of reality, bro. You know what I'm saying? So you're not gonna have any solid ground to stand on. You know what I'm saying? There's no principle. Facts. You know what I'm saying? It's like what can you say, man? Get some principles in your life, not no artificial ones. Get some real shit. You know what I'm talking about?
Y'all cutting up in the chat room, man. Salute to y'all, man. Hey, man, I promise y'all I'll be happy to leave it though, man. We be happy to like rein it in a little bit because you know we are on they shit. You know what I mean? And you know, like bro, like I said, it's not about hate, it's about the truth. And these people do not like the truth. Okay? LeBron, you the guy, right? And you know what you got that Michael Jordan didn't have? And all these other people didn't have? Like you got other billionaires and other people behind you, bro. Like you powerful, bro. Don't let these people punk you out, man. Like straight up. Basketball is not important. Shout out to Kenny Smith too, man, walking off the like, come on, bro. You can't like come on, Shaq. Y'all all gotta get up, bro. All y'all gotta get up. When Kenny Smith walked off that set, bro, y'all gotta walk off that set. How you sit there? What they gonna do to you? You Shaquille O'Neal, bro. You know what they fired Kenny Smith, you know what he'll be? Well, you know, he should have told us before he walked off the set, you know. Nigga, bro, come on, fam. You niggas, that right there is unacceptable. Shout out to Shannon Sharp, bro. You niggas, that shit is unacceptable. Okay? We gotta put all the dots together, man. Y'all not figuring this shit out right now. Y'all not understanding. You know, I seen somebody say something, well, you know, maybe because of the athletes and entertainers are right getting it. Now we gotta put them. Michael Eric Dyson, right? Shout out to Michael Eric Dyson, Dr. Michael Eric Dyson, right? Bro, I need to talk to you, man. You need to have a conversation, right? But all this bliggity black shit, you know, you not black, nigga. You yellow as fuck. You're not black, okay, sir? But he said some shit that I don't agree with at all. Because you just supposed to be the smart people, the educated motherfuckers, but you the indoctrinated niggas and you the agents. That's just what it is. I'm not about to keep going back and forth with y'all. They don't need to sit down and talk to none of you ass niggas. And then he started naming Al Sharpton's group and you know, that and these other niggas groups that are known agents to the community, bro. So when you said that, fam, that right there does not sit well with me, bro. They gotta stop pulling these same agents up to talk on television for all black people, bro. We're not having that, fam. Sit y'all motherfucking asses down, bro. I'm not about to keep telling y'all shit, bro. You niggas, and this is the problem right here. And we honor they channels, we honor they shit. Fuck is wrong? This is the problem, bro. This is the problem. That's why we never gonna get nowhere with niggas like this. When Kenny Smith walked off that set, all y'all would have walked off. And Ernie Smith would have got him walked off with y'all. Just to let y'all know, yeah, I'm with y'all on this. Y'all gotta do that, man. You can't do that, man. That man start taking this shit out, bro. Shaq, you should have did the same thing. Oh man, come on, bro. Like Barkley, come on, bro. Y'all niggas rich, bro. You don't need that job. In fact, ain't nobody gonna watch that shit without Shaq and Charles Barkley. Come on, bro. Stop playing with me, bro. Y'all know Kenny's expendable. If that nigga go, y'all better, man, I promise. I'll make a video every day about you niggas. I promise, bro. Like, you niggas, we canceling you niggas. Oh, speaking of cancel, oh, God. Bro, Akon, when you going home, nigga? Hey, can we deport Akon, please? Can somebody please deport this nigga? Please. 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 That's all I'm going to say. I'm done with you. And I'm not going to speak on another nigga. Like, that don't even make sense. Like, we just got to, like.
Well, but you know what that is, though, Chief. Chief, you there? Mic check, Chief, you there? You must be on mute, Chief. Might have dropped off. Just give him a minute. He'll be right back. Yeah, man. But like Chief was saying, man, it's like this, right? I don't get emotional about none of this shit that these niggas be talking about, right? Because once you start talking outside of the realm of reality, then I have nothing to listen to at that point. You know what I'm saying? So we got to understand. You understand what I'm saying, Chief? Like, our people they're thinking outside of reality, bro. So anything that they say is going to sound crazy to people that understand that that's what they're doing. Now, if your mindset is in the same position, then you may not think of it as crazy talk. You know what I'm saying? So that's what we're dealing with also, you know. Crazy begot crazy and shit. You know what I'm saying? So we got to understand that. But as far as people that's grounded in their thinking, that understands these things, you can't even take any of that shit seriously, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because they're basing their thinking on some artificial shit. There's this famous saying, you don't know what you don't know. And some of you may understand what that means, and some of you may not. But that's what we're dealing with. Anything can happen in an artificial society. It's just like a Windows program, you know. It's like shit. You on Windows 7 and somebody else on Windows 10 and somebody else on, you know, another Windows program, you know what I'm saying? But they all are Windows programs. You know what I'm saying? It has nothing to do with the underlying program that's running underneath of all that shit, which is DOS. That is the operating system. You got to deal with the operating system. You can't worry about what fucking windows you in, because that's all that shit is just window dressing. You know what I'm saying? Window shopping. Okay? That shit is above the surface. You got to dig beneath the surface. You know what I'm saying? And that's where you got
That's
to
a
live
fact,
at.
bro.
Yeah.
That's a fact. Super facts, fam.
I mean, people can
um,
listen to these Africans all they want to.
I do want to get into this. I do want to get into this contract of First Americans. You know, First America. You know what I'm saying? That's us. We're the first Americans. We're not immigrants. Okay, that gives us a special place in this land, right? And it needs to happen socially first. Okay, it has to happen socially. Okay, because if it doesn't happen socially, it's not going to happen politically, and it's not happen economically. Shout out to Dr. Claude Anderson. Like I said, I don't agree with everything. My this brother on the panel, we don't agree with everything each other say. You know what I'm saying? That don't mean that we can't build together. But you know what I'm saying? That's crazy as hell. Me and A1 don't agree on everything. Me and AP don't agree on everything. I don't mean we ain't been building. What the hell? That don't make
Fact.
any sense. Y'all don't agree with y'all everything y'all spouse say, but y'all making babies and shit. What is wrong with y'all? You know what I'm saying? That's what we created, so-called democracy that the rest of the world is using. That comes from America and Americans. We are the first Americans. I got to keep saying that. So when we talk about this first America, right? That's us. We're the first Americans, right? We have a first American agenda. We have a plan. Oh, whoa. Did we say we have a plan? Well, we have a plan. There's a plan. There's a plan in place with an agenda. You know what I'm saying? What's the importance of a man with a plan? I'm sure the sisters gonna appreciate a man with a goddamn plan. Okay? Y'all gotta have a plan even when y'all walking off that basketball court, and I do agree with that. You know what I'm saying? What's the plan? Shouldn't be just emotional responses to anything, right? Because what the hell the damn owners gonna do? They ain't like the owners is God around this motherfucker. Like, hey owners, please stop them from. Nah, bro. Like, come on, bro. Like, this is it's so big. It's so much going on when you have right? Mistakes happen, things happen, or whatever, right?
But you know what that comes from though, Chief?
Huh?
You know what that
What's
comes
that?
from? Because in their paradigm, they're looking at the owners as feeding them, right? So, they don't want to bite the hand that feeds them. They don't understand how to fish. You know what I'm saying? It's like they don't want to learn how to fish. They just want to get fed. And this is the problem.
Like baby birds? Like baby birds?
Yeah,
Hey, you say like baby birds?
yeah.
They be holding their face
They
back,
just want to
their
they just
head
want to
back.
get fed. They
Just want
don't
them to
they
put the
don't
worm in their mouth.
they don't want to.
Yeah, y'all want a worm in y'all mouth. Y'all want a worm in y'all mouth. Ah.
They don't want to do the fishing, bro.
Ah.
They don't want to do the building. They don't want to do the fishing.
Ah.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It's a mentality.
yeah, that's fine. But y'all been not never let me get on that motherfucker. Get to talk to y'all, America.
Bro, if it wasn't important, they wouldn't have stole our identity, bro. You know what I'm talking about? That was done at the very beginning. Steal their identity, steal their land. You know what I'm talking about, Chief? Check one. Chief, you there? Yeah, man. But I mean, you know, we gotta be more aware of what's really going on, you know. Because a lot of the shit that's going on is just purely made up shit. You know what I'm saying? And we gotta be able to separate those emotional aspects of things, right? Instead of being driven by emotion. That's what we got to do. This is all part of socialization. They are socializing you into believing these things like they have something to do with some emotion.
Oh yeah, we're Americans, we're Native Americans and Africans, right? There's no such thing as these terminologies. You understand? So they're telling us they're not tapping into our African side. We're Americans. So why not tap into the land and get power here? This is power at right on the land that you're standing on. You know what take it over. Y'all ain't trying to go to Africa, y'all Americans. This is where your heritage, this is where your lineages come from. You know it instinctively, you know this. You ain't going to stay, nigga. Stop playing. There's a whole hotel over there for y'all to live in. When y'all staying, you supposed to go to Ghana Plight and stay. There's no reason for you to come back over here, dog. Straight the fuck up. You can do live streams from Africa, bro. So y'all full of shit. Hey, Chief, we're Americans, so we are standing on what we said. We standing on our ancestral land. What are you talking about?
Chief, just think about it for a minute, right? The reason that these fools are not going to Africa and staying because number one, they ain't about that life, right? That's number one. Number two, they don't have any friends. They are talking emotions. And that shit is temporary. You understand what I'm saying? All that emotional planning, that shit is temporary. That's some temporary shit.
Like they planning a wedding or something?
Yeah, just some emotional planning and shit. Like
y'all planning funerals around this motherfucker?
I'm going to Africa and get in touch with them. You know what I'm saying? They get over there and none of that shit happens. You know what I'm saying? Then they can't wait to get their ass back home.
Can't wait.
And because they didn't have no plan to be over there, they just went over there straight off of some emotions.
Okay, you know so check it out, right? We got to get into this little bit right here, man. We got to talk about this contract with First America, right? Okay, Ice Cube. So we're gonna edit it a little bit as we go, y'all. Anywhere you see black, you know, substitute that for first or Aborigine in your mind, right? Don't substitute anything else, you slick ass niggas. Substitute it with first or Aborigine, right? Because there's an agenda, right? A social, political, economic agenda behind First America. Period. That you can respect that or check it. Because goddamn it, if you have the same goddamn agenda as the American Colonization Society or the Cherokee Nation or anybody else, any Walter Plecker or anybody, right? If you have the same agenda as him, we're not on the same page for power. We talking power over here, correct? Is that what we're talking about? So this contract right here, it took power from it when you said, Q, bro, love you. The contract with Black America took power. If you would have said the contract with First America, brother, this right here would have been revolutionary. Okay? First Americans. Think about that, brother. And you know it. See, first means that we predate the mestizo, aka, right? The modern day Latinos or Mexicans, something like that. No disrespect to them, but they know that they would have to have been mixed with the European at some point in time to create a class of people, a race of people. mestizos. This is what this is. I don't go back and forth with all this mongoloid shit. Niggas walked across the Bering Strait in time periods. It was only black people, even in China at the time. That makes no sense. It's dumb. It's dumb when niggas would have boats during the same time. We could scientifically prove that, but you cannot scientifically prove a motherfucker skated across ice. Like, you can't prove that. You're never gonna be able to prove the dumb shit. See how that work? So, all right, so let's get into this contract for First America, right? So it says, as citizens and lawmakers both, we are joining to demand the contract with First America be first. I guess we got to pull it in a little bit. Well, to the left, because it's cut off right there. There you go. Okay, so it says demand join to demand the contract with Black America be addressed immediately to finally create the more, quote, the more perfect union all Americans deserve, right? As such, it is time for a complete paradigm shift in how we run our institutions and operate our country, right? The problems facing America are too deep and wide to simply reform one area or another. Long lasting solutions demand a comprehensive, thorough, quote, rethink of America, with First America being provide conceptual approaches in several areas. Okay. Derek Hamilton, in the preface to the contract, says, quote, this contract with First America, right, strikes at the heart of racism, right? What the fuck is that? It presents a blueprint to achieve racial economic justice. Now, remember we talk about creating economics, right? Well, it has to come from a social conversation. We have to start having a social we have to start winning the social battles, right? So when they call us African and when they call us black, whatever, Q, whatever, those are the things that we're pushing back on with the declaration, a reclamation of our natural rights and our identity. You know what I'm saying? So this is what we're talking about, bro. So it it was written in the backdrop of the killing of George Floyd, which set off a wave of protests not seen since the civil rights era of 1950s and 60s, and a global pandemic in which the Aboriginal mortality rate is more than double the waste rate, and in which 45%, quote, nearly half of Aboriginal owned businesses closed, right? Now, you own a business or whatever, your business closed down, you should definitely seek relief for that, and it's not a handout, because I know you're proud and you pulled yourself up by your bootstraps to do your business, you know what I'm saying, to create your business, whatever. But this money is your money, like JG Whitworth, so you need to get to it, you know what I'm saying? So I would suggest that y'all get to that as soon as possible, right? It says, but it says that, they talk about double the rate of them, you know what I'm saying, or whatever, of course, you know what I'm saying, because they didn't have a deficit, as much of a deficit as we did coming into it. But you've seen major corporations closing down, major businesses closing down, whatever. So people have been closing down. You know what I'm saying? Honestly, yeah. Libra, what do you think about that real fast? Go ahead.
Was that you?
Yo, Libra, you there?
Yo, yeah. Was you asking me something?
Nah, well, I was just saying what you thought so far about this contract of
Uh,
where it said
well,
Black America, but
well,
First
see,
America.
it goes right back to the program, man. It's like it's within the realm of La La Land, right? Because when you're saying a contract with Black America, then you acknowledging the fact, number one, that you're black, and you acknowledging the fact that there's white people. You know what I'm saying? So it still plays into the same pocket, you know. Um, and that's the problem because you got these imposters that's impersonating Americans. You know what I'm saying? And the problem is we have to take our title back from them and give them their title back. They are immigrants. They are foreigners. And they need to keep that title.
Facts. That's a fact.
What I try to do is I try to get people to understand that the Revolutionary War was about these immigrants switching sides. This is how they usurped our title. They start calling themselves Americans and calling us some other shit. Or basically other than. And this is the problem.
Facts. And they put gatekeepers in place, right? Through the church, through these religious organizations, through these fraternal organizations, and so on and so forth, or whatever. We have a historical document. We have 100-year history of what you guys have done. So I'd be damned if you guys are gonna keep pushing uh, uh this agenda on our people, bro, and then pushing off is some type of something that's supposed to be good for our people. This sounds crazy, but we're the self haters. I think that's crazy. But we allow
Well,
other
yeah,
people to dictate our everything. I think
well,
that's ridiculous.
that's because that's the colonized mindset. You know what I'm saying? So when you under the colonized mindset, you're thinking that you other. You accepting the imposters as being uh, the originals. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just playing into the same pocket. You know what I'm saying? So if you're still putting yourself in that same pocket, it doesn't matter what you do, you're going to end up in the same pocket. It's not enough to put immigrants on notice about who we are. That's not enough. We got to also put them on notice about who the fuck they are and who they're not. They're definitely not Americans, and they need to be reminded that they are immigrants. That is the problem.
See, the brother is absolutely right when we talk about legal terms, right? Even when we're just talking about just definitions of stuff, social turns into political and legal. Political, legal, same stuff, right? Laws, political. This comes from social norms. Okay, remember these people didn't want feeble-minded people walking around, so they created a law to sterilize people, right? They create laws for people smoking marijuana. You created a law for this. Something that's never hurt nobody, but they created laws, and there's people right now in jail for marijuana. So yeah, of course, and that's illegal. That's illegal against them. That's even if they were smoking crack, like that's what they want to do with their body. It has nothing to do with you. And we can
But
go on and
the
on and on with the things that they have regulated
but
and,
chief,
created
at the heart
for
of
their
it,
power structure.
is part of socialization, though. That's what I'm saying. It's like we really got to pay attention to what they're trying to create. They're creating the mindset. That's all that they're doing. They're perpetuating the mind state. So when they lock people up for marijuana, it's like that has nothing to do with the Constitution, right? Um, so I mean, this shit is it's all socialization, bro. That's why we fall into that shit every time. It's all just maintaining social order, bro. That's all this shit is about. And until we put them in their proper standing, which is immigrant status, that's their proper status. It ain't just about us being in our proper status, but when we put them in their proper status, or put ourselves in our own proper status, that should be putting them in their proper status. This is the problem. They're operating outside of their proper status. They're operating as if they are Americans. This is the problem that needs to be corrected. Until that happens, I mean, they just going to keep doing the same shit they're doing. All politics are local. And all politics are a numbers game. If you don't control the majority vote, you have nothing. Because you damn sure ain't giving them no money. And if you ain't giving them no money, then what kind of results are you going to get? You got to control the majority vote. And I'm not talking about no presidential election. I'm talking about local. You know, mayor's race, the city council. You gotta control the majority vote on the city council in order to get anything done. Then you have to control the majority vote in the state Congress and the state Senate, which people seem to overlook that they even exist. Okay? The governor. These are the things we need to control. You got to have a majority vote, period. You can't say, all of us need to vote for this one person for the city council. What the fuck is that going to do? You're just going to have one vote. So you want everybody to vote for this person to get this person on the city council, and you only had one vote, and you think you've done something. Well, we got our person elected to the city council. Okay, you got one vote. Then you got 4 more votes to get. They take that one vote, drink champagne, party like it's 1999 and shit, like they really accomplished something, and you ain't accomplished shit. That one person on the city council ain't gonna do shit. You gotta control majority vote. Anything less than that, you in the wrong game. You playing checkers or marbles or some shit in a chess match. As long as they keep our people playing marbles and shit, we gonna lose it every time. As long as our people keep getting caught up in this emotional game, We're gonna lose every time dealing outside of reality. Not want to control our own resources. All these athletes and actresses and actors and shit that got a cumulative billions of dollars. If they was really upset about Flint, Michigan, in the water situation, all they had to do was buy the goddamn water plant. Why couldn't they just put their money together and buy the goddamn plant? It was probably pennies on a dollar. I bet you somebody else scooped that shit up, dealing with reality, realized what was going on. Their stock had to plummet. You would have been able to buy the shit for pennies on a dollar. And you think any of these Negroes gave that any thought? So you're just gonna sit there and cry about it? They need to fix our water. Why don't you fix your damn water? All the people in Flint could have probably put all their little money together and bought that shit.
Well, last time I checked, they had a city manager, so they vote don't even count. So,
That's what I'm saying. It's like it's an illusion, bro. I mean,
it's a super illusion.
yeah, you got.
I mean, but even with that though, they was like, you know, we have the illusion of democracy, even though we talk about it or whatever. Like these people, like, are definitely, you know, they definitely manipulative and conniving the whole situation across the board. You know,
Well,
either
because
we
they
gonna take our
socializing
ball and
us,
go somewhere else, or we
but they
gonna take it over.
socializing us out of it, though, Chief. They're socializing us out of it.
I get it.
You know what I'm
That's
saying?
facts.
This stuff
But
aren't.
once again, though, don't words aren't words a part of socialization, a part of the building process? You know what I'm saying? For
Thinking
us
too.
to affirm, you know, to be positive or negative, you know what I'm saying? Like that, words matter. Like they
Yeah,
talk
yeah,
about
they
Black
do.
Lives Matter, but if somebody say all lives matter, then all, even black is including all. Nah, you can't say that. Remember, that's being
Right.
racist. How is it being racist to say all lives matter? So we say brown
Because
lives matter. What do we see? What I'm saying, oh, you guys don't like love black people because you're saying brown lives matter or copper lives matter or aboriginal lives matter. You dummies. We're saying the same thing. It's just terminologies to bring power. So we're saying aborigines, aboriginal lives matter. Why would that offend anybody? You should embrace power. Okay. Remember the Black Power Rangers? Okay, well, let's just be Power Rangers. Remember that analogy? Let's let's bring the red in, the pink in, the blue in, the yellow in, all the other things to get power. And that's the problem. We don't understand how to consolidate our power. Bring the Hebrews in, bring, bring, bring the Moors in, bring the Nation of Islam in, bring the Christians in, right? Y'all get it? Power.
well, you
But
gotta
the problem is
understand.
that most of these organizations, these institutions have been co-opted by these people. So we got to understand that. So from that perspective.
I'm
So,
saying that even if you wanted to bring
go ahead,
them
brother.
in, well, even if you wanted to bring them all together, don't mean that you can because they have their own agenda. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes their
Right.
agenda is to operate outside of reality. So if they under that mindset in their mind, they're holding the line. You know what I'm saying? Um, but the thing is that okay, it's enough people that don't adhere to any of that bullshit that they do. You know what I'm saying? Like we need the free thinkers. If the free thinkers got together, they would be way more powerful than any of these stupid ass motherfuckers running around here acting like they doing something, you know, for the good of the people when they're acting like goddamn slaves. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
We need the
Absolutely.
free thinkers.
But you know, they call people that think free, you know, they call us crazy.
Yeah,
We
well,
don't know what we're talking about. Self-haters. Really.
yeah, but the only thing is that don't stop shit. You know what I'm saying? Because the motherfuckers call you names. That don't stop you from working.
Mm-hmm.
That don't stop you from working. You know what I'm saying?
Speaking
We
of
need
that, let's
to.
get back into this real fast. Go ahead, though, brother.
Go ahead.
Well, hold on, let me take this down. Yeah, shout out to Leonard Peel. But yeah, we definitely need to have better terminology. ATF, Chief Copperfoot in the building. Peace of God, man.
What's up, boy?
What's happening, man?
Where you going?
All right, hold on a second. So, where did I leave off at? All right, so we just go back to Derek Hamilton. In the preface, the contract says, the contract, quote, the contract with First America strikes at the heart of racism and presents a blueprint to achieve racial economic justice. Now, let me ask you a question. When they already got certain type of laws on the books, we need more laws, or do we just need enforcement of the laws? Like I don't know, you know, like we trying to get it, you know, justice, or are we trying to get something extra? See, I think that's what we have to ask the question: are we getting something extra, or are we, you know,
Well,
or is this,
here's the
or is
thing,
this
man.
stuff already on the books? Do we already got rights that we're not getting enforced on the books, bro? I need to know. Go ahead.
The problem is that they socializing the law, bro. So it's a lot of laws that's already on the books that don't belong there because they're trying to socialize the law. That's the problem because they're just doing this. They just doing it to maintain social order. So certain things are going to happen and certain things are not going to happen. You know what I'm saying? And it's all going to be based on social order. As long as they're in the position they're
Right.
in, they're going to try to maintain social order. That's just period. So we have to operate within reality. And we have to understand that they are outside of reality.
Mm-hmm.
So all we got to do is handle our
So,
business reality based.
right. So, do we have to go back to monopoly? Railroads? So, do we not want to own railroads more? We don't want to own the utilities no more?
That's what I'm saying,
We
bro.
don't want to own hotels? So, these niggas ain't going to just build no hotels, nothing, huh? Like, nothing? We just cool? Like, come on. See, no arenas. We ain't going to build no arenas or nothing? No skyscrapers,
Bro,
no communities, nothing? Okay.
they just want
I
to be
got y'all.
fed, bro. Just want to be fed. They don't want to fish. They
Oh,
just
they
want
want to
to
live
be
in
fed.
Brentwood with them?
That's it.
Oh, Shay, you want to live in Brentwood with them, huh? See what I'm saying? See, this is what we got, man. Like I said, man, we want to live up there with them. That's just what it is, bro. But
That's
I
it,
say, you
man.
know, they living on the best parts of our land, our earth, just in fact, right, is not reserved just for, you know, everybody else other than us. You know what I'm saying? So you know, and I believe in taking what you want, not asking nobody for shit. You know what I mean? So Cube, you know that, brother. So, you know, they talk about the George Floyd and, you know, They talk about the civil rights era, the 1950s and 60s. We know who co-opted that in the 50s and 60s. They talked about, businesses, Aboriginal-owned businesses closing double the rate of their businesses. Okay, and we talk about that and impact or something. Presumptively random, such as a pandemic, however, catastrophic can be so linked to one's racial identity, right, is highly problematic and further evidence that as a nation, right, we're the first nation, we are failing miserably. Facts.
Yeah,
This link,
because
go ahead.
I mean, just think about it. It's like you identifying the problem, but you're not. It's like this racial identity is false. It's fake. So why are you addressing something that's not real? And so what tangibles can you get out of it besides keeping the system going?
Facts.
There's no tangibles to this race identity shit, bro. Ain't no tangibles. This shit is emotional. Racial identity
Emotions
is emotional, bro.
Emotions is a motherfucker, boy. I tell you. Sheesh.
That's all I'm saying. Once you break it down, it's easy. It's not hard at all. It's easy to call bullshit.
That's facts.
That's it. You dealing with racial identities. That's a game. That's Parker Brothers. That's socialization, bro. Maintaining social order.
Well, bro, them niggas was playing Monopoly. Maybe y'all need to play Monopoly with money, you rich ass niggas. Maybe y'all need to do that and get back to doing some shit that makes sense, man. And once again, man, rest in paradise to the great late Nipsey Hussle. You know what I'm saying? That was the blueprint for a lot of you rich ass niggas. He didn't even have close to the money as some of you niggas got. You know what I'm saying? Magic Johnson should have been there. Y'all follow me? Like, okay, I see this young brother trying to do something. Yeah, we got to stop playing, man. Like, that's all I'm saying, man. We got to stop playing. And you pointed out that they collectively have billions to work with. Billions. Where's Colin Kaepernick at now? You're going to sweep him to the side? Because all y'all doing, y'all all kneeling now. You niggas is walking off the court. You niggas is doing the most right now. So when y'all going to bring Colin Kaepernick back and start honoring him, and I'm saying that for a reason, y'all. So y'all, even the people that got the conspiracies and stuff, and he's a part of it, and blah, 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 all this extra shit, whatever. Come on, bro. What are you going to do in your town? Where you standing at, what affects your children at this school and the police in your town that terrorize you. The police terrorize us in this town. At certain times of the night, it's like this right here. Leave. I'll be like, hey man, I ain't going to that side of town tonight. He'd be like, man, you scared of something over there? Nah, I'm scared of the police who terrorize our people on that side of town at night. See how that work? You're getting pulled over, you're getting harassed, you know what I'm saying? Hope you're all right, hope you ain't got nothing wrong with you, you know what I'm saying, or whatever. Or you just don't want to get harassed or possibly punked. See what I'm saying? Because you fit the description. Y'all, have that happened before? I don't even want to get no ones in there because I don't even want y'all to bring that up. But I know there's plenty of brothers in here that have been stopped by the police while walking or driving while Aborigine, right? and they say you fit the description. After you get harassed and all that or whatever, how you felt after that? Fuck the police from straight from the underground. A young nigga got it bad because I'm brown. Cube, you was a teenager and you knew this, bro. Come on, fam. So we're gonna get back to this. Shout out salute to the guy, Ice Cube, Don Mega. Yeah. So it says this links to a larger political and economic vulnerability, right? Whether we're in a pandemic or not, the immoral devaluation of Aboriginal lives has been ingrained in America's political, right, economy and is long overdue for a reckoning. Okay, this contract with Aboriginal America is First America is a pathway to promote. Hey, I like that, Ice Cube. I like that patriotic talk right there, fam. For real, for real. Patriotic should have been the cap, bro. Patriotic pathway uh, to promote. Let's move in, yeah. Let me find it again. Okay, to promote our shared prosperity and achieve racial economic justice. Now, I like that patriotic talk right there, brother, and prosperity, right? And CQ, you see, I like where this is going. I like once again the black word, right? Patriotic is a word of power. It's a word that is not offensive to America, right? Because for some odd reason we have been positioned to be anti-Americans. That flag's not ours, right? Remember, not kneeling down with it or stuff like that or whatever, right? And that wasn't what the initial protest that Colin Kaepernick was calling for. He was like, "Yo, this flag right here is supposed to represent justice, right? Freedom, equality, all the things that they got on the back of them fucking jerseys and things that they writing on walls and streets and shit like that. All the things that Colin Kaepernick kneeled down for. That's what you niggas is co-opted, bro. You know what I'm saying? This is what we're talking about. This is the fucking problem that we having. You know what I'm saying? Why we can't get anywhere, because we have gatekeepers blocking shit. You know what I'm saying? So it says this contract with Aboriginal America is a patriotic pathway to promote our shared prosperity and achieve racial economic justice, right? Ambassador Andrew Young is equally supportive, right? Quote, the pandemic has revealed to us the importance of the essential worker, right, of which many are minorities. We can grow no stronger without improving the substantiability of those at the bottom of the economic pyramid, right? The contract for Black America is a comprehensive step towards an action plan, right, that addresses the future stability of minorities, right? We need to change that word, bro, and essential workers across the nation, right? End quote, right? And I think that was Andrew Young saying that, right? See, once again, right, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to Andrew Young, because he was put in a lot of work, bro. You know what I'm saying? We just gotta ask our question: is he a gatekeeper?
Q? Well, we back to that. We back to those terms, minority. We back.
Yeah, I mean, once again, right? We're not minorities. We got to stop saying words that put us in a inferior status. It doesn't matter if we was 3% of the fucking population, like someone, like, oh, matter of fact, like people that are 1% of the population that get reparations or get restitution for some shit that we paying for as taxpayers that has nothing to do with us, because we didn't violate you. See what I'm saying? So a lot of times we still paying for other people's shit or whatever. I feel like every Aboriginal American should get a check every month in the mail. You heard?
Facts.
Period.
Facts.
You feel what I'm saying? And so I like what Q said, though, just sidebar before we get back to this. He said, Lil, after the Democratic convention, yo, man, hold y'all vote, man. The Democrats ain't talking about nothing. They ain't talking about nothing for us. It's the same old two-step. And they tell you in your face, man, I'm a lifelong career motherfucking prosecutor. I believe in law and justice. This is what Kamala, the motherfucking cannibal, said. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, yo, she's letting you motherfuckers know right now I'm on your ass. Letting you know I'm blocking all y'all asses up. Her and Biden gonna write a 2024 motherfucking crime bill. You know what I'm
saying? Hey, Chief, let me just say this.
Yeah, right? You got it.
This think about this for a minute, right? What would be the reason? What would be the reason for them to take over our identity, bro?
What? It's the land of milk and honey.
Well, just think about it, right? If they take over our identity, right? If they take over our identity, then they could become the sovereign. Okay? This is what this is about, bro. These are imposters. They are acting as sovereigns when they are not. They are not the sovereigns. But they're socializing us into believing that they're the sovereigns, we're the immigrants, we're the minorities.
Mm-hmm.
This is the reason that they took our identity from us.
Mm-hmm. Right? That's a fact. Yep. Yo, I talk about this a few times, whatever. Y'all remember the movie White Man's Burden with Harry Belafonte and John Travolta? If you haven't seen that movie, go back and watch it. Basically, it's set in modern times. I guess when it was. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
I need to definitely check that out. Yeah, Chief, you on mute.
I'm back, bro.
Yeah. So
Shout out to Black Light in the building.
I mean, it's starting to shed a lot of light too, bro. Because when they
Mm-hmm.
when she was talking about that expansion, right? Expanding and moving people horizontally, right? Meaning
Mm-hmm.
moving them westward, right? Then that made me think about, damn, okay. So when they was moving them westward, they weren't just trying to remove the Aborigines westward. They was trying to move their white trash westward. You know what I'm saying? They was trying to put them in the mix and shit. So when we move these Aborigines, we're gonna throw these motherfucking white trash in with them and shit. And move their ass out there too. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, you know, it all makes sense, man. But
Facts.
at the end of the day, it's about identity, and they have taken our identity and given us some bogus identity just so they can claim sovereignty, which they are not. And I don't give a fuck what nobody says. That's how I see it. Because don't forget, they switched sides. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So the play was, okay, what we'll do is we'll separate from England and get the Americans to back us, and then we'll steal their identity and become the Americans and control all this shit. Now, does that sound like something that has probability to it? Does that sound like something that has been done?
It's a fact. It definitely has been done. You know what I'm saying? I mean, how many more times do we gotta tell them? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this stuff has happened, and you know, you have these things called gatekeepers. You have these people who literally, you know, been working for these people, and then they recruit You know what I'm saying? Our best athletes, our best entertainers, our best, anybody that's making moves, you know what I'm saying? They get them to ensure that they really not going to do any work. Because I'm still trying to figure this out. Why do y'all need the NBA people who are not in your community to do the work that you're supposed to be doing? Right? You guys are more influential. Michael Jordan's more influential than Jerry Reinsdorf. Huh? Most people in the damn chat room right now don't even know the hell Jerry Reinsdorf is. He was the owner of the Bulls. I think he's dead now. Right? Mm-hmm. So the talented tenth, when we talk about Dubois, I mean,
Man,
come
the
on,
big
bro.
money move. The big money moves in silence, bro.
It's what? Mm-hmm. You're saying silence?
Yeah, the big money moves in silence, man. They don't have to be out there.
Mm-hmm. A1 was telling me earlier today about Jason Whitlock, some shit Jason Whitlock was saying. And it was just what you were saying. He was saying, well, all you athletes, y'all all know each other. Y'all got all this money. Ain't not once y'all said, hey, let's put a bank together. Hey, let's pool our resources together to do this. Not once. I think that's interesting. But if you're a $40 million slave, you don't have that type of mentality anyway, right? Them niggas in Dallas, for instance, right? I lived out there. And right? Them niggas, you would think that Jerry Jones is like on their shoulder. Like, like the little devil on their shoulder and shit. Like he just following them around and shit. Them niggas are scared to death out there. You think about this. T.O. was radical for them. Okay. Because
Why
technically
was
T.O.
that?
didn't actually do anything. He wasn't even
Why?
really pro-black, but he was just
Right.
stand on his manhood a little bit. And they don't want to blackball him for that. Like, think about what T.O. do.
Right. I mean, because he was going against the programming, bro.
Mm-hmm.
The socialization program, bro. This is what I'm
He
saying.
went to
This
the
is what
wrong
they.
town for that.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter what town you go to, bro. They're trying to maintain this social order, and when you go, when you go beyond that, they're gonna have a problem because they say, well, if this nigga do it, then what if more niggas do it? You understand me?
You know what's so crazy though? That a lot of times you starting to see, even in Wisconsin, attorney generals, chief of polices, mayors are people of color. Baltimore, even with Freddie Gray, right? The mayor was an Aboriginal woman, right?
Yeah.
You have a majority people that put you in office to do the work for them, but you still allow their tax dollars to leave their communities and then go out in the suburbs to other people's schools. Do anybody see a problem with this? It would be different if it was a mayor that their constituents in the suburbs put them in the office. But it's crazy that it's every major city that has so-called Aborigine mayor, right? This happens all Detroit. Really? It's supposed to be Wakanda in Atlanta, Detroit, Chicago, right? I'm speaking in their terminology, right? It's supposed to be Wakanda. Jobs, prosperity everywhere because niggas have figured out how to keep the money in that community. Keep the tax dollars in the community. Build jobs, prosperity inside out, right? Inside out. not in China, not in America. America first, right? This is what we talk about. We're talking about prosperity. We're talking about growth. We're talking about forward thinking, upward mobility for everybody. See what I'm saying? And this is the problem, you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like some people obviously going to go higher than other people just based off of talent. But it shouldn't be a system set in, red line, and all these other things. All those things, people that have been subjected to that should be, yeah. And the people that have been incarcerated from drugs and all these other things should be pardoned. All this. You understand what I'm saying? So I know Cube is going to get into a lot of that stuff or whatever, some of the demands and things that they're looking for or whatever. Once again, you don't ask for power or ask for trinkets, right? Especially when somebody has a system in place to keep that system is never going to put you in a position to take them out of power. The Asian community is not asking them for power. The Arab community is not asking them for power. Trust me, they just getting it. They're getting to it. They not only they have a smaller voting block, but they have a more of a powerful voting block because they spend money. Their money is concentrated, y'all. They don't care about nothing else. They're gonna build they're gonna keep their ecosystem amongst themselves because they knew they didn't have shit. See what I'm saying?
Bro, one of the things that'll help our people out, man, is something that A1 said, man. A1 is brilliant, bro. Like sometimes he say things that are more brilliant than he even. Now he knows it though, but he said something, man, that triggered something that I was thinking, and what he was saying was that Aborigines need qualified immunity. Qualified immunity for Aborigines. That would change the whole motherfucking game, bro. That would change the whole game, bro. Qualified immunity for Aborigines. That would change the whole game, bro.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, you know, it's about being able to take our title back because number one, the people holding our title are imposters, and that shit just need to be rectified.
Mm.
That shit need to be rectified ASAP. You know what I'm saying? Their power lies in their holding our title, bro.
That's facts. That's a super fact, right? Because the rest of the world know who the Americans are, right? A European from America goes to Europe, right? With an Aboriginal American and an Asian American. All these people were born in there, they go to Europe. And they say, hey, Americans, raise your hand. All three of us raise our hand, right? Well, automatically, they look at the Asian guy and say, well, you from Asia, right? Look at the pale guy, says, you from right over here, from Deutschland. The only American that raised his hand would be us, the Aborigine. The Germans know this. The French know this. The Dutch know this. The Chinese, everybody knows this but us. I think that's amazing how they say that American school system is dumbed down. Like, I think that's amazing. Because it is a fact.
That's because the real Americans are dumbed down. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's just they taking our identity, man. We need to get our identity back. You know what I'm saying? Because these immigrants have no business patrolling nothing. You know
Nothing.
what I'm saying? Patrol these nuts. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So that's what it is, man. We need to get our identity back. We need to give them their identity back, which is immigrant status. You know what I'm saying? And keep it moving.
Mm-hmm. Princess, you know what's so crazy? Shout out to Princess High. We were the first to get colonized by the Europeans. You know what I'm saying? But even if we go before that, we colonized other places. So once again, it's like they want to go with selective time periods. They love to go in time periods that they have crafted for their power structure. Oh, we start taking power in 1492. We ran the Moors out of Spain. Then we followed them to America. We took their shit. Boom, we beat everybody up. We raped and fucked everybody. You know what I'm saying? And then discovered everything. You know what I'm saying? And they just tell the dumbest fucking stories, like the Marigold versus Gucci story and all this other shit that nigga, like, that means, like, to make that whole story up, right? We know that they created the story and they put it in general education or whatever, because once again, it uplifts the European settlers who came here. Okay, this is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with, like, what do you say? Like, it's just an illusion. It's just a straight matrix. Period.
Right.
Straight bullshit. Is not real. It is 100% fake, and they're manipulating you.
And if you wanna trigger a pale face, tell them that their whole existence is fake. Tell them who they
There's
really
no such thing as white people, bro. There's no such thing as white.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I say
None of that.
the ones, the pale face. You know what I'm saying? Like, if they, they're not Americans, if you give them back their real title, then you take everything else away from them. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what gives them everything. Calling themselves Americans give them power in America. If they were truly immigrants like they really are, that's dealing with reality. The reality is that they are immigrants. They are not Americans. They are immigrants.
And they are ADOS. They are descendants of slaves.
Right. So they've already paid themselves back. Right? They've already paid themselves back.
Nah, money grip.
They already paid themselves back, so all he had to do is just take their title back, you know what I'm saying, and live in the world, or go back to where the fuck you come from.
Yep. You get caught fucking with American Aborigines. Depending on the crime, right? But at least you're gonna get deported.
Right, at the very least.
At the very least.
And you won't be deported as no American either.
You get no embassies, no protection. Nigga, go back to your home country. Remember, so you're so proud of, right? And go do all that racist shit over there, bro.
That's
you know
all.
What I'm saying? Like, this is not it's time out for the racist shit. You know what I'm saying? So even when we're talking about this contract for First America, right? Let me get back to that, guys.
We don't need it. All we gotta do is stop living in fantasy land. That's all. We don't need no goddamn contract. We already got one. It's called the Constitution. That's their charter.
So check this out.
You heard me right. That's their charter.
That's right. He said to address racial inequality after reading the contract with Aboriginal America, we, I can't see that, under a design, agree to support and demand an open debate and a clear and fair vote within the first 100 days of the 117th Congress in 2021 on the following proposals to be codified into specific bills, right? Now, got different bills. I don't really want to. I'm just gonna kind of skim over some of these or whatever because I think it's kind of long. It's just 23 pages, y'all. So we're gonna get some highlights. We ain't gonna go through all 23 pages of shit. It's kind of late. We've been a long time. We ain't gonna do that, y'all. We'll put the link in the description box, man. We'll check it out. It says bill to guarantee first opportunity or American opportunity, right? And representation. Now people say, well, you're just saying American, right? Well, when we say first or Aborigine American, it's a specific because anybody that came here, they have a record of when people came here. It doesn't matter. Whenever they came here, there's a record of when your great whoever came here. And it wasn't that long ago. So there's a clear record of when these people came here. So the first Americans, the Aborigine Americans, right? And they know who's an Aborigine American as well. We don't have to form a new Indian bureau. Be checking motherfuckers Indian blood quantum and shit. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, Libra.
Well, it's back to what I'm saying, man. That shit ain't even necessary, bro. None of that shit is necessary, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because the underlying thing is that they need to be in their own. They need to be in their proper status, bro. That's it. They are immigrants. They shouldn't be running shit. Period. Period. Shouldn't be running nothing over here. That's just like going to China and now you in the Chinese government and shit. You know what I'm saying? The Chinese Senate and all that old shit. You know what I'm saying? Whatever form of government that they have. But, I mean, this shit is ridiculous, bro. This shit is ridiculous.
But look at this, though. They say they put a bill to guarantee black opportunity. See, that's that right there. That right there. Cube. Nah, bro. Nah. We have this thing.
Bro, it's all, listen, man. Listen. All this racism shit is fake, bro. All this racism shit is fake, bro. Ain't no need to even,
facts.
You know, dealing with that shit, man. It's like, look, this shit is socialization. You know what I'm saying? All this racial politics and all that old bullshit. All that shit is phony, bro. All that shit is phony. So why are we even dealing with it? It's phony. You know what I'm saying? Let's deal with reality and take our title back. Okay? That's what we need to be dealing with. All this old other phony baloney shit, black this, white that shit is phony, bro. An American,
that's a fact. Okay.
American is an Aborigine. An Aborigine is an American. Anything outside of an Aborigine is not American. Okay? Very simple.
Amru Khan. We the real Amru Khan, right? So check it out. So it says bill to guarantee. I'm gonna say this for this thing. Black opportunity, right? And once again, you know, this black opportunity is the leftover or whatever, the waste of the white opportunity. Sort of like a malt liquor. Anyway, right? So check this out. This is what's interesting to me. Adopt a plan of, quote, neo-reconstruction. Fuck all that. New reconstruction. Yeah. They always want to go back. Nah, motherfucker. Like new construction. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we need tax shelters and tax breaks and things like that for people who are building in America, and it's specifically inside the communities and stuff like that. That is something that needs to happen. Period. All other stuff is just conversation and talking. Like, why y'all talking? What's going on? Neo-reconstruction. Neo-reconstruction. Shit. New construction. Not reconstruction. All these conversations that put you in a fucking slave-ass mind frame. Oh, we out of slavery and reconstruction era. Fuck out of here. No, slavery. That's what that is. So, I'm sorry, y'all. I want to nitpick everything, but it's just what it is.
I mean, like I say, man, social order. social order, maintaining social order. This is what all this bullshit is about. It's all fake and phony. You know what I'm saying? Got to
Facts.
do a reality. The reality is that these people are posing as Americans. That's the only reality we should be dealing with. Get these motherfuckers back into their proper status. You know, we always talk about, man, you got to get in your proper status, this and that. Yeah, you know what? What we need to do is get them motherfuckers in their proper status. That's what the fuck we really need to do.
Yo, Libra, you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh, okay. All right, so let's get into this, right? So, neo reconstruction
I
to
can't hear
redress
now.
past wrongs systematically imposed on
You need to speak
the
up.
Americans,
Okay, there you go.
Aboriginal Americans economically throughout many generations, right? So we know that these things have happened, you know, throughout American history or whatever. So it says
Bro,
Black Americans will pass, huh?
I'm
It's
look, man. All I'm saying is this whole shit is a waste of time, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because it's still not dealing with the outline problem. The problem is that these foreigners need to be put in their proper status, bro. Anything other than that, because we don't have to do none of this shit. This is all socialization. This is all make
right.
believe. You know what I'm saying? So why are we putting energy
So
into this
do
make
you think
believe
that?
shit?
So not only with Andrew Young, you think this is all uh, control opposition,
It
or
is. Well,
free, freely knowing or not knowing? Like we
let me
shouldn't have
put
to
it this way:
go through
it's
this whole thing.
indoctrinated opposition. Okay,
Okay,
let's just call it
cool.
indoctrinated opposition. Even if they
So
they
if a
they may
motherfucker
not
don't know
even
that
be
they
aware of it.
right, so they even if so ignorance is not necessarily you know, in this case a good thing anyway. If you still uh, hurting the future, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because we still dealing in fantasy, man. As long as we deal in fantasy, we don't have no future.
Yeah, man, that's facts. Let me get back into this. It says, okay, so it talks about wealth gap, where the average white family has 10 times wealth of black family. Da, da, da. Okay. Black Americans for the past discrimination and slavery. Okay, obviously about that. Additional black opportunity and representation will include affirmative action. Yeah, in schools, public and private, right? Per student, funding in states on an equal basis instead of paid by local property taxes, right? Well, once again, we were talking about that. Baltimore, for instance, people who don't own property are still paying more in taxes. So just understand that. So they like to play little shit too, but you taxed us, you regulated us to put us in this position. So get out of here. Additionally, black opportunity representation will include, okay, we got affirmative action, funding in case of equal basis instead of paid by local property tax, right? So black representation on all government civil rights bodies, civil rights classes mandatory in elementary schools. Gerrymandering reform, additional polling places in black and I'm starting to see double. Sheesh. We'll have to do a part 2 of this.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. They're getting into all these different factions, man, talking about, politics and all this kind of stuff. There's a remedy for it, but people ain't even if you told them what the remedy was, they still ain't gonna do it. You don't need a fucking contract. You know what I'm saying? If you really wanted to make change and you wanted a remedy, pick a state and everybody move into that goddamn state, take over the political engine in that state, and just expand from there. Do it the same fucking way they did it. It's not rocket science, but people just aren't willing to really do what it takes. People aren't they're not willing to do what it takes. So, I mean, we can philosophize, we can philosophize and pontificate all damn day long, all night long about what we can do, and motherfuckers ain't gonna raise a goddamn finger to do none of it. You know what I'm saying? So let's be real with ourselves. We're dealing with reality over here. We're dealing with reality.
Facts. Man. That's a super fact.
So
yeah.
So let's get it. People don't want to raise a finger, man. They just want to be fed just like the motherfucking athletes. We don't want to control our electricity. We don't want to control our water. We don't want to control our communication systems. Okay?
Said none of us.
Do that. You know what I'm saying? Stop playing games with yourself. Stop playing games. The shit is easy. The shit is easy, but or should I say it's simple but not easy. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is, what are people willing to do to get change? And you ain't gonna do it waiting for somebody to give it to you or asking somebody to give you change. That ain't gonna make it. That ain't gonna make it. You know what I'm saying? Because they're interested in maintaining their social order. They don't have any intentions of changing it. The only ones that can change it is you and I. We're the only ones that can change it. By understanding what we're dealing with and dealing in reality. This is how we change it. All that old emotional shit, identity politics, you know what I'm saying? Racial politics, all that bullshit, playing the color game and being involved in all that kind of shit is all part of socialization. And we shouldn't be actually concentrating on putting much energy into socialized thinking and shit. Like, the shit is just crazy. Indoctrination, socialization, all the same thing. Colonization, all the same thing. You know what I'm saying? We put too much energy in this emotional shit.
That's facts.
If you want change, start dealing with reality. And the reality is that you are not a minority. You are an Aborigine. And you need to start moving like an Aborigine.
You're an American.
Facts.
We need to start moving like real Americans.
Right.
We need to produce things and sell it to the world. We need to produce our own sports, our own entertainment, our own goods and services, and everything that the world buys. We need to create it like we're creating it and distribute it.
And all these countries using our technology need to pay some goddamn money. They need to pay us for our technology. They wouldn't have computers. They wouldn't have cell phones. Or none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you wouldn't have none of this technology. None of it. Only thing they did was improved on something that was already created. But as far as doing an initial creation, they couldn't do it. Every time they have a problem with something, they go find the smartest nigga they know to solve their problem for them. Just that simple. And then turn around and box you out the whole system. Turn around and box you out. That's all it is. We being boxed out. And that's social.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? We just need to start being the first Americans.
Mama Bear, how you doing? Yeah, man. I'm gonna read a couple more little points, man. I'm getting wiped out, yeah.
Yeah, I'm already done with that shit. So
You done with?
yeah, I don't even pay attention to shit like that because I know it's still dealing with indoctrination, man. I'm not gonna give indoctrination that much energy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's just what it is for me. I ain't got time for it. I'd rather do something that's in reality.
Mm-hmm. Well, it said, once again, black representation on all government civil bodies, civil rights classes, mandatory, elementary schools. No the hell. See? You already know what civil rights classes look like. We shall overcome ass niggas. Niggas be over here crying and shit to the babies. Babies be feeling like a slave in kindergarten, bro. Nah. Mm-mm.
Bro, I can't take it, bro. I just can't take it, man. And you got all these people gonna think it's such a great idea. Damn, Ice Cube, you're a genius. All that fantasy shit, bro. These people, they don't talk to the right people, man, before they even do some shit like this. There's something called vetting. The vetting process. And our people just don't understand that shit. So, I mean, you know, what can you say, man? They gonna gobble that shit up like it's Thanksgiving dinner, bro. And they gonna get all emotional about it, you know, and then people gonna talk, you know, people already talking about it and shit. They don't even understand what it is, but they talking about it like, you know, oh man, so what you think about it? Oh, I think it's great. I mean, it's a much needed thing, this and that, whatever. They don't know that the shit is nonsense. They don't know that. That's outside of their programming.
Yo, Libra.
Yeah.
Let's shut this thing down, bro.
All right, bro.
I'm
I got
so
work
tired.
to do anyway. So,
Yeah, you already know.
Yeah,
Just want
man.
to thank everybody. I did want to thank everybody, man. We got to get back to this Ice Cube ain't one day or something. I guess only place that we are black or white. Why? Whew. It's a great question. I mean, this is the matrix that they set up. If
Right. That's right,
we're
my
gonna have to
brother.
do that. We're gonna have to do that black white
Yeah.
experiment, bro. I
It's
think
all
that's gonna be bad.
it's
It's
all
gonna be
it's all
dope.
part of the artificial society, bro. It's like you say, it's the matrix. You know, we're living in we're not living in reality over here. This is why this shit is the only place, you know. This is where it all started from. The both those terms came from America. I don't give a damn what nobody else says. All right? These terms come from America.
Simple as that. As simple as that, bro. So yeah.
So
Thank
there
y'all
you
for
have
coming out tonight. I met y'all with a Russell Simmons tonight. God bless you. Thank you for coming out tonight. We definitely appreciate it, man. It's all love, man. I appreciate it. Enjoyed the bill tonight, man. Yeah, we're gonna get back at it, man, tomorrow, man. Peace and paradise to everybody, man. And y'all have a great night. Yeah.
peace to the Americans, man.